Okay, hello guys. Now there is no delay on stream. So I see messages right after you write it. Gabriel, bad name, Playboy, FX6KA, hello, Nagagushin, hello, Aikibal, hello. Archiablo, hello. Oh. So today we have last day of Snapdragon tournament, online Snapdragon tournament, because next stage gonna be in Indonesia, where all teams is at one challenge finals from all regions. Fuck. They will go to Indonesia. They'll go to Indonesia, and there's gonna be offline event in Jakarta. Where is my water? So basically, today we already know who passed to Indonesia. You know, like the Team Falcons, Papara SuperMassive, and Incendio. They go to Indonesia, but now we're gonna see who is the like top one team. Top one team in EMEA, EMEA. EMEA is like MENA, Europe, and Turkey a region. Okay, wait 2 seconds. I don't like nudes you sent me last night. Send me new one. Later after stream. Bro, you look exhausted? No, I don't look exhausted. I'm normal right now, guys. I was sleeping like 15 hours yesterday. What the I really don't like Turkish player. Why? They're playing really good. They're strong. Oh, wait. It's gonna be in 30 minutes. I can play one game. I can play one game. Just for fun. Yeah, they planned the stream 30 minutes earlier, and on their thumbnail it shows like it's gonna be in 30 minutes. They placed wrong time in YouTube. You can't call it finals and day 2 final is final. No, it's challenge finals. It's challenge finals. There is a difference. So it's challenge finals because previous I don't know. I don't know how to explain this. This is just structure of Snapdragon tournament. You have open finals, then you have challenge finals. It's just how Snapdragon looks like. Right now it's challenge finals, and it's gonna be match, third place match and grand finals of challenge finals. That's how it's called. All questions to Snapdragon, guys. No sound. Oh, golden meteor is online. Nemoku, hello, by the way. Dazai, how much your barber charge you? Do you think I have a barber? Last time I was at barber, it was a week ago. But it was after I was not to barber for 5 months or something. So when I was in another city, I just thought about like, I want to have a haircut. I found a random barber shop and that's all. He charged me like $10. Okay, $12. Go one match for Link. Oh yeah, Link every game, let's go. I invited Miron, by the way. He was online. I hope you see everything. Let's go. $10. Oh my god. What? Is it much? It's like lowest barber price in Ukraine possible. Your Link very good. I don't know why I don't play. My Link is average, but okay. No song requests, guys, right now. Oh. Joker in my team, no way. How the fuck you are in my team, huh? Danon, hi.
Please ban a hero.
You not waited the best Cyclops? I played just one game. One fast game. And then I watched tournament. Oh. This Snapdragon a little bit confused me this time. Bilan Jr., hello. I go saloon, pay fucking $1 hairs and $1 for my beard. And not random barber, it's a fucking saloon. I even get head massage in that.
The enemy is
lowest here is like 0.4 for haircut. You are comparing Pakistan to Ukraine. Come on. We all know that things are cheaper there a lot. Hayabusa open. Nice draft. The long explain. Nice draft. I woke up from a dream. From Snapdragon. Yeah, I was watching tournament in my dreams. I was sleeping and I was watching a tournament. I saw Birthright losing to Falcons. Why was you asleep? I was really tired because I was working a lot.
Please pick a hero.
I even told Miron to call you. Why? Why you need to wake me up? Wake me up. Tell me the reason why you need to wake me up. Why you can't let me sleep? How was your sleep though? Great. I went sleep another 10 hours after that. And Saber roam. We have Hayabusa team. Look, Haya can't kill Zilong, Haya can't kill Kadita, Haya can't kill Saber, Haya can't kill Link. Oh, Snapdragon starts soon, nice one.
Your team is picking.
Just I understand, but tell me the reason why you need to wake me up. You think I just accidentally fall asleep or what? I did that on purpose, of course. Because I was really tired. Nasty, hello. Dazai, if I MVP, send me skin. Okay. Melissa with ages. Nice. I started blue buff. Oh my god, Joker, I hope you die from fucking something. What are you doing on X-Plane, Joker? What are you doing there? Look at this roam rotation. After watching Snapdragon, I want to vomit. That's insane. And this Murzilka watching my stream, watching my rotations where I go. Muted. 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 Tired. Tired. Nubs everywhere. Tarazan, hello, Kenny, hello. Look at this tiger following me everywhere.
slain
They
the
still go
turtle.
to my bot.
Let's go. Speed up, make that thing rev. Put on the gas and you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it. Whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. The world of life and heaven. But I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go this distance. Although I know we're different. Together we both fit it. So we wanna go fast with you. Like in motion. Baby, we'll go in faster, 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 faster. Baby, keep going slain an enemy. Nothing will ever get in between us. I'm around by your side every season. And if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keeping it at 100. Pretty face so sun-kissed. It was scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London.
Chew with Warex. Tomato, hello. So the nuclear, hello. Big black hole, hello.
Your team destroyed the turret. Our turret has been
Run is farming items. Let's go.
shut down.
Icy diamond everything.
Ally has been slain.
Icy diamond everything.
Alert 17 seconds.
Our turret has been destroyed.
Tiger ulted. There is no shield. Come on, leave me fucking creep till I heal.
часточка. До дня Святого Валентина. Знал же ты, який ти так хочуся. Тобі знижками просто лавуся.
What is this ad?
13 лютого.
Ads on Snapdragon stream, no way. Gotcha. Ah, blade armor, dominant size, and warrior boots. Okay. Nice build, Tiger. Oh, I just killed myself, I guess.
That's what I align with, cause the journey I've been climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning.
Our turret is under
What's the point
attack.
of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I came for the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.
Our turret is
Bro, you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. I slept well today.
Tabrak aja lah.
Nice.
slain. Ally has been slain.
Joker solo. It's funny how these bad drafts in rank with Sami and Zilong are still working. No way! I killed myself into blade armor!
Team destroyed the turret.
Oh! I love how it doesn't matter that I died because we still have this Kadita, Mia, Zilong and Saber. Guys, what is the delay of stream? Tell me. Write some message right now and I will say it and tell me the delay of my stream.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Yesterday, Birthright
Okay.
fought with everything they had, but their path to victory was cut short by Incendio Supremacy.
You
and
have to
Falcons,
guess the house
marking
flow
the
for real.
end of their Snapdragon
I
Pro
have house
Series.
flow.
Contrary to their fate, Papara SuperMassive turned our casters' dot into dominance, dismantling the Mana Giants and pushing their Turkey brothers to a 5-game series. Now, with only 3 representatives for Mobile Masters locked in, one last battle remains. Today, they fight not just for prize and glory, but the right to be called champions. I'm your host, Liz, and you're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Ally has been slain. Mega kill. Shut down. Enemy double kill. Ally has been slain.
Ah, they got Saber.
Welcome to the final showdown of the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals for EU, MENA, and Turkey. I'm your host Liz. Join with me at the desk for the final cast is going to be Steph Weezy and Yue. The Rush Hour duo is back. How you boys doing?
Oh, Weezy, hello.
And to be able to see the challenge finals coming to a close with 3 teams remaining, I wonder who's going to be able to climb to the top of that ladder.
You know, Weezy, I missed you. Yesterday was a great series. We had Private go on the show with us. Lots of excitement from all these teams. But I think there's going to be even more flair
At least
today.
More flair is what we're looking for. While you guys are at home, make sure to follow us on our social medias for the latest update to notice the flair from yesterday's show. It was quite an exciting series. So make sure to follow us on ESL Mobile at X, Instagram, and Facebook. And also make sure to join our Discord server for more information at Snapdragon Pro Series.
Lord, this kill me right
All the
now.
highlights, all the flashy plays from yesterday. I mean, you're talking about 3 best of 5s, like you had mentioned.
What
I didn't get to partake in, but to be able to watch it from the sidelines, there were a lot of key moments that you guys don't want to miss out on.
Yeah, and it's just going to be even more intense today. As you can see in terms of the formats, EU and MENA here, open qualifiers that they had last year around September. It was a tough elimination, but as they move on, even from Turkey, each of these regions have sensed the best of their best all the way leading up to this moment.
Yeah, we went to the challenge season with 8 teams in January, and now going into the challenge finals, we were here yesterday
this
with
is
4
Rose Gold.
teams. Unfortunately, Birthright was eliminated, bringing us the 3 last teams for the challenge finals and the 3 representatives moving on to the Mobile Masters. The Mobile Masters will take place in April from the 7th to the 13th, and each region, as you see on the graph, will have their representatives. And very exciting stuff. Now, what's more important today, Weezy, is that we get to see the teams fighting out for that prize pool.
That's right. First place taking home $20,000. Second place $10,000. Third place $6,000. And fourth place $3,000. You know, you just gotta love to see the competition over there. Not only just for the money,
Tiger
but
is
also for that
dedicated.
regional pride, right? Holding up that banner high. We have 2 teams from the Turkey region, and then also 1 from MENA still standing to see who could rise to that momentum.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it in the pre-show a little bit. I really feel like a lot of these teams aren't holding back. They are essentially playing their hardest. Talking about that,
Joker.
do we have a special guest coming through with us, joining us on the desk? It is going to be Gideon. Coming I don't know. Is it?
Yeah, it's going to. You already splurged the surprise here. We are going to be having Gideon, the Malaysian caster, joining us to talk
Malaysian
about the Mobile
caster,
Masters. And
really?
Gideon, you came from all the way from APAC region. You're going to be casting the series. What are some exciting things you want to share about that?
I want to share about. Sorry, my cam is a little fuzzy here. Way across the world, getting for the challenge finals happening in Malaysia. Our southern Johor as well.
Malaysian caster, you're lagging a little bit.
Battled out there, and honestly, you know, I'm very happy to see how SPS is growing, including the rest of the world to play alongside us.
Long time.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, APAC has 5 representatives, right? EMEA actually has 3, so we're not falling behind too much. We have 3 representatives: Papara SuperMassive, Incendio Supremacy, and Team Falcons. We're actually one of the first teams to announce or to have selected our 3 representatives, and APAC is going to be happening very soon, right? They are going to be a hell of a competition for any of the other regions, and a lot lot to look forward to, Easy.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting time, right? To see all these regions come together once again after the World Series and just see how much they fare off against each other, right? I mean, APAC is no secret. They're the powerhouse when it comes to the competition on the international scene, but we've been seeing other teams from other regions rise to the occasion. We're kind of calling this the underdog rising to the scene. Do we see that happen here again for the Challenge Finals and Mobile Masters?
I mean,
Joker solo.
We've definitely been able to cast most of these.
What's in this game?
Regions. A lot of these teams are extremely solid and can adjust all the way up to that.
Why I can't play like in Snapdragon?
Region there, so there's plenty of different.
Why I'm playing with Mias and Zilongs?
But for you, Gideon, what region do you think is going to be matched up the best against a lot of these APAC teams?
That's a tough one. I would say that Incendio Supremacy from Turkey is probably going to be the
I can translate.
possible chance.
Gideon likes to speak in sign language, and I will translate for everybody. So he's saying that Turkey is going to be such a dominant force. He's
what? He's speaking sign?
Big T right there. He's saying Incendio Supremacy has been one of the most dominant teams, not only in the Snapdragon Pro Series, but also in Mobile Legends in general. And it's going to be amazing to see how these underdogs go up against them to get more of a fair play on how they'll go up against APAC.
Oh, we lost, I guess.
Yeah, and also he said that Weezy is the best caster for
Malaysian caster speaking in the sign language.
International call. So we'll see if Gideon is able to join back with us. But for our casters here, Mobile Masters, I think that none of us have actually been to the offline event for the Snapdragon Pro Series. Very exciting. I would say there's less teams represented at the Snapdragon Pro Series, but a lot of powerhouses. The top 5 teams from APAC. That's a lot of competition for all the other regions, and it's going to be a tough run for any of these teams trying to compete with that.
Yeah, it's always been the hurdle that every team has to jump over.
Yeah,
right?
I can play one more game.
Region, and to be able to see this, I can't wait to see which way
With
it
Golden
goes.
Meteor.
I mean, if it's like the M Series, we got to see Fednar go through the wild cards, and now getting to see Incendio Supremacy with the rebrand here again for another chance. But then also other teams like Papara SuperMassive, which could keep teams on their toes as we look at the bracket so far from not only what we've seen yesterday, but what we can look forward to seeing today.
Oh boy,
Because we are watching what happens there.
Incendio, unfortunately, did not.
Yes, I told you, Papara versus Falcon for third place.
End up matching against Super.
And then who wins with Incendio for first and second place.
Be our grand finalists so far, and we're looking for
Hotball,
the second
hello.
one, right? Birthrights against Falcons.
Archen,
Falcons
hello.
going to win that 3-2-1.
SR, and hello.
Now for our very first and exciting match today, the best 5 series between Papara SuperMassive and Team Falcons.
I mean, this is the faded rematch that we didn't get to. The first game we didn't get to watch yesterday. It was broadcasted off stream, but we know that they took down Team Falcons in a best 3-1.
It's Zilong who's calling me bad, by the way.
Casters haven't expected that. So today we get to see what exactly happened and if Team Falcons.
Guys, can you tell Snapdragon that you liked watching me sleeping? That you liked their tournament and watching me sleeping?
Today we'll first have the lower bracket finals between Papara SuperMassive versus Team Falcons, and the lower half will have the grand finals.
It was more
Incendio
interesting.
Supremacy and whoever makes it out in the first group.
I mean, one thing's for certain, the Turkey region, man, they got
Dazai, I'm pregnant. Oh,
But for MENA, this is huge for them,
that's
right?
so sad. Doing abortion.
Time and time again with that powerhouse name behind them as well. To have a chance to be
How many times have you lost and won, Dazai? Oh, I just played a few games. I lost one game and that's all.
Massive, not to mention when you're going up against a powerhouse team.
After the drop
Incendio
starts, I'll
Supremacy,
watch a
there's
game.
Definitely a lot on the line and a lot of stakes that are high right now for everybody who's competing.
And I think the most interesting thing
Something
about,
like 5-10 seconds, no delay maybe.
Is that they did actually
It's okay,
face
I like when
just
there is no
yesterday.
delay so I can talk with my chat.
Unfortunately, we did not cast that match, but Supermassive Papara did win that series 3-1 against Falcon, and this time around, it's either Falcon's gonna come up with some revenge strategies, because they've definitely shown some cards already in that series, or is Papara gonna show the dominance that they had in their first series?
Try saying Aku Sinta Kamu, Dazai.
Yeah, and from yesterday's series, we
What does it
observed
mean?
some more
I forgot.
of the interesting picks and drafts between these two teams. But on the screen, you see Xiao staring right at us from Papara SuperMassive, doing God's work yesterday, carrying his team, versus Team Falcons. Now, both of these teams, like Jess mentioned, have a lot that they've proven throughout the tournament. But yesterday, we didn't get to see what exactly went
In
wrong
English,
for Team
I love
Falcons,
you.
But
Oh,
today
cool.
we get to really see how these two teams match up against each other, and this is like the time to prove themselves, because the next step is going to be the Mobile Masters. After this, it's all death or and alive. But today, they really get to still be in this regional landscape and still kind of poke the waters and test it out and try
Angela was inspired.
to
Hello.
see what they can improve and what they can work on.
Yeah, and I mean, you made a great point against both of these teams competing yesterday off stream. Ended up in a 3-1 finish. Papara SuperMassive was able to take that best of 5. With little to no problem. Maybe it was Zhao. I mean, he's seen it all, right? You can tell from the photo that he definitely does not miss a beat when it comes to the professional landscape. But when you're looking at this team, right, Papara SuperMassive, they're always under the shadow.
Literally
of
every
Incendio
assassin
Supremacy, but I
band.
feel like this is their chance to kind of step over them, right, and say, hey, no, we're the top team from Turkey.
some
And it's up
jungle?
for them to put that pin on the paper and write that story. But
Is it really
it's
some
not going to be the
jungle?
easiest road, right? Right now, the story is about going up against Team Falcons. Team Falcons, one of the best teams in the MENA region with one of the biggest brands behind them, right? I mean, I remember being out in Riyadh and seeing a Team Falcon base, man. I'm telling you, the hawk was huge. And just to see them back here again, the Falcon, ready to rise to the occasion, we got to see how they can turn this
Lancelot
narrative
is
back
good
in their
here as
favor,
well.
right? When you lose in a 3-1
No
deficit,
problems with
that's a
Lancelot
little
here.
bit of a bittersweet defeat. But hopefully from yesterday, they went back to the drawing board and they made some adjustments to make it more of an even series.
Alucard was good here.
I mean, this is Team Falcons, one of their first times actually getting to compete in an international
How
stage
much
like the SPS
HV you spent on
Masters.
this game? What is
So
HV?
again, I really think both of these teams are not going to be holding back in today's series.
Dazai, have
especially
you
since they kind of had a little bit
ever
of practice
even
yesterday.
eaten
Papara
in
here
Epic
with some of the most picks.
cheeseburger? What
It
is
gonna be
that?
So you in the jungle.
I don't understand the question.
And Team Falcons, also a very fan favorite of the Gato
seconds till the enemy
Paired up
reaches
with
the
the Granger,
battlefield.
both most bands
Smash
is
them.
going to be Fanny. I do believe both these teams aren't going to be allowing this Fanny to be used in today's match, but it seems like a very even head-to-head so far with the damage dealt, average killed, and GPM.
And it's interesting because it seems like Team Falcons
Some
actually have an
jungle and
edge
they all
over
have flickers.
Papara SuperMassive with that headset. Small, but still an edge against Papara SuperMassive. But yesterday, Papara was able to take them out in a 3-1. It's not even 3-2, it's 3-1, and they finished actually before our series between Birthright versus Incendio Supremacy. So something is happening out there, and we get to see it today.
I have a theory,
Nice.
and that is that Falcons lost on purpose yesterday to keep Papara SuperMassive feeling like they would be able to pull this one out with ease, and maybe they're waiting to be on the big screen to show those secret weapons to the world. So it's up for them to be able to showcase which way this goes. But this is going to be another best of 5 for the lower bracket.
Shin
finals.
Linux
This
is
the
flicker.
final chance to remain in the challenge finals. But keep in mind, guys, all 3 teams remaining, Papara SuperMassive, Falcons, Incendio Supremacy, they all have qualified already for the Mobile Masters. So now it's just really to earn that spot as the challenge finalist for the EMEA region.
Well, we view as the conspiracy master out there, show us which way this would go with the first series.
All right, and and Liz will be exiting us, and it'll be me and my rush hour twin, Yue. All right, man, we got a lot to talk about. We got a lot to break down today, man. All right, so you mentioned the point on the fanny, right? You don't feel like the fanny is going to be picked the entire time. Do you think it's going to be banned?
You know, just looking at some of the data that they have on that series yesterday, some things stand out to me. So there has been like a Louis prioritization when you're going up against like a powerhouse like Incendio Supremacy. You got something like Rosa standing at mid, where they're not afraid to pick it blindly. Right? You have to take that hero out. But in this series, it seems like both teams are allowing the opponents to pick up not only the Louis but the Fanny. They just feel comfortable going up against those two heroes. So expect them to be open, and I would, you know, dare make the statement that don't expect them to actually pick it up, because it seems like both teams are quite ready for that.
Speaking picks already into the draft. The game number 1 of the lower bracket finals, Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals, Team Falcons and Papara SuperMassive.
What a stupid fight on Turtle.
I feel like this is kind of what happened when they both faced off stream, right? You got to see that in the field of Van, Joy, and the Lucas from the side of Team Falcons. And I feel like the Tsuyo and the Zushin as well, I feel like this is kind of textbook, right? I don't feel like it's too out of the ordinary, but you are right on that Fanny pick. It has not been banned out this entire time, and now I'm wondering if the bait will be taken, or like you mentioned, it's not going to be picked up at all.
You know, for me, this is a little bit of a dirty draft. It's not clean because Team Falcons and Supermassive both have decided to take away a lot of the jungle options. Joy, Soyu, we haven't really seen a 2-ban on these two junglers that much in our previous series. And now paired up with the Lucas that kind of is been able to flex into that jungle role. This really means that Hayabusa is going to be one of the best and only options, and if these teams want to pull up the alpha, it's a possibility. But yesterday's match, Team Falcons did win with a Julian pickup. So in terms of the jungles, seems like both teams are quite comfortable with playing a little bit of a tier below, I guess, like the top 5 meta. But Team Falcons
the draft already started.
Blazing with the guns right now. It is going to be a Hilda blind pick into Papara Massive.
Well, I feel they are kind of onto the Hayabusa pickup, right? And that's why Team Falcons is going to go ahead and pick up this Hilda. I mean, the other day we got to see them prioritize the Bedang instead when they were in this exact same situation in the draft. But this time they're going to go for the Hilda, who was actually picked up from Papara SuperMassive the last time they faced off. And I wonder if that's going to be the difference. Maybe they still going for the high. No, they're not going to go for the Hayabusa. They are going to pick up this Bedang and go straight to the double frontline composition with the Hylos.
It's greedy. When you look at the double front line, it's extremely greedy. And yes, exactly. Team Falcons is going to respond with, I don't know if it's kindness that they pick up the Granger, or if it's like just saying, hey, we're going to take this Granger for free, and there's nothing you guys can do about it. There's still Harith available on the board, right? The Ripple also available for Supermassive if they want to pick this up. But taking both the Hylos and the Bedang just shows the side of Falcons all their front line. It is a risk, but it's just like
best burgers in the league. Oh, I don't know what is that. Never tried it.
With them.
Well played, well played.
It's a lot of crowd control. It's mobility as well with this.
Flicker ulted me. Nice.
Speaking of crowd control, though, they're going to get a little bit of that themselves. They're going to have the Spirit Destruction from this Alpha to be able to rush in and get some crowd control and sustainability. Not to mention the Granger Danger, who you've seen be such a dominant force, kind of rising to the occasion as the best marksman so far in the current meta. But paired up against the Herald, who we've been seeing have such an impactful force as well as that ADC. Now both sides locked in for the first half of the draft. We're seeing a little bit of damage, a little bit of frontline crowd control with sustainability from Team Falcons.
Hello!
Supermassive yet to really showcase what they're going to put in their jungle. They didn't even go in for that Hayabusa pickup. Probably credits to this Hilda in the first phase of the draft from Team Falcons.
Yeah, I think it's quite smart for Team Falcons to force the Hayabusa. However, Papara SuperMassive Supermassive, they have a different type of priority, right? And I think it's a little bit better now that they picked up this Harith, because we saw yesterday, if you don't pick up the marksman in the first phase, it's going to get banned out. And if you don't pick up the jungler, it's going to get focused as well. That's why I'm saying Papara SuperMassive's draft already is kind of greedy, picking up both these front lines, allowing Falcons to ban out and focus into the jungle.
I don't care.
They have missed a crucial ban, this Eve, which is pretty much one of the highest priorities in any region across. Get slotted through for Supermassive. I wonder what response Team Falcon has prepared for this pick.
I would say the Valentina. I mean, if they don't have the real world manipulation at their disposal, pick up the Valentina and you get that plus a little bit more. Not only would you have that, but you'd also have the glorious pathway to take away from this Hylos as well, which would create immobility for the side of Team Falcons to work in their favor. There goes the Belleric pickup, though. This is going to be interesting. Has the Rapid Riyadh maybe to slow down some of the members. I mean, you have this Harith who's going to be a little bit more up close and personal. The high low to double front composition. Maybe that's their plan, or are they just doubling down to try and stop whatever's going to be slotted into the jungle? Final pickup for Team Falcons, though, is going to be the Sicilian.
The Sicilian gets picked up, and I like this for Team Falcons, right? They have a very utility and objective-focused jungler like the Alpha, so it allows the Sicilian to have a lot more space and room to work with when it comes down to timing and scaling. Now, Papara comes out with their last pick, but it's going to be the Nolan, and we've seen the Nolan throughout yesterday's match. It was that physical damage hero that teams are trying to slot for when a lot of bans have been pushed through onto the jungle. Have we seen the success of it? You know, debatable, but the Nolan does provide a lot of the physical damage that the team desperately needs when they're picking up something like the Harith and the Hylos. It's heavy magic damage, and it also provides, you know, some timing in the jungle clear speed. It's decent enough where it can stand up tall against Alpha.
And speaking of standing tall, two teams rising to the occasion yet again in the land of dawn for the lower bracket finals. Team
How are you feeling today? I'm feeling good, Archie.
Supermassive and a best of
I'm great, actually.
Let's talk about predictions. You know,
The game already started, so I'll switch the game, okay?
3-1. So it seems has a pretty good grasp in
I'll end my game and I'll watch.
ability, right? And especially with the draft like this, where they really forced.
No, this is only first game.
To, I mean, no. Papara was actually forced to pick up something like the Nolan. What do you have in terms of predictions for this match? And maybe like how long is the match going to be going for?
I feel this is going to be an interesting one, right? Possibly, I would have to say maybe onto the side of Team Falcons, just because they have the Sicilian, and I feel like this game is going to go a little bit later. I feel like it's going to be possibly a longer one, just because a lot of heroes on Papara SuperMassive side, I don't feel like they're going to have the ease of access to get to the back line to be able to take down Smidgy on this Sicilian, right? I mean, you have an Harith who plays up close and personal, but is not the most mobile when it comes to getting to a back line. Not only that, but Mohi on this Nolan as well. It's not going to have the easiest time. Even the Badang, none of them can really effectively get to the back line. It's like rushing, just running straight forward, but I don't feel like it's going to be the easiest process. So I'm going to have to go with Team Falcons, but I'll raise you the same question.
You know, I like what Papara is doing with their draft so far. I think it's pretty well balanced in terms of how much physical damage and the magic damage that they have. But there is the same exact question. What can you guys do when you guys have to deal with something like a Belleric that's charging at you, or even the Hilda that has so much presence early on?
Ooh, speaking of presence, though, there goes the glorious pathway. Mohi about to get the turtle.
Wow.
Inji able to get the still. Last second, Wasa may be punished, needing to get out away from them. Bats Feet comes out. Smidgy able to pick up the kill to draw first blood for Team Falcons, and they secure the turtle.
You know, I've noticed that there is a lot of 50-50s early on for the Retributions, and I feel like in this region, some of these 50-50s are not going the way that the jungler that's actually doing the objective, it's not going in their direction. And if we look at the overall, you know, landscape of Mobile Legends, right? These C regions from APAC, if they have the opportunities, have these 50-50s, you bet they're going to just take it for free. They're not going to waste too much time. They're not going to put too much resources, and they're going to be able to just get a slight advantage just putting their face in. So I'm a little bit worried here. If they're not
I got petrified
stunned cleanly in their favor.
Bye.
Yeah, and I am as well, because considering you have an Eve, you also have a Hylos. These are heroes that can control an entire zone.
Hylos, Nolan.
Need to be careful. Alpha on a cell with the Hilda. One more hit. Unable
Why Nolan
to
is
follow
playing
through,
with
and will
Birthright?
go back to safety, but again, this is the power of the Hilda. How aggressive you can be on an assassin type jungler. What a punish.
You know, we've seen the presence of Alpha yesterday up against their match in the Birthright series, and Alpha was extremely annoying. He was always in the enemy jungle, always forcing pressure, and he's doing exactly that, but on a Hilda, and this is a Hilda that's so extremely annoying. Look at topside right here. They're able to take care of business. They shut down the jungler early on in this series.
Yeah, and still a little bit of a skirmish on the top side. There goes that Franco hook we were looking for. Now we see the panel onto the top side. Kenji is gonna go ahead and do some crowd control, some damage, some sustainability, but Wasa will burst him down. Not even the Alpha can survive that one. Wasa maybe next. They'll need to be careful. After dark with the RWM drops down. Alpha will fall. Wasa picking up his second kill. A double kill over here on this Hylos, and now evening out the scoreboard 2-2.
Man, look at Wasa go. He was just there the whole entire fight, dealing tons of damage. There's a reason why the side of Papara decides to prioritize the Hylos and the Badang pick, and it shows right here. These two units, although they're playing in the XP and in the roam position, the damage is quite good. The sustain is also there, paired up with the amount of crowd controls that they have. It's hard to deal with here.
Yeah, now both teams find it out. Zhao will be able to get a kill, finds Detective Super. Belleric does fall, no Wrath of the Dryad at their disposal. Smidgy will find Wasa. That's going to be an even trade. That's going to be a tank for both sides.
But the turtle does go to the hands of Papara SuperMassive. That is going to be evening out in terms of the neutral objective. Now, Team Falcons up about a 1k gold, trying to assert some pressure down onto the south lane here. And it's interesting. Alpha, only 5 minutes in, has decided, hey, the Granger, Koba, he is more important. We're going to make sure his lane is the winning lane.
Yeah, right now, Blatchfett doing a good job on denying the proxy of the lane for Zhao as he clears those minions. Wasa after dark, keeping a tight rotation, trying to match the tank mage synergy of Team Falcons. Team Falcons currently leading, though, by about 1,500 gold and putting a lot of pressure on the map.
Wow, and just like that, Alpha beats out the RWM. It's a huge resource that's been wasted by Papara, and we really thought that, hey, you know, oh, before that, Shao, bot side here is gonna get taken off the map. It's a 4-man siege onto the bot side. A huge divergent play coming out from the side of Team Falcons, and they're able to grab that one up with really no punish there.
Yeah, right when we gave Blatchfett credit for protecting Zhao, he steps away for a second, and that's all she wrote. And that is gonna possibly allow them to take this turret. They're gonna go in for the proxy play again. Blatchfett trying to go in for a little bit of defense. Has to clear out these minions, though. Koba in position.
Oh no.
We'll start focusing on to this tier 3 turret. Does get bursted down. That's gonna be the tier 3 on the bot and the top side, secured by Team Falcons.
And you really know why Team Falcons is able to move the way that they moved is because the RWM was wasted. The second the RWM was not there, the side of Papara decides to rotate on the opposite side, allowing Team Falcons to get that 4-man siege. And that was completely free, Wheezy. There was no response in that fight.
Yeah, now maybe they will pay the cost here. Kenji is going to be able to take the turtle yet again for Team Falcons. 2 turtles to 1, and now going for a punish. Smidgy taking down Zhao with the Bat's impact. Able to burst him down in the middle of that Bat's feet as well. And now up with 3,000 gold for Team Falcons.
Unwinnable.
I'm gonna say Team Falcons look quite good in this very first match. They have the Sicilian that's up almost 1k gold, right? And you also have the Granger that is completely dominating his whole entire matchup. Team Papara SuperMassive, they're caught in a blunder here. They're trying to, you know, defend against
this Turkish teams. Team Falcons are from Egypt.
This is getting a little scary too, because you know you had asked me the question in the beginning who I predicted, and I predicted Team Falcons winning this game, but not at this fast of a pace. And now
and Papara is Turkish team.
I don't think he's gonna make it. Able to dash for a little bit more shielding just in time through the mid lane. But yes, Team Falcons is.
You guys don't understand that this is tournament Watchparty, not my gameplay stream, or no?
Already leading with the highest kills in the game, 3-0-1.
They do get the shutdown on Kenji on the top side. I think it was a small misplay. It might have been on the bot side actually, but Papara do end up losing that tier 2 top towers. And when it comes down to some of these towers, yes, the mid lane tower is quite important to defend against, but when your side lanes are just kind of shown naked, it just means there's not much insurance when it comes down to some split push opportunities. And Team Falcon, it feels like they're so comfortable with that type of play.
Yeah, and right now, Team Falcons very comfortable across the map with these objectives. Able to take 4 turrets and not losing a single one on their side. They have a lot of insurance even if they do make a mistake, but we have yet to really see a mistake from them. I mean, yes, they lost a turtle, but they traded for 2 turrets alongside that. So with this Lord spawning in, is this an opportunity for Papara SuperMassive to flip this game around?
You know,
Kyle, if you're on stream, I told you I'm not watching Asian tournaments right now. So I don't know which team is good, who will win. I need to really watch their tournament to understand it. Watch few days. Can't tell you right now.
Ready to get this next objective.
Is that Smidge or is that Smidge he? Is the way he's dominating right now on this Sicilian. This man even takes the Lord. Oh my gosh, man! It's just showing you how well he is doing so far through these times. Sicilian, a hero who's been rising to the occasion in terms of meta as well. And now
Papara were playing really great yesterday.
It's a Smidgy, it's a Smiles, but Alpha here getting...
Right now they're losing to Team Falcons, which is unexpected for me.
Gonna be what the Hilda does, right? He's in your face, wasting a lot of abilities, and he just is able to get away with just popping the sprint. That's so much resources spent. And if you actually take a look at some of the previous engagement that Papara had, it's always Alpha that's baiting out the RWN. The Lord is now marching down, and after dark, he's not going to be having that ultimate available here. It gives a green light for Team Falcons. They're like, hey, no big spell. Let's look for a siege. Let's look for a fight, because they cannot fight against us here.
Yeah, and the Clock of Destiny now picked up from Smidgy as well. Not only to help him with the damage, but for these magic tanks as well. So Hylos, he's going to have to be very careful. A lot of these heroes, Dane's going to have to be very careful. Kenji now going to be able to take yet another turret.
I know what's the problem Papara having with Falcons. What's the problem?
Before they can crack open the base, but they are going to go in for the fight. Glorious pathway for the denial, but Smidgy put some respect on his name. Is going to take down Blotchvet. One member down for the side of Papara SuperMassive. Mobilization onto After Dark. Barely dodges the Bat's impact.
Exactly. Hello.
Biegan. Now forced back to the base for some regen. And Team Falcons soaring higher than ever.
I will say this though, After Dark's RWM there, it was pretty huge. Unfortunately, Team Falcons just feels like they have a lot more gold. Already up 7k. Look at this push.
How long will the stream continue? I'm gonna watch third place match. I'm gonna watch grand finals and then stream after that.
Already to Papara SuperMassive. It's gonna be a hard way to get back into this match.
Yeah, but they're still going to give a little bit of kickback. Papara SuperMassive trying to find a mistake, trying to find
a professional player in this game, not yet.
And capitalize on it, and yet to really find
what is RWM? I don't know, what is that?
I thought this was going to be a late game one, right? And it's getting a little scary. I mean, I'm just looking at Smidgy, right? We're keeping a close eye on the Sicilian. He's 5-0-1. 5 out of the 7 kills from Team Falcons has been in his hands.
Yeah, Smidgy is smiling right
Let
now.
me hear that.
He's
What is
probably
RWM?
the happiest Sicilian that we've seen in this tournament so far. Pretty much uncontested here, 5-0-1. Even Team Falcons is offering up the blue buff as the sacrifice. Smiles is going to be able to just have that in his pocket.
Yeah, and speaking of pockets, Mohi gonna be put in the pocket of Detective Kova for some questioning as he bursts him down. And now they will not have the retribution on their side, and that's gonna allow Team Falcons to take another objective with little to
Mohi
no
trolling
problem.
today or what?
Papara SuperMassive not even in a position to be able to contest, and with this
Yeah, they didn't play tonight?
another
Nope.
opportunity to push in the base and
My history is open, you can always watch.
finish they're looking for.
I was not even logging in
It's
game.
kind of why in the first phase of the draft you really want to
Or you mean
prioritize some of the
today if I'll
heroes
play?
that
I'll
the
play
enemy
today, yeah.
team or even you have taken up in the ban list. There is already 3
The stream is
junglers
something like
banned,
World Championship in
and
this
the
game?
Fanny is
Not really.
sure that both of these
There
teams
is
want to
organization,
use against them.
ESL,
Then things like
Snapdragon
the Alpha
organization,
or the High Booster should be
and
highly
they
prioritized,
do
but
tournaments
Falcons seems like they have
in all
grasp
kind of
on it.
games,
Papara just
from Clash of
kind
Clans
fell
to
into the
Mobile
trap.
Legends,
That's right, the Falcons
and
talons are ready to grab
this
at
is
space
their
crystal.
tournament
As
for
we
Mobile
drop
Legends.
down, Papara SuperMassive
It's also a big
on a
tournament.
final stand, trying to hold off this
Uh,
pressure.
teams
Just
all
one
around the
more
world
minute through, but here comes the mid lane.
play this tournament, and then in Indonesia they will meet in offline tournament
That's good.
and
That's good
decide
news
who
for
is the
Barnes.
best team in the
Able to
world
defend
by
up
version of
against the
ESL
Team
Snapdragon.
Falcons. They potentially are going to be looking for more, but I
So
think
yeah, it's like
this
World
is a
Championship,
good
but
and solid
it's ESL
defense,
Snapdragon
and
World
I feel like
Championship.
After Dark's
There is
RWM,
also M
especially
Series
the
from
last
Muntun,
2 sieges have been so crucial,
which is
and
certainly
they're
bigger
looking to
tournament than
forward.
this.
Yeah, you're gonna see the fist crack a little premature from Blastfet, now caught in the middle of chaos. Detective Kova grabbing another suspect for questioning. Zhao.
Not yet, so you're looking for pro team to play with? Yeah.
That is gonna be a
I'm planning to
1-for-1
become
trade for
a
both sides.
pro player. To become a pro player.
1-for-1 has always
Karina, hello.
been in the advantage for the losing side.
Maybe
And the
RWM is
it's
some
really
like
important that they're
statistic,
able to get some
like money
shutdown
maybe?
on Alpha. Something like a Hilda,
XP
where they
you get?
build a lot
What?
of tank and they have some mobility. If he dies over and over, he's not going to have the impact that he had in the early game. Especially something like Hilda, where it really does shine with sitting in bushes early on. When it comes down to a lot of these late game sieges, there's not going to be that much bushes to hide. So it's important that Papara has found a few shutdowns so far, but can they deal with the late game opportunity and the damage that the Sicilian has presented himself?
Yeah, and that's the question, right? I mean, Blastfet is trying his best to be able to get to the back line. We've seen him rush in and try and get a fist crack onto Smidgy, and possibly Detective Kova as well. But as soon as he does that, he's very vulnerable and susceptible to the damage from the rest of the team, as it's very hard for that Bedang to get out. Just kind of like this Phobius, right? Once the Phobius goes in, you're kind of stuck in the heart of the battle with little to no mobility on your side. So they have to really pick their poison when they go in for this. If he's going to go in for these setups, it's going to require Papara SuperMassive to be ready to engage
It's
alongside
10k farm
him,
diff,
especially when he's
so
trying to rush into the back line. I mean, it's no
I don't
secret,
think
right?
it's
Smidgy,
defendable with next
he's the
Lord.
high value target of this game so far, and right now Detective Kova is starting to
They
catch
like
up
they lost
in the
early game
KDA
too
as well,
much.
as you are going to see this Lord spawn in, and Team Falcons in control of the pit.
Yeah, it's going to be a very hard board. They could try to go for some.
But they still try to contest it. Whoa, nice ultimate from Badine.
It's a 3-man set paired up with the RWM.
Nah.
It seems like the damage is dealt too much already.
10k farm defense, they doing
One
a fight.
of their picks so far, looking to go for a little bit more. I think it might be smart to just let it go. And the side of Papara gets another shutdown. Shao has already looking to scale
Ooh.
into this match.
Sassy took Lord.
Smiles is gonna be the one that takes it. Damage is being dealt on both of these sides, but 3-man has fallen. They're looking to go for a little bit more here.
Smidgy, wait a second, Smidgy! He's going in. Oh my goodness! Guilty
Okay,
as
GG's
charged.
for now.
Smidgy, the executioner, 7-0-4, and now the march to the base crystal with only Wasa and After Dark to defend. With
GG's.
wings of strength and hearts of fire, Team Falcons, sword of victory.
Top 2 Europe jungle
It was
after
kind of
Dixon's
amazing,
barber.
Casey. This game number
Kucherov.
1 was a huge showcase for Team Falcons, and I think they really needed this victory. In their last series, right? Team Falcons
Maybe
was the
change
one
my
that
in-game
got
name?
denied the opportunity
Maybe
to
change
go
my
into the
in-game
upper
name to
bracket, but
something,
this
guys.
time around, they're coming
Something
back with
funny.
revenge, and they're starting it out so extremely
How
strong.
many game left?
Good
It's best of
draft, a
5.
good ban,
First
leading
teams that
them to
get 3
success
wins will
in
win.
this game so far.
Right now,
13-6
Falcon
is
won
the
first game.
overall score. 17 minutes.
Guys, give me
meaning
ideas to
it was
change
still
my
a
name.
relatively fast game.
Give me ideas to
Yeah,
change
man,
my name in game.
It was definitely a fast pace and full control from Team Falcons. There was little to no error on their
Bunty,
side,
hello.
and if you ask me
I'm
how
from
this
Ukraine,
happened,
Biegan.
I would honestly say a lot of it was the draft, right? I mean, there was just nobody to get back to
Eve
the
is
Sicilian,
strong.
and you
She's
gotta
strong
put
mid laner.
respect on his damage and what he's
Her
capable
her
of.
first
And
skill
when you
damage
pick
is
a hero
insane.
like
Her
the
ultimate
Dame,
impact
it's
in
a
fight
great
is
pickup,
insane.
But it's just it requires other members to be able to play their parts down to a T as well.
All games in Challenge Finals are best of 5. Actually, all games in Snapdragon are best of 5 except the first Open Finals.
Smile, but he also caught Koba in the 2-man set, but nobody was there for the follow-through.
New nickname, I love Miron.
You know, I like the dang pick. And I also like the
Oh
Shilo's
guys,
priority.
we need something more, but that's
However,
nice, that's nice.
not having-
Pan Moblinsky is too
I dare
Ukrainian,
to
too
say an
Ukrainian, bro.
adequate jungler,
I need something
right?
English.
You're pairing up a Nolan,
So all
and
people understand
nowadays
it.
where Nolan really doesn't get
Excuse
picked
me,
that
Team
often.
Spirit
If you look
playing
at the
this? No, no.
statistics, right?
This
We're
tournament,
looking at 25%
Russia is not
rate, 4
participating in
picks
this tournament.
are
Nice ads, I like it.
aggressive with it, and it's just due to the overall meta. They have a good grasp in it during the draft, and it's just leading them
Jaki
to
Jobbik on
success
Miron.
in the very first match.
Man, just cool, calm, collective, pure surgical gameplay.
Dazai 14.1. What does it mean even? Robert the Big Anal? Fanboy Dazai, Human Goja? No. I need something funny, not handsome, but funny. Fanboy Dazai is okay, but I need something bigger. Oh, I don't know Papich meme, sorry.
The synergy and rotations from the side of Papara SuperMassive, which started to force Blotchfet to say, okay, well, I can't
Dark
sit here and
System
protect
Dazai.
Xiao in the gold lane because they're punishing my jungler, so now I have to go
close,
into
it's
the
close.
jungle and help him on his buffs. But as soon as he did that, what did we see happen?
For real, you
Full
don't need to
rotation
change
to
your
the
name.
bot side, and Xiao
But
was punished, and
I have
the
diamonds.
the turret was taken
I
down,
have
right?
3k
And
diamonds.
MVP going
Can
over to
change it
Koba.
once.
Okay, so I like
Koba MVP.
I feel like that one should have went to Smidgy to Smile, right? I mean, that was definitely
Dark
his
Side
team, but
Dazai.
Koba was alongside him doing a great job and did
Sounds
not
like
fall the
I'm
entire
13
time.
years old.
You know, Koba or Smiles, Team Falcons was able to take the victory in this one, and in a very convincing
Dazai
fashion.
33
And,
centimeters nickname.
you know,
I'm not gonna lie.
sometimes it can be a little bit
Dildo
hard
Slayer,
when you're dealing
close,
with such
close.
a strong opening coming out from Team Falcon. Again, Team Falcons did fall here, so they're really trying
Illuminati?
to prove
What?
themselves that they are above
Dazai is a
this
L?
Turkey team.
What
However,
is that?
Papara did get the win last time around. I do feel like they have
Dazai is a
prepared
vape user
themselves
in
well for it.
XP.
And just, you know, if I ignore the Nolan, it seems
Dark
like the
Side is
overall
like sort
draft
of the
was quite good.
tobacco.
In some of the team fights, just like you mentioned, the
Okay.
face crack was hitting, the RWM was there,
So
the goalie's
Dazai.
pathway had a lot of impact. There's a lot that
next.
had to be able to set up themselves with a very good position. However, Team Falcon's draft, it just looked much better. The Alpha was
Dazai
dealing tons of
love
damage.
kids.
The Sicilian had the early game advantage where he could really push onto dealing tons more damage in terms of the mid and the late, and we're not even mentioning the Granger. We're not even
Dazai.
mentioning the Hilda that's popping RWMs early on. Team Falcons just had a much better grasp in
Dazai
how to take
69.
that victory in game number 1.
Dazai the minor killer. I'm not so pedophile, guys. Igor and Dazai.
I just feel like sometimes you had an element
Dazik
Wazik. You should have went for something that your team was missing entirely. And I think this case for the side of Papara SuperMassive was having a hero that can really get to that back line with no punish. As we are now seeing the statistics, the team stats from Team Falcons so far. How are we feeling about this, Yue?
GG from Dazai, no.
Win rate as a first.
I need some nicknames that will show that I'm like low skill nub, that I'm like dark system nub, I can't play.
Not only is it
and it's funny at the same time.
They build
Society Dazai is good.
First picks. How do they set themselves up with
and I love Mironis. Okay, we can also think about something about Miron name.
And even the second pick, it's not that far away. Fastest game time, they've been able to close out
Kimchi man.
Average is 16 minutes,
something
which is around the same time as
racial about Korea. I don't know.
Worked well for them. It's because their average time of closing out the games is around the time where that Sicilian hits that 3.
Now 100% win rate, at least Enjoyer is showing that I'm good at playing, but I want nicknames that will show I'm bad at playing.
The 80% win rate on the blue side. This really
Dazai Kudasai just shows nothing. Dazai and 4 monkeys.
Like what you want first. It seems to work better in their favor.
I come in Miron.
And that's a little surprising considering you have the 2-pick swing in your favor for the red side. But yeah, I mean, when we're seeing these two teams face
Miroslav Enjoyer
definitely was the difference in was really able to have an easier time. And I feel like for Papara SuperMassive, if they want a way to turn this around, it's going to start with either banning that Sicilian, picking that Sicilian, or picking a hero that can get to the back lines, right? You need somebody like a Gatot or maybe a Cho, somebody that can rush
Dazai, Miron monkey. That's too straightforward, bro.
In this Bedang, because both of them,
I come in Miron hits hard.
Such a major gap in distance at a fast pace, right? You have to kind of just run straight toward it, and there's a lot of crowd control from the other side for the denial.
For me, it comes with preparation, right? A team that has 80% win rates on...
I want I come in Miron name.
Means that in terms of their game plan coming into the match, they know that they succeed quite well in the first pick, and they have bands that set themselves up with great first picks, great responses in the counter, and they're just comfortable.
Or I come in Miroslav.
This is the real question. If Falcon has an 80% win rate on first pick, how do they match up on the second side? And Papara SuperMassive coming out with, I would say, a more aggressive band this time around. They're taking out the Phoveus, which is taken out the first game, and the Hylos, which they picked up themselves. This does open up to that neutral beginning where they do prioritize something like the Badang and they don't show their cards out completely, or they could go a different direction. They could deny some picks away from Team Falcons that they actually had a lot of success with in the very first match.
Oh, this is interesting.
Okay, give me some other ideas.
For the final ban for the first phase.
Game is not letting me place this name. They tell they will ban me.
Heavily proud picks on the board. They're going to take off the Joy. So the Mathilda walks so far, and it gets picked up from Papara SuperMassive.
I will rename too. Please carry me.
This is major.
Yeah, you can do that.
A great start for them.
Shows great your gameplay.
Sustainability, but it also creates.
Do you know Lehman Dazai? Yeah, I know him.
The Matilda is one of the heroes where I feel like a lot of teams are banning out.
Giron. It's for Miron. Name for Miron, guys.
It's a great blind pick, but it does have a lot of counters, and I'm kind of...
What about Be My Carry? It's more for KL. It's more names for Monix.
Really known for, and Team Falcon actually is very solid with this hero. It's going to be the Khalid for me. However, they go with this Hilda first pick. I like it at the same time. They had a lot of success with the Hilda on the hands of Alpha. I'm kind of wondering, with 3 jungler bans, if they're willing to take Hayabusa early, but Team Falcons, especially with this Hilda pick, they're really just inviting Papara SuperMassive to take that Hayabusa and struggle in the jungle against
Dazai Khalifa. What the fuck is it?
The Hayabusa is going to be an interesting one, because if you take it for Papara
now guys, you either make joke of my skill in my name. Look, I need you to make joke of my skill in my name, or make joke of Miron in my name. One of those two.
the
Or you
Lucas
can,
rising to
if
the
you can
occasion, one of the
combine
new
it, that's
heroes
gonna be
on the
great.
competitive scene. I feel like he can do well. I feel like teams are trying to find exactly where to slot him at, right? Do we have him
What
in that
praise do
roam
you say
position?
to
Do we have
Miron
him in
most
XP
often?
lane? We'll have to
I
see,
don't
but
know,
nonetheless,
Dolbayok
it
maybe.
shouldn't be roam position here. It's going to be XP lane Lucas because you are going to have the Mathilda for Papara Supermassive. So we'll see how it kind of fares off.
Well, XP lane jungle, I think in this region specifically, they're very comfortable with flexing it all around.
Too long, Playboy, too long.
Dong gets picked up from Team Falcon, but it's going to be their last pick.
The Zai Zero
It is a
retribution
little
skill,
bit
too long name.
worrisome. Number one, there is 3 jungle bans, so it's just...
Miron carries me, it's not making fun of Miron, it's...
And the hair
It's
right?
okay,
Where,
it's
you know,
it's
the
making fun of
Papara
my
has
skills though.
this Granger. Now they're able to ban out some of the marksmen. Some things come into mind. The Rithel should be taken out along with this Harith. But a Matilda being picked up by Papara, but Team Falcons do not go for this Khalid that I really thought that Team Falcons loves to use it against the Matilda. It definitely feels like Falcons have prepared
White
a pick
monkey?
against them. I'm just
Is that
worried
something
it
racial?
may not be good enough.
Yeah, and I'm
Racial driven.
Gotta see how it kind of fares off. I was gonna ask about the Katat. I was like, why not pick up the Katat here to get to backline from Team Falcons? But they're gonna go ahead and ban
Miron?
Papara Supermassive. So it looks like they're on the same wavelength as you. UA.
Sounds not
this
good.
Lucas possibly being in the jungle, considering they are gonna ban out this Katat. So we'll have to see which way this kind of swings. The Sicilian is still up for the taking. Now you are gonna have to worry about
Miron 5? What does it even mean?
But I feel like with the proper setup, the Sicilian can be fine, considering they also have this Mathilda on their side to be able to bring that Sicilian back to safety when things get a little shaky. Now that's gonna put a lot of pressure onto the hands of Lucas, and whatever they slot into the XP lane to be able to stop these
Diaz is the best.
from closing that distance. But there still are some options on the table. Now the Katat is not there. So do we see them pick up something that's maybe a glue, maybe something that can rush in and create some diversion plays for the team to be able to get these objectives and some separation?
Whoa. This we've, you know, in terms of the statistic, we've seen twice. No success so far. Team Falcons looking to bring that statistics up themselves. The Melissa gets slotted in.
Oh, by the way, Team Falcons have
this
different
phase. And for me, again, I feel like
it's just super
if you're gonna
detective.
sacrifice the
They named
and
super only.
Harith for this Melissa, something is not matching.
No, right now I see two
like
good
it's just a
names
little
here
bit
in
too
chat.
greedy when you set up these two fronts. We've seen it in the very first series where Papara was in that
First
second
good
pick
name
position,
is
and they set the two fronts
I
up
come in
the
Miron
beginning,
and
it
Cameron
kinda caused
Diaz.
them to not have some solid pickups, especially in the jungle. And this time around, the roles are
And
reversed
Sasai,
quite a bit.
Dazai
You're
Sasai or
wondering
Sasai Dazai?
what Papara is going
Or
to be
Dazai?
doing to set themselves up with some sustain,
Sasai
with some
Dazai, yeah.
CC and front line. And this Terizla pick is something
But we need
haven't
more.
seen that much. But it's extremely effective at its job. It has the tanky.
Let
it
me
has the tankiness. It has
write
the
it
sustain
down.
with some HP back, and it more importantly
So,
has that
Sasai
CC
Dazai.
built in where Matilda may be lacking a little bit.
I come in Miron.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one.
And,
FX on it as well is going to have a lot of damage and some great
Cameron
frontlines to
Diaz.
stop them from rushing in with
It's
that
interesting.
Eternal Guard. But for the side of Team Falcons to finalize their draft, they're going to pick up this Julian. So it's going to be Julian inside of the jungle. I feel like it's
Smet
one of the
Anos.
shares, the jack of all trades,
Okay.
right? You can fight from afar, you can fight from up close, you have a little bit of crowd control, you have mobility, and you have sustainability in your kit. Now, I'm a fan of the Terizla. You mentioned we haven't seen the Terizla in a while, but with what he's going against Team Falcon's composition, I feel like it works out really well. Right? You're able to pretty much sustain yourself with that execution strike and also being vulnerable to the crowd control. And then you have the penalty zone for some great setup potential from the side of Papara Supermassive, and I feel like that's where they were lacking in the last game, right? They didn't really have a hero that could just rush in and get that massive setup that everybody could punish on, but looks like that may be the story for them as we are now
Miron
into game
Satoru.
number
What?
2 of the lower bracket finals.
No,
for
guys,
the Challenge
stop
Finals.
telling
Snapdragon
Miron
Pro
boost
Series,
my
Papara
something or
Supermassive up
Miron
against Team
has it
Falcons.
harder something. Make fun of Miron or make fun of me.
always say this, but make sure to let everyone know that this huge match is coming through. Team Falcons and Supermassive Papara here. Falcons up 1, leading in this series, and they're the stronger ones.
Miron is gold laner. What does it mean Miron better at 3?
They are going to be the second pick, and the statistics isn't completely in their favor. It doesn't take away that Team Falcons
Cock Piercer Miron.
take care of this if they play
Close to
correctly.
something good.
Papara Supermassive, I like what they have set up, and especially with the Matilda that we really haven't seen before that much in this region. It's actually left
Dr.
open,
Genker?
so I'm excited to see how they use this pickup.
Yeah, I'm going to be keeping a close eye on both sides, right? I mean, it's going to be interesting. Game number 1, we saw Team Falcons be very effective across the map.
Miron's virginity.
Pretty much got everything they wanted with little to no punish. This time around, though, with Papara SuperMassive's draft, they have a lot of insurance to be able to sustain themselves in this fight. Alongside the Matilda, they also have Wasa to be able to get these massive
Take my
setups,
turtle.
and then also Mohi on this Lucas to make the difference. So we'll have to see how this kind of plays out.
We can do
Papara
better, guys. We
SuperMassive
can do better.
really lead the way in the early phase, or will Team Falcons continue to soar high?
So let's talk about some predictions here, right? You know, in the last match, Wheezy, you got it, and I would say
Let me
part
see
of
the
me
draft.
kind of got it as well. We both kind of lean towards Team Falcons in terms of their drafting, but this time around, we have some new elements that are
Okay, I like a Papara draft more.
picked up here, but before that, seems like there is an emphasis on the objective.
But Dank's
Yeah,
so
we see the
annoying.
turtle very low. Smidgy trying to join the battle.
But Dank
Use
died.
that Sacred Beast form. After Dark, able to take down Detective. A double kill finds Alpha, and Papara SuperMassive.
Just heroes are stronger
able to
for
get the
Papara.
turtle. What a start from the wizard.
Open the
in
bush.
the mid lane.
My bad, Wasa. You know, we talked about the Terizla being kind of a interesting element.
No,
added
Tilton
to
is
this
name for
showdown,
Miron,
and
not for me.
He's able to get a 2-man set.
Freya touched
and
me?
that
Oh, it's
sets
not for
Papara
now.
up for
Not
a
relevant
very,
to this
very
time.
Strong lead. Not only does Team Falcon has to deal with the
But Freya
mobility
touched
coming
me.
out from the Matilda, but the amount of CC and disruption that the Terizla has is already having an impact on this match.
Yeah, speaking of impact, the Smidgy forced to use a circling eagle. Detective Super very low, taking a lot of hits. Blotchfed still wants to rush into a little bit of chip damage, but nonetheless, we got to circle back to that question.
I
you
Touch
guys,
Kids
right?
is a name for Crystal in my Discord
And
server right now.
This time, I'm
Not
going to
for
the opposite
me.
side of the table. I'm going to have to go with Papara SuperMassive.
Miron Tilton.
You know, having that Granger in the gold lane, it's a lot of work, but it seems like Team Falcons may understand how to deal with it. The Circle Eagle does come through, getting onto Super Detective here. He is shot dangerously low, and Mohi was actually going to be the one that is going to pick
pause?
that
Why
up.
they
This
pause?
Matilda that we saw open
Damn,
the
I need
trap
some
up
good
to
name.
It allows them to have so much
My English is
mobility,
very
so much
bad.
pressure early
It's
on,
fine.
and it's really showing 3 minutes in
Baby
the match.
Dazai.
Yeah, it's definitely showing as we take a little bit of a technical pause, giving us the time to really break down our expectations for this
Miron
match
is
and
done?
also what we've seen so far. First of all, this is totally different than game number 1. Papara SuperMassive is finding their first lead in this series and at a early start in game number 2. You mentioned the setup from Wasa on this Terizla pickup, right? With the penalty zone, and then being able to punish with heroes like After Dark who have that damage. They were able to pick up a double kill and take the first objective. Is this where they fell short?
Miron
in game
and
number 1?
Kupa.
Was it really
Guys, it's all
just
good
due to
names for Miron, not
having
for me.
a true setter to be able to get these objectives?
Katana, I need
You know,
options.
this is Papara Supermassive
I need
right
options
now.
right now.
They are
Oh, wait,
the
okay, can I do it
owls
like this?
Circling Eagle,
Wait.
able to see through everything. Before we go into that though, let's take a look at some of the kills leaderboard. Incendio Supremacy
Guys, it's just a
is
trial
up
sync, wait.
ahead and by a good margin and for good reasons. This is pretty much the staple #1 seed from the Turkey region. They've done well in majority of the introduction. international tournament. They always had a presence
What
when it
is
comes
that?
down to, you know, joint events like
What
the
happened?
MSC and also the M series. And this time around, even leading on the assist leaderboard, they continue to thrive in any international settings.
Yeah, you're just seeing, this is pretty much just Incendio and domination on these leaderboards right now. I mean, the first one had 2. This one has 3 with
Try
Apex
to write
Rosa
something,
and
guys.
Alien to lead with the highest assists. Right behind them, though, is Blotchfed, who do have the pleasure of seeing in this game. And then credits over there to Mark. Unfortunately for
Do you see the
Birthright,
answers?
they did not earn that ticket into the Mobile Masters, and we got to see them bid their farewell yesterday. But today is a new story, and today is all about game number 2. And right now,
I
Papara
don't see right
SuperMassive,
now anything.
they found
You
their
write
rhythm, they
all
found their
answers
groove,
first, and
now
then I
they're
end,
leading
and maybe
for
I'll see the
early phase,
answers. Oh no, I
3-0
see. I can
on the
see. I can see.
scoreboard. A double kill going
Yeah,
into
yeah, I
hands
can
after
see in
dark, and some
questions.
Great setups from Wasa. Do we see Team Falcons?
Okay, right there. I see the
Kind of
questions.
rolling over and letting them take these objectives, or do we see a little bit of clapback on the way?
You know, I mentioned a question that is the Badang and the Hilda good enough to deal with the Matilda in the draft? And it's showcasing in the early game that no, there's not enough stuns, there's not enough crowd controls to keep whether it is the guiding winds to save the Matilda or you know, the circling eagle to come in for the engagement. It just
The most
doesn't
banned heroes
look
in
that
Asia,
good.
by the way,
And,
are
you know,
Matilda,
the most banned
Zuxin,
hero
Loi,
is the Matilda.
Penny, and
14
Harris.
bans by opponents. You don't want to give this hero up, especially when you're going up against the Owl, the Eagles, right? So this is
Okay,
this
so
is a
this feature is
problem
not really
that I
useful,
think
by the way.
the side of Team Falcons is facing right now, and it may just bite them in, you know, the behinds.
Yes, and I think
Let
the
me end
Matilda is
this.
something you have to put some major respect on, right? I mean, it's almost just worth banning it entirely because sometimes it requires an entire draft to really work against, and it's being very effective so far. But
Yeah,
then
I
there's
saw
also,
that.
like I
It's
said,
just write in
Wasa,
chat.
who kind of initiated that massive setup to be able to get this steamroll on the objective for the first turtle and the 3 kills on the board.
Dazai
So,
found a really good
Papara
buy
SuperMassive
name.
now leading 2,000
What?
gold ahead of Team Falcons. Team Falcons now playing on the back end, and another turtle will go into their hands as well to help them elevate even further on
The
this
Zion for
economy. The
dogs? Nah.
circling eagle, as we are talking, and Zhao will draw another kill on the board for Papara SuperMassive, finding Smidgy.
And Blotsfed here, we saw the assist leaderboard. He's just racking it up. He's like,
I don't like
another
it.
assist on my belt. 0, 0, and 4. He's leading in terms of assists. 100% kill participation for Blotsfed. And following short behind is After Dark on this Vexana, which we saw being picked up in the second phase. Lots of impact so far. You know, whenever
I don't
Blotsfed
like
does come
either
with
of
the Circling
them.
Eagle,
Ah.
I remember there's a caster that always goes, "Kaka!" But maybe we gotta go hoot hoot, because Papara is coming through and he's able to have these visions, these sets that can predict the enemy's movements. He always finds himself in a good position.
Dazai and Nine Dogs?
A very
Nah.
solid pickoff with really no repercussions.
I need something new.
Need to be careful. Look at the situation. They're trying to find a way to sandwich him into that turret.
I will even gift a skin
Tier 2. It's gonna allow
to the
Zhao
guy
to
who
take
gives me a
the tier
great
3
name.
turret on the top side. And there it goes. Another objective on their side. There goes the hoot hoot.
It's something really interesting.
Taking off. Alpha able to sustain himself with this.
No, I will gift epic skin to this guy.
Onto After Dark with the fizz crack, and Smidgy will take him down. Zhao to respond back, takes down Smidgy, and now pushing into the tier 3 turret for the mid lane. The Technicoba trying to deny them. Zhao with the follow through claims the turret.
You know, it's great that Team Falcons was able to respond, right? They take After Dark out, which is a very crucial member, the only magic damage dealing mage.
Yo,
at least for the
giveaways
side of
today?
Papara. I know Matilda has some magic, but they're
I
able to get a shutdown
just
there.
started
However,
a giveaway.
you saw the response.
So what you need to do, guys,
Flicker out,
is
and that
create
is not good. The
a new name for me that I will like, that I will use in game.
And he should be able to get away with no problem.
And if I like your name and I will take it, I will give you an epic skin.
Starting to get online a little bit. They were able to get a kill. Now able to take a turret on the top side. Signs of life are definitely there, but the response back in the turtle pit. Mohi in the midst of all this, is going to be able to take the turtle.
But I really need to like your name.
It's okay. It's a trade, but Team Falcons is still behind in this match. It's a 3.4k gold lead. However, if you look at the whole entire map in general, right, Papara Massive has gotten all the turtles.
Nah.
They are even.
That should be something unique.
Towers. Yes, the mid lane from Team Falcon is gone.
Unique and funny.
Is way ahead in terms of just having control over the map. And look at the pokes from Zhao. He's just sniping.
Fidelis, hello, Nana.
It really does show that Owl and Papara Massive is you know, just detecting the members of the Eagles here.
Yeah, just really putting on some pressure. Still a 3,000 gold lead though from Papara SuperMassive. Queen's Wings was just picked up from Mohi as well, which could be a little bit of a problem as he decides to engage on these fights. For Team Falcons, I feel like they're in a situation where
that should be something crazy, guys, okay? That should be something really crazy. Connected to my YouTube, to what we do here, maybe some Rose Gold Sky Piercer stuff we have fun about. And now maybe anything like, but there should be something crazy.
Sustainability, right? He wants to be able to stay in the fights for a little longer and create that crowd control effect. But you are going to go ahead and see some pressure now on Mohi. Detective Super punish after dark will be the one to draw the kill. Shockwave blast on the Detective Koba on the bot side. And now Papara SuperMassive starting to invade into the jungle for Team Falcons.
Yeah, just, you know, to back up that Brave Smite, Team Falcons already have quite a good enough of magic damage coming out from Kenji, so I think Smiles going for a little bit more utility and sustain could provide Team Falcons just a little bit more of that front line that I think they may be lacking in this scenario. But again, it seems like Papara SuperMassive is just the, how do you say it, the better animal here, the more stronger. The Owl is definitely showing, you know,
Mega Miron.
What
the fuck is it?
So far, able to get this Lord uncontested, and it's showing the same story as the early game. All the objectives not really contested by Team Falcons. There's not much of a response so far, and Wasa looking for something.
Ooh, catch a Smidgy though with the flicker and the penalty zone.
Do you like Mega Miron? Yeah, I liked it, but I will not use it. But it's funny.
Mohi able to find Super. He's still alive. Guiding Wind to bring him down into Kenji though. Not where he was intending to go. And he will fall. And that is going to be 1-for-1 on both sides as they disengage.
The amount of time and spells that Mohi was able to soak up in that fight was absolutely ridiculous, and he almost got it alive, right? Blotsfed almost was able to save Mohi there, but unfortunately fell a little bit short. The siege though.
Nah. I was thinking something about more than just Miroslav or
Gets hit with the fist
I don't know.
Gets hit with the wall as well, but still able
Mirons to win. Fidelis, chill your ass.
Hanging on.
It's the guiding wins from Blotsfed that's just making this matchup so frustrating for the sides of Team Falcon. Whenever there's like an opportunity to get a kill or even a stun, the guiding wins is just there to be able to save.
Sassy mate, what is that?
Holt comes through. Nothing though.
Yeah, nothing. I mean, look at the HP of these turrets. They're like, you can breathe on them and they'd be bursted down. But you're going to go ahead and see Blade Armor picked up from Wasa. He's getting ready for Detective Koba when Koba is going to be able to engage a little bit more. Has that Inspire, which I have yet to really see kind of pop off. He did pick up the Golden Staff as well. So we're going to have to see really just where this Melissa plays a part in Team Falcon's composition. Circling Eagle, though, for the setup, but no follow-through.
Lucas Jungle is just so OP.
I think Papara is quite happy with just pushing Falcons.
A Rose Gold first item for Lucas, War X and Queen Wings.
We're heading into kind of this like mid-game, 12 minutes, maybe mid, maybe late game, but it seems like, you know, the side of Papara has been able to get some items and stretch the gold lead a little bit more. It is a 5k gold lead. Team Falcons, they definitely do have a chance, but just having the grinding wins has been
Why is
so
lagging?
frustrating. They're not able to close the gap.
Toronto,
They're not
Tokyo,
able
hello.
to
Yeah,
get
I'll play
some kills,
today.
and when they do get
Between
to close the
series,
gap,
I'll play a few
it
games.
seems like Falcons have to
And also
spend
after tournament,
so
I will play
much
as well,
more
few games.
resources. We saw early on, it's flickers being popped, sprints being used, and this time around, it may just be the same here.
Golden Meteor.
Alpha soaking up a lot of damage. Does not go back to the base though. It's gonna hug in that bush. Rotating around for an opportunity as we are seeing Papara SuperMassive waste no time on this Lord. But Team Falcons, they want to punish. They want to be able to take this objective. Penalty zone does drop down from Washington Gage. Moby able to take the Lord for the side of Papara SuperMassive, and now a punish on the way. Zhao able to take down
Okay,
Snidgy.
first item Lucas
Protect
X,
the
I
Cobra,
understood
front
it.
back, takes down After Dark. Both sides, one member shy. Both mid laners have fallen. But the Lord on Papara SuperMassive's
MLBB has banned in America.
I
I
will
know.
say this though, a mage
I'm not in
for a
America, so I
mage
don't care.
Trades are good for the losing team, and Team Falcons being able
Mabazain,
to
if you want to
find
play
a
Mobile
response
Legends and
in
stream
that.
Mobile Legends, you can come to
It's
Ukraine
good
and live
news.
in my
It means
house
Team
if you want.
Falcons is still confident in terms of fighting for objectives, right? And yes, maybe they didn't.
MLBB
get
is not
their
banned in
heads
Ukraine.
deep enough where they can get a 50-50 retry, but maybe on the next one they're able to find that power.
Speaking of power, just Blatchfed and Mohi alone. Just
Shaolin
engaging
Miron.
3 to 4 members of Team Falcons on the top side, while the Lord starts making his way to the base in the mid lane, but quickly bursted down.
What is
Still
that
all inhibitors standing
Diverginator?
strong for the side of Papara SuperMassive.
What is this Muck Tracher
Defense,
name? I don't know.
no towers fall. On
Muck
the very
Lover.
First, oh, I mean, I don't even know if maybe this mid is gonna fall here.
Yeah, they're going in for the punish. Big knockup from After Dark. And they're going to go in with the penalty zone as well. But nobody will fall from Team Falcons. They are maintaining their defense, even though they're losing these inhibitor turrets. Zhao will be able to claim the one on the bot side, and Papara SuperMassive will disengage. But Team Falcons, they're still
Dazai,
putting
you're
on
so
the
handsome,
defense.
Ukraine person. Thank you.
Damage is done though, Wheezy. That's 2 inhibitor towers that don't really come back to life.
What is even
There's
that
2
Forsta
huge
here?
lanes that are always going to be pushed, right? Papara has gotten the advantages they're looking for,
What
and
is that?
being so disciplined in a scenario like this just proves that they are
Prepare
ready to
your
go to that
anus.
next level. Yes, Papara has the advantage here, but Team Falcon still looking to
Karate
fight back,
Miron is
pushing
named for
them
Miron.
away from the orange bus. They're able to grab this up, and you know, with enough
Dreadnoughty.
time, I think Team Falcons may have enough damage, especially with the Inspire on Koba. We saw him able to pick up 1 kill. If he's able to pick up a few more on top of that, especially with Inspire, it may be some trouble here.
Team Falcons come back a little bit because of Melissa.
Onto 3 members of Team Falcons, and now the follow through Circling Eagle as well. Super need to get out of there.
Ooh,
Smidgy
nice ultimate
having a
from
lot of damage
Terizla.
to crowd control with the penalty zone. Mohi able to find a kill. 1 member falling for Team Falcons. Koba will be next. After Dark will take down Koba.
Damn,
for
Kenji
the
damage is
double
insane.
kill. Finesse and Kenji falling like dominoes in a
It's
row.
GG's, it's
Alpha
GG's.
all by himself, and Papara SuperMassive ready to take the base crystal. Alpha wondering
Trump
where did we go
Power?
wrong?
It's
Where are my
named
teammates?
for
How did this
Mobazane.
happen? Papara SuperMassive will
Miron
even up
Tower.
this series 1-1.
I love this, Wheezy. The response coming out from Papara is so aggressive and so forward, right? It's a 1-1 now. In
Your
this
face
series,
doesn't look
best of 5.
Asian in my
So,
opinion, Dazai. Your face looks like
game
European because
for
I'm
both
European,
sides.
maybe.
It really does show. This series
Boku no
can
Miron.
go both ways here. But Papara played a great game, and I think their draft was also quite good, right? We're looking at this Granger with not much response towards this Melissa. We're looking at this Matilda. 0
I mean,
deaths.
GG's for Papara. I don't know how to
Response
counter
in the
Lucas
rogue
jungle.
departments.
He literally doesn't even care about
We saw how
Melissa
much
ultimate.
impact and time and spells wasted on Mohi. However, he only died 1 time. It's a well done for Papara SuperMassive.
I am tired.
But, you know, I think it really
Nice
just
name.
came from the drafting. You just can't let this Matilda go without finding a counter to it.
It's the Matilda special, right? I mean, it's just been such a dominant force. Even in the World Series, the rule that went down was drink water and ban Matilda. I mean, this was said for a reason, with just how impactful this Matilda can be. But nonetheless, there's some other things I want to kind of hone in on, right? When we're looking at the side of Team Falcons, not only Koba, but Smile as well, they took a lot of hits. They took a lot of deaths in game number 2. And when you look at this compared to game number 1, they didn't fall at all. So I really think that draft is what is making the difference here. Not only just because of the Mathilda pickup, but also having heroes that can get to the back line for these setups. I mean, look at Waza right there. Able to get a double setup.
One cup to Dazai.
Follow through from After Dark every single time like clockwork. And Team Falcons just fell in for the trap. I feel like they need to have some way to protect at least one of their backliners, right? If not Koba, then Smidgy. When they are able to sustain themselves in these fights, they're able to deal the damage necessary to turn things in their favor.
But you could really kind of see the amount of mobility that
Dazai проход.
A lot of the times they're kind of forced to flicker.
Miron McDonald's. What the fuck?
When they do get an engagement, when they do get a pick off,
What the fuck
really
is that?
responded well by the side of Papara. They're really able to just capture and get some kills on top of that. And even look at this, right? There's so much dive coming out from Mohi. There's so much mobility coming out from Blatzfet here. It's just a lot of spells that the side of Team Falcons have to deal with.
Just pick a name, bro. I don't like either of them.
They don't have the picks that are required to be able to follow up on the movement speed of Matilda, the dashes of that Granger. Blatzfed here, adding another victory under his belt. That's 12 assists. That puts him just a little bit closer chasing that Incendio Supremacy leaderboard.
And just a great way to even out the series from Papara SuperMassive. And now it raised the question for Team Falcons. Are they going to be on the blue side for this next match? I mean, we've seen
MVP.
their stats, right? We've seen Team Falcons
is now Rome.
Just way more effective on that blue side. It was above 80%, whereas on the red side it was at 40. And I guess we got to see that first.
Don't you want to go to my country?
But,
Japan, does I want to go to Japan, yeah, of course.
You can't let the Mathilda walk. You can't let that go. I mean, they banned out this. I would
Why
let
not?
the Suyo walk before I would let the Mathilda walk.
Yeah, it is a mistake here, but I do think these teams have prepared against the Matilda. It's just been a while seeing it, right? And some teams, they decide when they go up against this Matilda, it's like, do we
I need
counter it,
something.
or do we just pick the best?
I don't like
picks
any of those
available?
names, so.
And with this Matilda, what I've seen so far, if you have prepared a pick against it, something aggressive like the Khalid, I feel like it usually works out a little bit better in your favor, but this time around it feels like Team Falcons, they didn't really decide to target to find a counter for this Matilda. Instead, they just tried to pick the best picks, right? They had the Hilda, they had the Badang. Unfortunately, it did not work out. And just to bring it back to the first game's draft, it is a double front line as the second.
Sorry, I don't understand
in the first
Japanese.
phase. It happened twice, and both of the teams
Please
lost
come to
with
my
that.
country.
I would like for the next match for both of
And not
these
in the
teams to
nearest
make
future.
sure they're drafting.
But I will
with
come
a
to
little bit of
Japan
conscious
sometime.
that maybe the double frontline strat is a little bit too greedy, and it's
Miron's
just
Gyat.
not
What
working out
is
for
that?
them.
Yeah, it's the draft that's had.
I like Bush is a name for Joker.
Matches so far, right? And I feel like there's less for Team Falcons to fix than I feel like there is for Papara SuperMassive.
Miron Son Smetane is for Miron. It's name for Miron, guys. You spam me names for Miron. I need name for myself. Manipulator
I feel like
hello.
they'd be just as successful on the red side as the blue side. And I think that is what they have to kind of focus in on for game number 3. For the side of Papara SuperMassive, their focus, just find somebody that can get to the backline. Find anybody that can shut down or at least disrupt with some crowd control on to the backliners. And they pretty much got themselves some guaranteed objectives. Speaking of objectives,
draft already
we're now
started.
jumping into game number 3 of the lower bracket finals between team from MENA, Team Falcons, and Papara SuperMassive.
Let's take a step back, Weezy. Let's
Okay, I'll be
let's
right
look at
back.
the big picture here.
Give me some ideas if you have any.
We've been very intense and focused on the draft. However, I want to know
Oh,
your
time in Ukraine right
opinion
now is 7 p.m.
maybe some
7:13
predictions
p.m.
for the overall series. We got to see a little bit of showcase on Team Falcons. Extremely aggressive on the first pick side. They're able to find some good picks, but on the second they fall a little bit short. And it seems like Supermassive Papara, they're able to capitalize quite well on that. With these two teams, the history, the matches that you've seen from yesterday leading up to today, what are we looking at from your perspective here?
I mean, I would say from both sides, right? When I'm looking at Team Falcons, I feel like just their overall progression so far, it's been a little shaky, right? Team Falcons is a team that's been, well known in the MENA region, but they've fallen to Papara SuperMassive, who's more considered the underdog team. This is more of the new faces of the Turkey region, not Incendio Supremacy, which we've been seeing dominate so far. So I feel like on paper, a lot of people kind of expected Team Falcons to really soar through this with no issues, and we got to see a little bit of that in game number 1, but then following the game number 2, we saw a little bit of the cracks in their formations, and Papara SuperMassive was able to find that and exploit it. So we'll have to see as we develop more into this series. But I mean, this series pretty much just happened, right? I mean, we didn't get to see it yesterday. It was off stream.
No, Supermassive Skypiercer in Veronese.
Inside of Papara SuperMassive's favor. And now both sides tied 1-1, and it's blue side, so technically this one could be more in the favor for Team Falcons.
So Wheezy not giving a sure answer here, probably leaning towards Team Falcons, but I was wrong. I admit, chat, everyone out there. I did not vote for Papara SuperMassive. I felt like they had to prove themselves. A lot of us actually thought Birthright was going to be the one that kind of comes through, but Papara SuperMassive showcasing the ability to be able to go through. Not only did they win their first match against Team Falcon, the whole entire series, now they're coming back and, showcasing that they have what it takes here. So I was wrong. I am going to lean towards Papara for this series overall. What do you think about that?
Papara SuperMassive overall. All right, well then I like having it like a little bit of a competitive nature here, so I'll go with Team Falcons. All right, and Team Falcons is on blue side. We'll throw all our diamonds on the line that we have in our accounts. Okay. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding because I got way more than
now I want to mention something that's really, really interesting. Why game 1 and game 2 looked like this? We always talk about this Hayabusa.
All your names are
right?
funny,
Why
but
has it not come out? But when in other matches, it feels like it's a high priority. They ban out 4 junglers.
Erectile dysfunction.
It's due to the fact that Hayabusa lost 3 matches in their last series faced up against each other. Twice in the hands of Falcon and once in Papara. So they're really baiting it out, and this is the first time that we actually get to see it come out to play. Papara, I mean both Papara and Falcons have not had the success on this assassin. However, it is still considered the top dog assassin.
Who is your favorite jungler, Dazai?
If they're able to fix some of their mistakes, or is it going to be a repeat?
King Kong is my favorite jungler, Keller is my favorite gold laner.
We know how strong they are there.
We do, but I have a couple of questions that are raising some concerns. The Mathilda wasn't banned out, and oh no, it was banned out. Okay, that word.
Slayer Dazai sick. What? I'm 9 years old or something. What is his name?
Well, then that's the question. Are they going to pick up something like the Hylos, because they need a little bit of the mobility for this Phobius to get back to safety or something? He's going to have a little bit of a harder time.
I thought Miron is your favorite gold laner.
Right, CC was able to rotate around and get to that back line with little to no problem. A lot more mobile.
My favorite gold laner from the end.
These two even just pair off in the XP lane, the amount of speed for CC to be able to rotate
Miron's
around,
famous, I don't know.
go to the mid lane and come back, it's going to be way faster than a Phobius, which is going to force Wasa to really be very aggressive.
What do you think about Keller?
These plays
I think he's a great gold laner, top 1 global gold laner, top 1 world gold laner. Gold laner. His gameplay is almost perfect.
It's a 2 buff CC. That's how I kind of like to put it. This, you know, we thought CC was great already when a lot of teams are showcasing it in the M series. After the M series, CC has received 2 buffs, 2 patches in a row. So she's even more stronger than before, right? You know, so this is going to be something that I think Papara has to prepare against. CC is going to be
Miron's
dominating
grandmother.
Phoveus. However, in terms of the team fight, Phoveus is definitely going to have the upper hand. Now, we talked about some of the draft issues in Game 1 and Game 2, and I think Team Falcon is a little bit more leaning towards that side for me. It is a first pick Team Falcon. However, it is still the 2 front setups in the front where I think it's just a little bit too aggressive. We don't have to build.
What is this even about? I don't use protection. What protection?
Is great against the Phoveus. The CC is great, and I'm sure Team Falcons have another pick that they will say is a good response. But this time around, the 2 fronts, unfortunately, Weezy, it's just not doing it for me.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one to see how it kind of plays out. Now, you mentioned the CC, right? The CC did get a little bit of a buff.
Are there any sports players from Indonesia that interest you?
So the skills are going to do a lot more damage.
I don't really know a lot of pro players from Indonesia except of Onik in the team.
Now, I would say
So Kairi, K-Boy, and
does work in Papara SuperMassive's
other
favor,
team.
as they are going to be able to pick up this Moskov. So, I mean, he is going to have that spear to be able to rush through, but wait a second. What are we seeing here, you?
So not really. Not really.
Oh, surprise! What? Coming out from both of these teams here. Team Falcons come up with this Fredrin.
Isaac Wape, it's, I don't know, only about this moment.
Well, but have we seen it in the SPS? I would say the answer is a strong no. Maybe once, but it definitely did not.
Are you happy today? Yeah, I'm happy today.
I would say coming back.
I finally had a good sleep.
Of the region, we do see smiles on this Kadita.
So yeah,
it's
of
a fan
course.
favorite for me, extremely strong against Assassin and does well against the Eve. But the raw elements, this Akai,
I don't know. Nice draw.
Actually brings some success from Incendio's match. I believe it was either like game 3 of the first series where they had success with this Akai, but it seems to have brought back into some meta. It provides a lot of CC, a lot of disruption, but both teams coming out with some hot new picks on the stove here.
That's right, as we are now cooking for the lower bracket finals of the Snapdragon Pro Series. Team Falcons up against Papara SuperMassive, game number 3.
Now,
Why is it looking so weird?
Falcons, I've never really had them. I don't think people do cook them. Maybe not the Owls either, but it's a pleasure watching both of these teams go up against each other, claw for claw, wing for wing. As you know, this third match of the series is just as important as every single match they played so far. They've been able to open up against each other, whether it is a draft.
Isael Miron is good, is good. You can move
so
from
far,
that.
it seems like
Isael
both these
Miron.
teams are matching up good. And
Isael
that's
Miron
news
is good.
For us, Weezy. It's a great match for
We need to expand that idea.
You guys watching out there.
And we do have a little bit of a technical pause, so we'll take a brief intermission here to kind of talk about so far what we've seen in this series and what we hope to.
I think Falcon 2 or draft defense.
Because right now,
let me see the draft again. I'll tell you.
The MENA region, at least on paper so far for Snapdragon Pro Series, up against Papara SuperMassive, who are starting to rise to the scene and starting to question who really is the top dog out of Turkey. Now, you mentioned this Akai pickup, right? Incendio Supremacy, it's nothing that they haven't ran before. We actually got to see that, like you mentioned, up against Papara SuperMassive, and they did find victory, and a fast one at that. It was about a 12-minute
Take my gold laner? No.
that they're able to pull off. So I wonder if that's going to be their same story. I mean, we know the Akai
Different
can be
way.
very aggressive when it comes to the neutral objectives. Just having that heavy spin to be able to push out the jungler from these turtles and lords could be the difference in snowballing for the beginning of the game, and that's typically what we see when Incendio Supremacy picks out this pocket pick.
Not only the Kai, right, that is coming.
So
out
what
for
about
some
their
show
draft?
for Massive, but this Moskov, they
Fredrin?
won a 10-minute match against Team Falcons, going up in this lane, the Moskov versus the Grange. But topside, the shadow kill going for a little bit of chip damage. Doesn't really get Alpha straight down here, but some aggressiveness coming out from Team Falcons. This Fredrin might be a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, it could definitely be a force to be reckoned with, and I'm going to be keeping a close eye on it. But yeah, like we mentioned, I've only really seen one team successful with the Akai, and that was Incendio Supremacy, but their Turkish brother, Papara SuperMassive, can they play it down to the same
I like Alpha.
caliber,
I like,
right?
I
That's what we're
mean,
gonna be keeping a
Falcons
close
draft,
eye on.
but
I like to look at these X Factor
I have
pickups, but
questions.
also on the other side,
Questions
the
to
Vegeta
Fredrin
from
jungle.
Smidgey. This is not something you see every day, but usually
It
when
can
we
be
do see
hard
it,
to
it's
play
very
late game with
effective.
Fredrin
He has the
jungle.
Petrify, so he's going to be able to go in for those setups, and anybody caught out of position could be punished with the swiftness. Speaking of punished, though, After Dark finds Smidgey, and now they're forced back into the mid lane. Kenji maybe next, caught in the RWM, and that is going to be a double kill for After Dark.
Hard to play with this draw.
Yeah, this is where I would say the Eve gets a little bit annoying, right? The amount of range that the RWM has, the burst damage, it just completely zones out Team Falcons, right? Kenji fell in that fight. Smiles got completely bursted and added salt to injury. Papara picks up the objective with absolute no contestation.
Yeah, that was
Miron Vapledron is bad. Yeah, I like this about. I like this thing about selling Miron.
Supermassive's favor.
I really like it.
This game is huge for Team Falcons, right? They normally win on the blue side, but if Papara SuperMassive can find a red side win and then swing back around to the blue side to have the advantage over Team Falcons, they may be able to take this series.
No.
Yeah,
Think about it like you are Dazai and you are setting this name.
On the back foot, however,
like from my point of view.
It's still a little bit early, I would say, to
I feel like every country has its own meta, which surprised me because I saw many heroes that were rarely used.
They're able to pick Kenji off, they're able to
Sometimes, yeah. But objectively, there is only one meta in this game.
There's still a lot more game to be played with, right? The Granger, it's something that we've seen quite well. And talk about the Granger bot side here.
If we calculate all possible drafts, there is gonna be some meta. That is true for all countries.
That is the ADC falling for Team Falcons and their third kill on this game for Papara SuperMassive alongside the turtle play that we got to see moments earlier, and now
hello.
leading the way with an
Or
1,000 gold lead.
Now I'm wondering if Falcons is going to look to go a little bit more aggressive on this. Since at the last one, Kenji was picked off. Smiles.
What to do with that Miron selling Miron name? I know.
But the Rolling Stone comes through, canceling Smile in his track. This is something that I was a little bit worried too, right? The Kavita, he's not going to be able to get a clean, rough waves, especially with the heavy spin coming out to play here.
Yeah, with Smile falling, his second death of the game, and Mohi able to take down a Detective Super. That is 5 kills unanswered from Team Falcons. Papara SuperMassive now going to go ahead and take this turtle as well. And look at Alpha. He's trying to go in there, trying to patch up the bleeding of this lead for Papara SuperMassive, but not able to find it in time. And now 2,400 gold in the lead, and Blatchfed taking some hits. They may be able to get their first kill of this game. Alpha will take him down, but wait a second. Wasa rushing in, hit with the taunt. Quad Shadow comes out from Mohi, wrapping around. Alpha forces use of vengeance. Need to get out of there though. Very low.
Okay, if this tendency of Fredrin surviving higher damage will continue,
But they do get
then Falcons have chances to win.
Some bleed, and you know, Papara, it felt like they were
Is Akai inexplained?
for a few seconds.
Oh, I guess it's Akai roam.
Right? Blatchfed fell in that team fight, and it just
But they also sometimes use it explain, yeah. It's not a problem.
In this game, you know, if Smiles is able to get a few kills,
DM to buy Miron.
there's going to be a heavy impact on that rough waves, which forces Blatchfed's ult to come down. And if they can force Blattsfest's ult early on in these team fights, then
I
it's
sleep with Miron.
less disruptive for Kenji to be able to set himself up with a lot of damage and a lot of CC, and it allows Koba to, you know, just attack a little bit more freely. But Papara SuperMassive here, still with a lead. It's looking quite good in their favor. 6 minutes in, not only a lead, but a tower.
Something is definitely wrong here.
And Mohi doing great on these rotations. He's able to find that pick off on the bot side, and then on the top side with the separation, with Alpha not there in time, he takes the tier 3 turret. When I'm looking at the ADCs, Zhao up against Koba, I'm surprised they're not too far separated in terms of the gold difference. There's only about 200 gold. Corrosion side picked up by Zhao, Hunter Strike picked up by Koba. Zhao will be able to have those on-hit slow effects, but Koba is going to be the one with the additional pin and movement speed from the Hunter Strike. Not to mention, look at their emblems, right? And Pure Rage on Zhao. He's going to be a little bit more mobile, but Koba is going to be the one that hits a little harder.
Yeah, talk about a little bit harder. They do get that bot tower completely for free. So it's a tower for tower trade. Team Falcons not behind and even looking to sneak an objective. But is that going to be the right play? The mid tower is going to get
nice
so
engage
low,
by
and it's
Fredrin.
completely off the boards here.
But wait a second, they could find a way to get some kills. Look at Super, look at Koba trying to wrap around. Heavy spin for the denial. Mohi able to find Alpha, one member down for the side Team Falcons. Kenji will fall next. Wasa getting another. Zhao finding the third is Super.
Fredrin didn't work.
Smile.
He just can't survive that
You can
damage.
see the Infernal Pursuit go down. Mohi able to find Smile. Koba by himself, and yes, that was a trade working in Papara SuperMassive's favor. I would take that turtle over that mid turret and 4 kills any day.
I will say this though, the Spear Destruction coming out from
Oh, we don't
was
play today?
perfectly timed. If he missed that,
We
that
can
was
play.
some firepower gone from Papara.
I will play between series,
He hit it,
and I will play
he was
after
able to
tournament
dish
as well.
out so much damage there. Papara able to come out quite ahead. They do lose the objective, but they trade it with the mid. They trade it with the winning team fight, and now they're able to get the bot tower too as well. That's just wins on top of wins. This is pushing that lead that Papara has from that 3K now to about 5K, and you can start seeing some distance in terms of some gold with especially the junglers here.
Yeah, speaking of junglers, you're going to see the dire hit, I believe, put on to Smile in the mid lane on his boots for the arcane boots. So he's
Yeah, right team draft is just OP.
additional damage. The hybrid
It's
damage
just
as well,
damage
but
meta.
We'll have to see how this
You
plays
can't
out.
change
I mean,
it.
Right now, it's definitely more of a one-sided story. It's a
Tank
5,000
jungle
gold
early
lead.
game
Demon
can't
Hunter
really
Sword now
survive
picked up
also is
from
damage
Zhao
meta.
to be able to soak into the tankier members of the side of Team Falcons, but Mohi may be in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, I was, you know, wondering if he was going to defend with the shadow kill, but unfortunately, Team Falcons was able to find that siege. The response coming out from Shao on the bot side here. We saw the
Miron came to my stream. Avome, hello.
More dangerous.
Hello,
On the top
Miron.
side here, Mohi kind of caught in a pickle. He's a little bit low, but is he going to be able to get a smile? Does pop that petrify, but should be able to finish him off. That is going to be a pick off.
Your prediction about MPL Indonesia, who will be the champion? I don't know, guys. I was not watching MPL Indonesian team playing.
From themselves, but Kenji here looking to go for a little bit more. Potentially he's going to be able to get away here. Team Falcons still having all 5 members, but they do end up losing the objective.
Aren't you in a pro league? No, I'm not in a pro league right now.
Happy with that trade.
It's interesting.
What food
because I
is
would've said,
famous in
where's
Ukraine,
he
Dazai?
going? Why did Mohi
Famous?
go over to the top
Or are you
side
talking
right
about
there, especially
Ukrainian
knowing they needed this
traditional
objective?
food?
But he was a distraction. He trusted his teammates and he forced the split of
I don't
Team
know, maybe
Falcons
most famous
to
Ukrainian
work inside
traditional
Papara
food is
SuperMassive's
borscht
favor, which is how they're
and
able
salo.
to get that pin and get that lord away from Falcons.
They always sell this
It's
food.
smart here, but it is risky when you're doing the objective without
No.
your
Dumplings.
But look at top side here. Xiao having the
Goso
time
Miron.
of his life. No response coming out from Team Falcon. It's just more. Oh, the heavy
Miron, I have a lot of good
spin.
games for you, good names for you, Miron.
They're looking to clash onto even more, and even the Goomba Stomp coming through. Wasa trying to dish out with Toe. Blastfest is gonna be the first one that falls. Smiles shortly after. It's a 1-for-1. So
Miron Pro Beatrix. BDSM Miron.
looking to grab up, does get shut down here. It's an overaggression.
Miron Pro Max. Miron anti-MS.
Getting that tower on the top side.
Miron Chap Chap.
Conceal play does come through.
Miron Snapdragon, Miron Khalifa.
Taken off the board. It's a win in a way where Papara
Miron Rose Gold.
towers, but Falcons find a lot to trade for.
Miron Syn Smetany.
Starting to be a little too aggressive, right? I mean, they have the massive lead, but now starting to lead.
Miron from Romania.
Plans. You're going to see the AOG.
Dobrion.
As well. And
Miron
Team Falcons,
McDonald's.
They are holding on to only 2 inhibitor turrets. They're not really afraid to traverse across the map, across the mid-river, into the jungle.
Miron
of
Tower.
Papara SuperMassive. They're very confident.
Mironator.
They definitely need to
Karate Miron.
the aggression that Papara has, and especially with something like
Miron
Ranger,
piercing the
they have the
heavens.
ability to
Miracle.
just kind of chase and rinse and repeat.
Shaolin
So,
Miron.
Team Falcons, they have some sort of team fighting, but it seems like they have not dealt with Xiao enough. They don't put enough pressure on this Moskov, and Xiao is having the time of his life.
Mega
I believe
Miron.
we saw
Miron
the
Sky
Moskov
Piercer.
getting picked up by Birthright in the first phase, in their very first series, and I was wondering, the Moskov is it
Miron
really
X
that
Chocolate.
good? And Xiao right here is
Bronze
showcasing
Miron.
that, yes, it is a tier 1 marksman. We don't need
Miron
the
and
Herod,
Koopa.
we don't need the Rithel. With the Spear of Destruction, it provides so much pressure on the opposite side of maps that some teams, if they don't have the right
Top Global
mobility,
Miron.
if they don't give themselves the
Tilton.
right pressure, it's going to be a free inhibitor, and Xiao's providing a great
Miron
seminar.
Satoru. Miron Kimochi.
And with this Lord spawned in, a chance for Team Falcons to find a mistake, a crack in the armor of Papara SuperMassive, which they have started to do, right? I mean, it used to be a 5,000 goal lead, now it's only
Silver
2,000.
Miron.
And that was in a matter of about a minute to a minute and a half. And now with this Lord in play, an opportunity to pretty much possibly gain another advantage and turn this around. Look at the positioning from Smile on the top side.
Yeah, I like it. However, Xiao has the pure
That's all,
focus.
that's all.
If it came down to that petrified knockup, Xiao is going to dominate. But there's a lot of pressure on Team Falcons on the opposite end, and Papara not going for the bait. They're looking to just burst this Lord down, no problem.
Yeah, hello
Yeah, I
Inamaki.
mean, I probably would do the same thing. I mean, they were able to take this Lord.
Yeah, and
they lose
top
the
3
tier two
names
turret
for
on the
me
top
are
side, but they have a major
top 3
objective.
names
Wasa
for me
very
are
disengage and
Sasai
now
Dazai, I
Team
come in
Falcons have
Miron
to
and
fend off against
Cameron
another
Diaz.
Lord that is going to be pushing down momentarily.
I don't know what it is.
It's a good way
Dazai,
for
how can I play
Supermassive
with you?
to
Sorry, we
continue
can't play because
maintaining
you're from
the
Japan.
pressure
We
in
will
this
have
game.
huge MS.
Yeah, it seems like, you know, the gold lead is small, but Papara is most definitely in control of the match, right? Xiao, you know, he didn't even go up to the top side. He just said, we're just gonna go for this Lord and we're gonna go for the burst. It doesn't seem like Team Falcons have the number, and most likely he felt like
Ultimate
Smiles was
bronze
already there
standard.
to the top side. Now with the Lord marching down, it is clash onto
Can
a
be
lane
better than
with
I come in
no
Miron.
minions. Papara looking to take
Cameron
care
Diaz
of
is
the
also
rest of
good.
Tier 1 towers, or the last tier. But Team Falcons, they've defended well up to now. It's going to be a question if they're going to be able to defend even more here.
Yeah, they're going to put on a possible final stand. Zhao will be able to take down the inhibitor in the mid lane.
Yeah, they land soon. Like playing Fredrin in this meta is too hard. Let's be honest.
5%. RWM dropping down as well. Koba, though, will find Watsa. Wait a second, the turnaround on the way. The cavalry now stampeding.
Seems
but
like
minions
Fredrin
on the
is more
bot and the
like the
top
game
side
hero
to
right
provide
now,
some
or what?
pressure, and Team Falcons will remain in the skies.
Huge defense coming out from Team Falcons here. It was extremely hard. The Lord was almost full HP. Xiao was just smacking that tower, no problem at all. But I think the AOG of Super Detective was able to displace the Moskov, and then there was some focus on pushing Xiao back. And that's
Who is your
allowing them
favorite
to have
team,
a little more
Dazai?
success. They
Anik
took on
Philippines.
Wasa, and now they're on the aggressive move here.
And we're past the 40,000 gold threshold, which means everybody's getting to full.
Sorry, Miron, what does it
Which means
mean?
it's really gonna boil
Is
down
it
to
like Sigma?
positioning.
Sorry,
It's
I
gonna
don't know
boil
what
down to
Miron
rotations
means.
from either side,
Miron
and
is
who
my
makes the
friend.
first
He's
mistake.
a
They
friend
can't
I play
really go
with.
on
He's
the massive
playing
gold
gold
lead
lane
from
with
the
me all the
beginning that was
time.
making the difference
And
in
we
these
are making fun
engagements.
of him.
And this is where the draft really does show a little bit more. If you look at Team Falcons side, right? Yes, there are 2 inhibitors down. The Lord is on the bottom side. So this is a pretty big disadvantage for the side of Team Falcons. However, they do have abilities to split push, and they have some bush pressure with the Kadita, right? They could send the CC up to top. They could spend a lot more resources putting Koba and Super Detective up there together. But it seems like Falcons have a response to deal with the lanes that you know, the Papara SuperMassive has set themselves up with. However, is it enough?
Потужно Арчі було. Потужності розлисно мені вікна. Потужно. Потужний нікнейм. Дякую.
Yeah, but you are going to start seeing a rotation from Super, trying to get there in time. He is going to have the AOG, but heavy spin and RW and drop down. Wasa finding Kenji. Wait a second, Mohi with the retry play will be able to get the lore from Papara Supermassive. Immortality being
So Mohi a retry lord. There is shadow on Koba.
Forced to disengage. Wasa
Whoa,
takes some serious hits.
nice shadows from Mohi.
We'll find him 3 members down from the side of Team Falcons. Zhao able to find Smile to make that 4. Alpha finding Blotchfet. 1 member down from the side of Papara Supermassive, but a Lord marching through the mid lane, and Papara Supermassive will find victory in game number 3 to lead the way in this series.
But Hoots come out on top in this claw for claw, wing for wing match.
GG's, they won. Second game.
With a stylish victory, a clean.
Oh, seems like Falcons are just trying some drafts.
It's very convincing that Papara just had a better grasp in terms of how to play.
Hi Dazai, do you think Nolan can carry hard? And do you think he falls off a lot? Even when a little behind?
It feels like they are comfortable in this scenario and able to take the game off of Falcons on their first pick. I think that's quite huge.
No, he doesn't fall off when he's a little behind.
When you have to get something like the
But Hayabusa and Penny, for example, they fall off less, I guess.
Team Papara SuperMassive
Penny, I mean.
has taken away a lot of options.
And yeah, Nolan can carry hard, yeah, of course.
And when you have to go for
But it's all up to draft. Sometimes there are drafts that Link will be useless, that Nolan will be useless. And you can't do nothing about it, you just can't kill anyone. And it's normal. Just get along with it. It's totally fine.
Yeah, and I just wasn't really a fan of the Smile Alpha rotation to the opposing side of the neutral objective Lord, where they were trying to go in for the split push to try and hope that Papara Supermassive would kind of fall for that bait. But they said, no, every time you do that, we're going to full send this Lord. And, I mean, they just were not equipped to be able to defend against these Lords.
Okay,
right?
let's...
They were losing so much every single
Let's think about just some absurd name, okay? Just something like...
And turning this back in their favor. And I mean,
Debil.
you mentioned how important this game is for the
How about
Falcons, right? I mean, they typically win 80% of the time.
Why do you think the Falcon team lost? Is because their jungler is Fredrin, which is where tank junglers are not meta now? They have good draft. They have good draft when it comes to team play. Like they have CC, they can deal damage, but Fredrin is just less OP and all their draft is just less OP than enemy draft. Like heroes are just stronger, you can't do nothing about it. Fredrin can't tank all the damage because of meta. CC is losing to Phobius. Phobius is dealing a lot of damage and providing a lot of tankiness.
Something that Falcons really saw it coming, but there just was not enough response. I would say.
And even when you are a little bit behind, Kadita is useless. Can't kill anyone. Everyone saves from Kadita, so it's just a draft difference.
Bring to fruition what their Turkish brothers Incendio Supremacy was able to do as well with Sakai pickup, right? They were able to effectively play it very well, but
Hayabusa.
Put some eyes on Mohi on this Hayabusa. This man was all across the map. It started with getting that early kill on the bot side and then rotating toward the top and just constantly
that's what I want Archie blow, but different.
No problem.
this is interesting because they finally broke the curse of Hayabusa losing in this matchup, right? Before this match, Hayabusa was 0-3 in terms of a win-loss statistics against the very first series between these two powerhouses, and this time around, Mohi broke that. It makes the draft go into a different dimension where you cannot just take away the alpha, the joy, the Soyu, right? It allows both of these teams to be
Okay,
like,
I go.
oh, no. Now we have a Hayabusa to watch out
I go
for.
make myself
Maybe
some food.
don't ban
I'll be
out
right
all the
back,
junglers, because
like in 1 minute.
if they take the Hayabusa, we need something good enough to deal with that. And so far,
Do you know
there hasn't
takoyaki
been
food,
a great
which comes from
response there.
Japan? Yeah, I know.
And now Papara SuperMassive,
I'm watching a lot of anime, so I know
on the
some
doors
Japanese
for Team
things.
Falcons with match point. They only need one more to secure victory in the lower bracket finals and earn a spot as a grand finalist to go up against Incendio Supremacy. For the side of Falcons, okay, we've seen game 1, 2, and now game number 3. Let's dial back to game number 1, where they did find a victory and possibly what created that, right? I would say the Sicilian had a major impact. They were able to keep their backlines alive, and through that, able to pretty much overwhelm with just pure damage alone against Papara SuperMassive. And I feel like ever since then, we've been seeing more of a dive composition come out from Papara to really separate the backlines like Smile and possibly Koba. We've seen the Hayabusa in the last game. It got an MVP as well. Maybe they go in for something that can deny the assassins in the jungle, like the Hilda, onto the Hayabusa, and then also maybe something to deny pretty much the tanker heroes like a Gatot, maybe through a ban or through a selective hero like a Tig, or somebody that can really pressure these heroes and protect their backliners.
You know, I like how you brought the Sicilian up, because yes, Team Falcons had a lot of success with that, but at the same time, I feel like it was due to having a jungler like Alpha, where it's very utility focused. Majority of the 50-50s, he's there. He provides a lot of impact, whether he doesn't have that much gold or not. He's always in the front lines, and he gives the space that I think Smiles really needs in that mid matchup to be able to thrive, right? I think that's one of the stronger points to be made. But I also think that we need to draft better in the first phase. We cannot be putting double fronts, and double fronts have been losing every single draft. I say it's greedy, and it's really showing its colors so far. Papara SuperMassive going with a different style and approach. They don't even get the XP. They don't even get the roam. They're willing to sacrifice those blind picks early for, you could essentially say, a counter pickup, and they're prioritizing strong junglers, strong marksmen, and strong marksmen and strong mid laners, making sure that they're able to grab up some of these power picks, and it's leading them to success. Game number 4, Wheezy, 2-1. What does Falcon needs to do to bounce back here?
We'll definitely ban the Mathilda, because if they don't ban the Mathilda and they fall into the same trap from game number 2, I'm gonna lose it. But I think there goes the Mathilda ban right there. You gotta put some respect on that, man. It's just too much of a strong option to work in Team Falcon's favor. The Alpha ban over here for the side of Papara SuperMassive is definitely something interesting as well. Now, yeah, this is hard, right? I mean, it's like Papara SuperMassive is starting to scale the further and further we go inside of this series, and Team Falcons, on the other hand, is starting to have even more and more challenges. The Sicilian, if they go in for that, possibly could be an option. There goes that Hilda ban. There's just so much on the table that works in Papara SuperMassive's favor. I say this is a great time to pick up that Hayabusa, though. I think it's one of those heroes, like we said, can make the difference. It can get to the back lines. They're going to go in for the Granger first, though. So does Team Falcons take that bait?
So Granger first means that you definitely want to make sure that you have a gold laner to deal with the Granger, and we've seen Granger being dealt with. We've seen the Moscow being picked up. However, is that something you want to risk, right? There's the Herrick, there's the Rift that do perfectly well. The Moscow is a third option. So if Team Falcon decides to not go for the marksman in the first phase, whether it's the first or the third pick, or the second or the fourth pick, I'm kind of okay with it, but I want to see where Team Falcon go here. They have the first pick on the jungle if they want to. They could choose the Hylos, which I always think it's great, right? Pair the Hylos. You could go for the mage here. You could go for the jungler here. I think those are the two.
I guess I'll leave just Dazai for now.
Joy. That's extremely
is my name.
But this does bring a lot of magic damage that, you know, that Papara kind of
so many good ideas, but I just don't like any of them.
With the mage, that's 3. If they force the Herald pick, that's 4. That's going to really disrupt the hybrid damage that I think any team is looking to set up for.
Well, they can pick up the Belleric here already and stop this Joy. They could pick up, like, they can go the Belleric and the Hayabusa for the side of Papara SuperMassive, and I feel like that would be okay. Or they could go in for the Fredrin, because the Fredrin is great to counter the Joy. We've seen that in the World Series as well. And then they could go over for something else inside of the roam entirely. And
Granger, but Penny is open.
Okay, so they don't go for either. They're gonna go in
And
for
Falcons
the
like knows that Mohi is not playing Penny.
Now this is interesting. Now the Katat is not the worst hero to pick
Lucas
up.
jungle
I guess
again.
they have a way to get to that. Maybe you know what? They're not even focused on this Joy. I think they're really focused on, unless the Joys ran inside of the mid lane, they're really just focused on the element that's been having the hardest problem for the side of Team Falcons, getting to the backliners.
And, you know, you said Gato's not the worst. Gato, I would say, actually is considered very, very strong.
I like Team
especially
Falcons
in this
draft,
region where
but
they have
Lucas
a high
jungle can just destroy
prioritization
everything.
on this Gato Kacha. It has
They're
just
drafting
the
for, so
same
we'll see.
amount of pick and ban rate as the Granger and as the Hylos. So this comes in this early, means Papara wants to make sure they have an adequate front line, whether it's in the XP or in the roam position. But the interesting here is we don't know where. Even with this Lucas being slotted in so early, I can't say it's a double front, because it could be the jungler, it could be the XP. The Gato can go in the roam or in the XP too. So I think Papara has set themselves up, not showing all their cards. This is an advantage that I really like what the Owls are doing with their draft. They're seeing the future, making sure that they have all the responses they need and the flexibility to be able to counter the draft here.
Well, do you feel, okay, so if this is Lucas, let's say theoretically in the jungle, do you think that's the smartest decision when they're going up against the Joy? Because what do you feel?
No.
Do you think the Katat is good for the Joy? Because I feel like I don't see a strong answer for the Joy right now. I really feel they're forced to put this Lucas or this Katat into the XP lane and put the other in the roam, and they have to pull out something like a Fredrin in this situation, which is going to be triple frontline, which is very, you know, it's going to be, the Sicilian's still on the table.
Damn, I don't like this thing.
Oh man.
It's a great question, Weezy, because I do not think the Lucas in the jungle is good enough here. Do I think Lucas is good enough in the XP position and then allowing the Gato to face the Joy up as the only CC? No. So it's tough. Papara set themselves up with the flexibility of not showing all their cards. However, it already doesn't feel like they have enough to deal with the Joy. And now banning out 2 CC mages. The Vexana, which is great against the dive, takes away the option that Papara has here. I am a little bit worried, right? This isn't the composition that that is good against dealing with Joy. So yeah, no, Weezy. I don't think Papara has set themselves up with a great counter for the little rat here.
I'm picking up Sicilian as soon as
I don't know why they banned Eve. Like, you have 3 heroes, Hylos, Joy, and Irritals that literally don't care about Eve. But they really think that Eve is so strong mid laner that it's worth ban. Maybe because of rotations, maybe because of that small stun from ultimate, who knows. But it's so annoying to them that they banned Eve.
I mean, yeah, they're kind of drafting themselves into a hole right now, and this could be a chance for Team Falcons to turn this around. Not only do they, okay, look, bear with me, UA. If they get the Fredrin, then this can still be okay, and this is why, right?
Hello, Woody.
Papara SuperMassive,
and Saeed, hello.
it counters the Joy.
How are you feeling today? I'm good. I had a nice sleep, and
with the Katat. If they don't do
I'm
that,
feeling great.
Oh no! No, this is good though. This is okay because the Hayabusa. This is okay because the Hayabusa can get the Sicilian.
It's Lucas X-Plane and
okay.
Hayabusa now. Oh.
It's, you know, we talked about kind of the
Papara
flexibility,
SuperMassive
and this is
outdrafted a little
where
bit.
Papara is using it.
Outdrafted Team Falcons.
How are they gonna deal with the joy? They can get this to see. Oh.
Okay.
There is one of the answer. The win rate is not great. The pick time is not great. In terms of statistics, we would not consider this. But in this scenario, it doesn't look that bad. The knockup coming out from the Veil, especially early on, there is a good range to that. There's a good width to it where it may be able to stop the joy in tracks. It may be the response coming out, but it's also showing the lack of CC.
The Whale
is desperately trying.
I don't know about Whale.
Right? There's not much to catch the joy.
They want to not stun Irritel and kill her, they want just to one-shot her.
Granger, not gonna have
as well as Joy, as well as Cecilia.
However, maybe
I mean, if they can use Whale in the right way, why not?
Patch up that weakness that I think
if Whale is confident.
Oh, they're gonna take the Belleric. Okay, so this is gonna be interesting. Maybe for the Hayabusa and also
you support RQ Hoshi and Divas Legend.
Like both sides drafts is
I don't know how they play today, and I am not their fan, to be honest.
Like it's super one-sided. But I will say 14.
So I was not watching Asian tournaments for like 3 months.
Play from afar, it can definitely work in their favor, but you are gonna have to
The only team I support is Sonic Philippines.
Now, if this Belleric or this Hylos decides to be super aggressive, maybe they can deny the jungle from Mohi, and that could be their game plan to cause some disruptions in the early phase. But nonetheless, the story right now is Papara SuperMassive is 1 win away from securing this series and moving on as a grand finalist for the Challenge Finals to go up against Incendio Supremacy. And right now, they're on a 2-win train right now. They have yet to lose in the previous 2 games. Will game number 4 be the difference for Team Falcons?
Ladies and gentlemen, game number 4 between Papara SuperMassive and Team
I like this custom map, custom mapping game, where they play Snapdragon and Moontoon logos.
Win for Team Falcon. Casters, me, Yue, and also Steph Weezy on the desk. Of course, we're both desperately hoping for that game number 5 here. And, you know, these two teams, they've brought so many different...
It creates some feeling of professional scene.
Around, we get to see another great hero, the Veil, coming out to the land of Dawn. Is this going to be enough to stop Kenji in his tracks, or is Team Falcons going to prevail here?
Yeah, and the lethal ignition picked up for the Veil as well for that extra damage.
Why does Balearic has blue buff?
It'll be interesting to see, and then also the adaptive damage and scorch that it provides. So we'll have to see.
Blue buff. Whoa.
Yeah, Balearic with blue buff.
Super detective.
Oh, he got it? Oh, he did!
He got somebody's. I don't know whose. Oh,
we have to look at
Mohi's.
He did get Mohi's blue buff. This is
yeah, and the Mohi is his teammate, guys.
It looks like the Hylos slotted into that XP lane, and Belleric able
to
get
no,
the
Mohi is not his teammate.
To try and
how he got his buff?
Rotations from Mohi.
Yeah, and we talked about kind of the flexibility in Papara's draft here, but Team Falcons actually coming out with that last pick. The Belleric
I didn't see it. Wait.
Into Was's lane, and it seems like Alpha's having a much.
So guys, I want to rewatch it.
About kind of
rotation that XP lane, and Belleric either we have to look at
blue buff. Whoa.
The adapted well for that extra
to prevail. Stop Kenji in his track out to the land of this time around. Teams they've number 5 here, and you know.
Bro, he has it from first minute or what?
On the desk. Of course, we're both desperately hoping for that game number 5 here, and
why do you have blue buff, Belleric?
And it's a must-win for this is a very
tough
series so far.
Oh,
it's a must-win for Team.
And no one saw it.
Casters, me is on the Sicilian, or do you think it's still going to be a
Team Falcons took third, all nice. Probably because Belleric stole blue buff.
I have have mixed feelings about it because you have the Gatot and also Lucas, which is going to work really great against. It's going to be a little harder to hit Zhao though, and also it's going to be way harder to hit Mohi, where Mohi is technically a hard counter for the Sicilian. So I feel like it's tit for tat.
I'm off by Sage.
Situations where it's going to work and the situations where it's going to be punished, it's really up to Smile's position to make that difference.
It's a good start for Falcons.
Not get caught by Mohi, then I feel like they can punish really well. And if they can get these neutral objectives like they did with that first turtle and kind of climb up on that, it's not even going to matter because they're going to be so far ahead in the economy that they're going to be able to burst down the front line, double front line composition from Papara.
Yeah, I'm kind of on the same boat, but I'm a little bit worried that there's so much magic emphasizes on the side of Team Falcon. The shadow kill coming onto the bot side is gonna do a little bit of chip damage, but Alpha is really not the target you want to go for. You want to go for the only physical damage that Falcon has to himself, the AOG coming to the blue buff.
Yeah, Blatzfet though getting a lot.
Ooh, nice ultimate from Whale.
Smile raining from afar. We talked about his position.
Who took the buff? Joe took buff?
Onto the purple buff. They did. Kenji looks like he was. I can't tell. I gotta see Mogi, but I'm pretty sure Kenji got the steal.
And I do want to give props to Super Detective here, right? I've played the Beleric before, and to be able to catch Mohi is an extremely hard task, and he's able to do so. But the knock up and the pushback from Wasa, tons of damage, able to push Team Falcon back in terms of this objective, but the response comes through. Wasa is chunked dangerously low himself here.
And they did get the steal. Mohi does not have purple buff, so that's a second steal in a row from Team Falcons into the jungle from Mohi. Off to a little bit of a rough start and showcasing why they picked that Beleric. And now both sides fighting it out. Turtle about 40%.
Ooh, nice retrieve from Mohi.
Papara SuperMassive to even out these objectives.
But still very
First time I see Kenji having higher level versus Mohi. First time he's winning by X.
No one falls so far. I think both of these teams are playing, you know, quite defensively, just making sure that they're just out there being objective focused, right? They're not overcommitting onto anything, but it seems like they're looking to put some resources on the top side here.
Yeah, 3-man rotation on Zhao. Blatzfed after dark trying to get there in time, but I don't think they're gonna make it. Look at the turret, a couple more hits. It does get shut down by Detective Koba, which means Team Falcons has found the advantage they were looking for.
Oh, nice ulti.
Ooh, Koba here taking low.
If Whale used ultimate, if only.
Was there for, and it's exactly there. The amount of bursts that is shown Koba, it was a definite jump scare there. 5 minutes in, still no kills or death on the board, but we've seen a little bit of the preview of the show. After Dark is definitely going to have a lot of damage, so Team Falcons cannot afford to.
Papara slowly come back in this.
It may just smell death there.
Yeah, now gonna go in for the bottom tier 3 turret as well. Glorious Pathway trying to cut off Mohi. He's there, left to defend. Blatzfed rotating around as well. Not gonna allow Team Falcons on the push.
It's looking pretty solid for Team Falcon, right? They're able to get the advantage onto the top side, and Team Falcon, I think the number one important thing is to make sure their physical damage does not fall, and they're doing a great job responding to a lot of the aggression that Koba can output and putting a lot of resources up there, making sure that this Rithel scales decent into the late game, because let's be honest, if Smile falls, there's still magic damage coming out from the Beleric, Alpha, and Kenji, and vice versa. Right, so Team Falcons, they need to make sure Koba is in a good position.
Yeah, speaking of positioning, that is key. Wasa trying to stop the full team by himself.
Ooh, nice ulti from Gato.
Dropping down for the double knockup, but Mohi will be able to get the turtle for Papara SuperMassive.
Like this Gato almost every time gets the turtle by his CC. He CCs or zones out Kenji, and Mohi gets turtle with retrieve. It's a good gameplay.
Turtles on their side.
And I do want to give props to Mohi in this game so far. He's able to take 2 of the objectives away from Team Falcons. I can't even say that Papara is down in terms of getting position in these objectives, but Team Falcons, Kenji has always been in a good position to find those retributions. Now, up 2-0 in terms of the scoreboard, has gotten the trade in terms of the tower, and is up in gold, so it's looking quite good for Papara SuperMassive.
Yeah, it's definitely not a one-sided story, but more of a back and forth game. Super hit with the windstorm, hit with the wind blade and wind blow as well.
And Papara is now leading with gold.
Sustain himself. Super will fall right there. 3 kills unanswered from the side of Team Falcons in Papara SuperMassive's favor.
Yeah, that's not a combination you really want to face, Tank, especially
Yeah, go
with
take
so
my
much
food.
supporting damage
Because maybe
followed
Papara wins this game, I don't
It's
know.
a 3-0, a complete, you want to say a one-sided skirmish so far, set up by Papara SuperMassive here. The shadow kill coming out to the boss side is going to deal a little bit of damage, but no, Mohi gets taken off. A little bit of an over-aggression, something a little unexpected coming out from Papara.
You gotta respect the range of the ADC, the heavy crossbow from Kova to deal the final touches onto Mohi, and now the battle on the way for the mid-river. Massive AOG and taunt from Blotchfed. Zhao able to take down Kenji. That is going to be 1 member down for both sides now. Blotchfed in trouble. Revitalized, trying to keep himself alive, but Koba will burst him down. 2 members falling for Papara SuperMassive.
I will say this, Team Falcons is most definitely not out of this match because Detective Koba is doing a great job not dying, dealing tons of damage on the side and coming out for
Let's watch tournament now.
for that finishing touch, and that's exactly what Team Falcons needs to set themselves up with. Mohi got so low once again here. Koba trying to fight a little bit more, does not get that last hit. Like I said, Team Falcons is still quite happy, even dying 4 times here. Koba
Lucky.
is in a great position to carry the Falcons here.
Yeah, needing to be careful though, as Koba is very aggressive. He's got 2 kills right now. The only 2 kills on the board for Team Falcons did go on his side, and now the Lord intact, both sides ready to go the distance.
Yeah, it seems like Team Falcons is happy leashing the Lord. You know, it's probably going to be a dance around here, but again, Team Falcons is quite content with what's happening right here. The 2 kills that they have is on top of Koba, and that is exactly the priority target looking to go in the glorious pathway. Pushed out on the bot side. It is some utility wasted paired up with Koba's ultimate. Team Falcons should be wise to disengage here.
Nice set by Lucas.
For the knockup, Bat's feet as well. You're going to see Zhao with the double kill takes down Detective Super Kenji, able to find Mohi.
Why everything is lagging?
Shuts down Wasa. Windstorm for the connection, and
Yeah.
Zhao for the finish.
Papara starting fights godly.
Will fall, and overall the trade working at Papara SuperMassive favor, but Koba wanting to even the score, able to clear out the minions after Dark, forced to recall back to safety, and neither side able to take the Lord.
Yeah, again, you know, I'm on the side of Papara. Like, I think Papara has what it takes to win out this series. However, I think Team Falcons is
Papara is
happy
winning only because they
with a
start
2
team
for 3
fights better
trade,
itself.
even when the numbers aren't in his favor. Look at Koba. He's so happy finding some aggressive picks here.
Yeah, and speaking of aggression, there goes a glorious pathway.
Look.
Smile from afar. With
Ooh, nice retry by
You're
Kenji.
gonna see Kenji go ahead and take this Lord. Zhao with the double kill though finds Alpha, finds Super. 2 members falling for both sides. Zhao, the monstrosity though, able to find the kills he was looking for. Now 7-0.
But they took Lord.
But the Lord.
Gato didn't stun Joy, they took Lord, nice.
And, you know, Kenji hasn't found success in getting these 50-50s up until now. The very first objective, yes, Falcons was able to take that, but Papara bounced back with 2 great retributions coming out from Mohi, and this time around, Kenji gets the retribution. The more important one here, they're looking to siege onto
It's
the top
something
side. It might
else,
just be a little bit of
Fidelis.
overaggression
I don't
here.
even know the name.
Overextension could be costly.
Some Dragon
Also,
Japan
Shadow
stuff,
Kill,
you know.
though, onto Koba for the connection. He
Ooh,
will find
nice.
him and shut him down.
Oh.
Kenji maybe next. ALG! Blotchfed on to Kenji.
Blotchfed didn't let it slide.
While all this is happening on the top side, the denial from Zhao and Wasa.
Yeah, a little bit of an over-aggression, but Team Falcons is able to patch up with some of the real estate work. They get the mid-lane tower here. Glorious Pathway passed on, trying to push Super Detective back into the safety, and Team Falcons should
No,
be
it's not
able to
Bulldog.
defend this, right? They
It's
have
like Riva.
spawns onto the mid side. Super Detective is
But
quite
it's
healthy,
named
but the
Jep
power
and
on the
Dragon.
side does
Some
end
other
up
stuff,
falling
I
here.
don't know.
Yeah, it does fall.
Forgot the name.
Punish, maybe on the way. Zhao able to find Super. Smile still in the mid lane, trying to
Ooh,
the flicker
nice.
forward. Koba finding Zhao, but Blot's fit. The counter response.
Koba doesn't have
He's
Wind
gonna
of
go ahead
Nature,
and
or
find
what?
Koba. Was it worth it?
You know, it's a flicker for flicker. Xiao was 8 kills to 0, so that was a lot of gold returning to Koba's favor. But you know, Koba is like the only physical option on Team Falcon. He must be successful. And Kenji
Ooh,
on the
Dark
backside, bodying After Dark back into these death.
And Hai
Is he
is
able to get
ultimate.
out
Hai is in
alive?
danger right now.
Yes, and the response coming
Okay.
through Papara SuperMassive does not.
It doesn't really matter.
So
It's his whale
you say
kill.
if it's worth
Lord,
it
anyway,
now,
50
most
seconds.
Definitely. After Dark, that was that icing on the cake. He's been so annoying in this match, and Kenji is finally able to put a stop onto this veil.
Yeah, the Veil, which we were wondering how it would kind of play into this, and this is a Papara Supermassive special. We've seen them use this up against Incendio Supremacy as well, and they were able to find a victory with it, and now to be able to see this showcased again up against Team Falcons, and it's still been a threat. I mean, he's 1-1-10. Yes, he did fall right there, but you could just see how strong of a hitter he is. I mean, just the wind blade and the wind blow alone, we saw that pretty much almost bursted down Koba entirely earlier in this match, and it's not something you want to take lightly.
Overall score 13-8. Gold lead. Nobody has a gold lead here. 14 minutes in. Team Falcons with the control over the objective. Again, if Team Falcons sets that Koba up,
No,
with
there is no
success,
wave
if
advantage
they're
for
making
any
sure
of
Koba
teams.
is safely peeled, especially if Wasa does not.
Oh,
get
but they
onto
found
it,
Lucas.
I feel
What
like
the
Team
heck is
Falcons
that?
is going to be quite happy. They look to chase onto the top side, but is it going to be a little bit of an overcommit? Glorious Pathway used and wasted on Wasa here. That may give Papara a little bit of an advantage, but Papara still not taking the bait. They know that they have to respect the damage and the composition that Team Falcon has brought to the table here.
Yeah, you can definitely tell a lot of nerves on the line for Team Falcons. Alpha, it's the second time I've seen him kind of prematurely use that glorious pathway. Need to be a little careful, as that can definitely work in their favor when it comes to fighting out over these objectives. But hey, better safe than sorry.
Hey, Lucas
I
ulted,
suppose
nice.
is the game plan for them, as they realize what's on the line. They need to win this one to move on to the grand finals. They cannot allow Papara Supermassive to take this heavy objective.
But look at top side. Papara has set themselves up with a great small, slow push. So Team Falcons, they have to respond to that push eventually. Yes, that top tower can fall, but expect that same wave of minion to hit the inner inhibitors. I feel like Team Falcons, they have to race with time. They have to look for an engagement. Alpha is able to get the glorious pathway down, but is that enough here?
Ooh, Mohi, quad shadow. We just shadow kill. Blast Vet finding Super.
It seems like Kobo
Keeping
just
full
killed almost
alongside him.
everyone.
ALG back to safety. 2 members falling for the side of Team Falcons, and the numbers are in Papara's favor. This may
Again,
be the
how can
difference
you
here.
die?
They now may be able to push him for the objective, but after dark does fall.
Okay.
Koba with the bush play will find him. The mid laner dropping for Papara Supermassive.
Man, Smiles on this Sicilian, able to get the CC on top of After Dark, and Koba coming out with the finishing touches, but the Retribution is still available here for the side of Papara Supermassive, and they're looking to go for this.
This should be a guaranteed objective. Mohi will be able to get the retry just in time, and back the quad shadow. Very close
Boss
call,
Marksman's
though.
without flicker.
You're gonna go ahead and see the Lord go over to Papara Supermassive. A chance for them to be able to push through toward the base for Team Falcons.
Man, I'm just seeing this flicker for flicker on these two marksmen over and over. Both of them looking to go for a little bit aggressive, and the damage onto Mohi. That's a lot of damage. Team Falcons able to push Mohi kind of back here, but the Lord is marching down. And the top side, like I said, the minions are going to push onto the inhibitor, and if Falcons don't have a response there, it is such a big risk to let that fall so early here.
Yeah, now
Bruh,
with
never
this
mind.
Lord marching through the top
My
lane,
hello.
The turrets will fall through the mid as well, and now the map will be even for both sides. And Papara SuperMassive now able to turn this match around in their favor. Team Falcons,
And Caroline, hi.
the window of opportunity is closing, and they need to stop this push from the side of Papara.
Yeah, the damage has been dealt already. Even the Lord marching down.
Maybe Whale
Not
with
really
Flicker will
doing
kill
much, but you can
Irrital.
already tell Team Falcon's base has already opened up significantly. Papara gets this mid tower, the last outer defense that Team Falcon has here. Left with the 2 towers
That
now,
ball too
especially
wide, I
with the
kinda see the
inhibitor not
struggle.
being available on the top side. This next objective
A little bit.
may just be that finishing touch that I think Team Falcon was desperately trying to avoid here.
Yeah, Papara SuperMassive
And I guess
trying to find a way to close out
I'm
the
supposed to
series,
eat
and
this with
they're doing
a
great job
spoon,
on
not with a
finding
fork.
to disrupt these
But okay.
team fights from Team Falcons, right? Able to shut down members like Koba or members like Smile is crucial to being able to take these objectives. And also Kenji, who we mentioned on this Joy, was going to be a very major threat. But so far, I mean, the power of this Veil alone from After Dark has been massive. And then also Zhao, his positioning on this Granger, he's 8-1-4.
And I will say this though, Team Falcons being positioned on the far side of map gives me an impression that they're still quite confident in terms of fighting it out, right? The most important pressure when it comes down to setting up for a lot of these objectives later on in the stage is if the team has map presence on the opposite side of map, and usually one team is going to take, you know, the opposite side and the other team is going to take the Lord side, and typically the ones that are taking the Lord side is a little bit more defensive. So Team Falcons, I think, with a great position here, but it may possibly be an overextension. Team Papara SuperMassive may look to punish it, but it seems like they're looking to rotate on the opposite side of the map. The Lord spawning now. This is extremely crucial.
Yeah, definitely a major play for both sides. Papara SuperMassive, Team Falcons needing to get this Lord in. It's looking like it's going to go to the side of Papara SuperMassive if they're not careful, but Team Falcons now going to wrap around for a possible counterplay.
Yeah, eyes are on Detective Koba here. That is the #1 winning condition.
Like the draft of Falcons, Joy is the hero to dive into enemies, like, yeah.
Job looking to, but the backside Wasa here.
Ooh, Glorious Pathway going down as well. Wasa,
But there is no one to dive with Joy.
Shadow will find him. Koba needing to get a kill as well. Does take down Wasa.
With some CC, not Hylos.
Kenji falls again, which means they don't have the retribution.
Joy needs something like
Team
Gatot
Falcons.
Kacha, maybe.
This is what we saw
I don't
in
know.
the previous
Terizla with
Lord
Flicker.
engagement.
Tigreal probably, I don't know.
Has the opportunity to play the
Balearic and
map.
Hylos are just
Team
not
Falcons, they've been in
keeping
this
up with the
situation
speed of
before,
Joy.
and they chose to kind of
Hardy
sacrifice
big
their
solo.
top tower, and this time around, oh my god, the damage! Super Koba here.
You look today pretty. Thank you, Caroline. White legend.
Taking tons of hit from Blast Fed here, but there's Mohi from the backside should be able to pick him up. The
Ooh,
mortality
he got
does
Koba.
fall. He able
It's maybe
to
the
pick
end.
up Detective Koba.
It's maybe
That
the
is
end.
most
It's maybe
priority
the end.
target. Xiao picking up the Bellaric as well. That's a 1-for-1 deal. Team Falcon
It's a free Lord, though.
and take these heavy losses.
And this is why you need a hero who can get to the backliners, right? This is where the Hayabusa becomes such a major threat. You gotta respect the range and the element of surprise that he can provide for a team. And he was able to find Koba in that mid lane, takes down the ADC, and now able to take this Lord in their hands to be able to push even further to shut down some additional turrets and possibly take the Space Crystal. But Team Falcons left for a possible final defense. Look at the damage on Mohi from Smile.
I'm rooting for game number 5 here, Wheezy. My time is cut short, but it seems like Team Falcons, you know, they have a response in some of the team fights, but it
I guess
seems
it's
like the
GG's right now for
Granger,
Team Falcons, to be honest.
9-1-6 is a lot to deal with. After Dark also with a great KDA, not dying so much. You know, Papara has set their front lines up great, not dying so much, taking so much damage, but the Lord marching down onto the top side. Is Falcon going to be able to defend this? We will have to see.
Yeah, Team Falcons trying to soar high.
Dazai for another game, but Papara SuperMassive looking to try and close out this series.
Damn, they still can.
Bursted down with ease though, and now the push toward the mid lane on the way from Papara SuperMassive. They may want to disengage. They were only able to take the inhibitor on the bot side.
Yeah, it's a
What is this
overaggression
game?
from Wasa, right? He popped that vengeance thinking that he potentially was invincible, but quickly shut down by Detective Koba here. Good news, Team Falcon was able to dodge death once again, but the damage, like I said, has already been done. Both of the side lanes, which I would say are the most important inhibitor towers, have ended up falling. So Papara, if they play it smartly, they can play the whole entire map. But Team Falcon, it is still a ticking time bomb. You mentioned the Sicilian early on in the draft, and we're moving into the point of no return.
You look pretty every day. Caroline, chill.
This is where Sicilian,
Thank you.
this is his game. He's going to be able to out damage, out sustain, out whatever anyone that's on the map. This is trouble, and Team Falcons have the front line available to deal with the defense, but can they deal with the strategies that come out from Papara SuperMassive?
Dazai playing tournament? No, watching tournament.
It just depends on how they play this out.
And right now the
Not
respawn
playing.
times are almost a minute long, or a little bit over a minute long, so you got to be careful when you decide to engage.
Your
You
Coke
mentioned the
looks
Sicilian.
pretty today.
I mean, we're past 60,000
My
gold from both
Coke?
sides, so everybody's full build. The Sicilian is
My
just scaling in
Coke?
stacks right now, so you have to watch out for the Sanguine Claws and the Bat's impact, as it'll pretty much obliterate anybody that it comes in contact with. And Mohi, he understands the objective. He's gonna go ahead and pick up this immortality.
No, thumbnail is like that because I stream this
Second chance when
tournament,
that does
because I play
happen,
it.
as they are preparing for this next objective as the Lord spawns in.
Yeah, the top side minions are in a great position. I think Team Falcons is also in a pretty decent position to defend that, right? They're putting a lot of resources there. They, oh my gosh, they're going for Mohi here.
Yeah, Mohi, a little bit of bait though.
Where is that big bottle?
Vulnerable. Buy some time for his team to be able to rush and counter against Supermassive. Koba
You played, you
versus
won?
Zhao.
I
On
didn't
Alpha
play
as
tournament,
well.
I'm watching
Zhao
tournament.
Finding after dark. Immortality proc on Alpha. Another immortality proc on
I'm Koba, I'll die.
Koba needing to get away. Blatchfed on the chase. Zhao with the punish, with the follow through, finds the kill. Glorious pathway to safety. Alpha trying to bring his team back to the base. But
Again, Free Lord.
what did we just witness, Yue? They don't have Koba in this engagement, and now Papara SuperMassive, a chance to be able to either go for this Lord
Coke is bad
or
for your
push through
health.
for the finish.
Maybe you
It looks
try
like
my
they're gonna
Coke.
go for the Lord.
Koba, losing Koba is huge, but I feel like the damage has already been dealt. But the Lord not going down that fast here. Team Falcon with the opportunity for a 50-50.
Yeah, they're gonna go in for the 50-50 trade. Mohi will be able to get it from Papara SuperMassive, and now Team Falcons again trying to run away.
I'll
trying
give
to
you
get
my
to safety.
Coke.
This time Alpha is not gonna be able to disengage, and now they are short 2 members and a Luminous Lord marching on the top side.
It's GG's finally.
Lord marching down. It's a 5 versus
Does I go to
5.
sleep?
Oh no.
I
Alpha
slept today a lot of
actually
time.
falls.
I am
The
fine.
50
I am
seconds without
rested.
Alpha. It's a 4 versus 6 with the Lord
Can
marching
you
down.
stream in
Papara
normal
SuperMassive
video
has
so
set themselves up with
so
such
full
an
screen is
advantage.
available like
25
huge chicken?
minutes
It's
in.
annoying
The
to
only
watch
hurdle
sometimes.
they have to get over is
Yankee,
smiles,
hello.
and it's just
I have 2 streams on my
only
channel.
smiles. Is Team Falcon-
I have shorts and horizontal as well. Just go to my channel and join the right stream. That's all you need. Nah, they can defend it.
Looking at the Lord, almost at about 50% HP. Base Crystal taking some heavy hits. Zhao finding Kinji, gets a double, finds Super. And the
GG's.
Base Crystal will fall. Papara SuperMassive
Team Falcons are
will
top
be
3
moving
team
forward as the grand finalist
of
shutting down
EMEA.
Falcons.
Well done from Papara SuperMassive, able to end the series.
Nah,
on the
Zhao
same
Poto is fucking
note
insane. I
as
can't look at him.
in the upper bracket. And this is where, you know, a lot of us, we
Oh,
didn't really
it
see
literally,
Papara
it really is.
coming
Thanks.
up ahead
No
against
problem,
Team
Yankee.
Falcons, and they're able to prove us not wrong once, but twice here. And when I say prove us wrong,
Do you consider viewers as your burden?
Papara,
Burden?
was going to prevail here,
Why?
but the performance was unexpected. It felt
I
like
literally
Papara
like
was well
doing
prepared
something on
in this
stream for
match.
my
Even
viewers.
taking the loss against Team Falcons, they were able to bounce back with no problem at all.
I enjoy when they comment
Yeah,
something.
definitely no problem indeed. I mean, the only victory from Team Falcons came from game number 1 in all 4 games we saw today between this best of 5.
Coke was
from
great
both Falcons
personality.
and
Yeah, it
Papara
was big
Supermassive.
personality.
And it just goes to show through the times Papara Supermassive learned from
His
their
photo
mistakes, and they
directly
built
staring
upon
at
it
our
every
souls. Yeah, it's
single
insane.
game. I mean, they were just all over
He's
the
looking
place,
like this.
getting every single objective. This was a long game, though. This one went down to the wire. It was almost a 50-50, but a lot of moments that worked inside of Papara Supermassive's favor was Kenji on the opposing side falling. Without
Current
that
Elise
attribution
ranking
place,
already
a lot
top
of
5?
these
Nah.
objectives were a little bit more easy
I
for
stopped.
Papara Supermassive.
I
Take
stopped
it,
playing
Kenji didn't
Elise.
fall, then you started to see
I am
the
like top
NEC
40
fall.
right now.
When Copa was out of the game as well. It was just something that Papara Supermassive was
We are
able
your
to
family?
easily
Yeah. Just like
Yeah, I
my
think Team
family.
Falcons just fell a little
My
bit
YouTube
short
family.
here. There was a lot of things that were going in favor of
Are you
Falcons,
playing
right?
finals
Detective
today
Copa
too?
had a great
Yeah,
early
yeah,
game.
they playing
2
finals today
kills,
too.
0
After this
passes,
game,
to
there's
shot as much
there's
damage
gonna be
as
like
possible. I feel
20 minutes
Incendio
break and they're gonna
super
play
on
grand
this fella.
finals.
Unfortunately,
Is pretty?
it just
This is pretty?
the strong impact that I think the team desperately need. The Ultimates, they were great. I was able to catch off a few members here and there, but you can see Super
Whatever
Detective
you
just
say.
not having the best game of his life. Kenji, on the other hand, you know, didn't get the retributions, but he was able to close some of the distance and deal with the pressure that After Dark had to put. But again, lots of resources were used to be able to get onto those kills, and unfortunately, it just spelled a lot of trouble. Xiao here, another great
Everyone is down bad.
pretty much unstoppable in this game.
Yeah, and now
Okay, Kyle, if you're here, let's go play a few
Supermassive earning
games.
their ticket into the grand finals. They'll be facing off against Incendio Supremacy, which means we're going to be having a full Turkish finals as we close the doors for the challenge.
By the way,
finals
2
this
Turkish
season
teams
to get ready for
in
the
finals.
Masters. This is
Incendio,
definitely a pleasure
which
to
are
see.
Fireflux
Full-side Team
in the
Falcons,
past,
it's always great to be able to see
and
rise to the
Papara
occasion, see the
SuperMassive.
tricks they have in their book. Hopefully, as we get to see
Yeah, no, hello.
the Snapdragon Pro Series, we'll be able to see them yet again. But speaking of seeing things, the man who has seen it all, Zhao, with that MVP.
You should take your
13-1
poster
and
photo in the
6
future like this.
MVP
Yeah, I
on
will
the
do that. I'll do
love
it
and
just to
it's
make fun of
completely
Xiao.
well-deserved. Xiao has been the backbone of Papara Supermassive's success in this whole entire tournament, and he proves it again with an almost near perfect performance. 13-1.
This is gonna be my next
86%
stream
kill
thumbnail photo.
participation. Xiao,
I'll be like this.
completely well deserved, and I think if we're able to bring up the statistics of MVP,
This is gonna be insane. Everyone will join the stream. Like,
top position.
Yeah, definitely climbing to a top position, and now
okay, 2 seconds,
be
guys.
on a big rise up against the team that's considered the top dog, which is Incendio Supremacy. So that is going to put a close
And Kid,
to
go
this
have a
series.
rest,
Now
I don't
handing
know.
on over to our amazing host Liz to get her thoughts on how this all played out.
Yes.
The man who has seen it all takes Papara Supermassive into the grand finals, now up against Incendio Supremacy. I gotta say, it's like history repeated itself. 3-1 yesterday against Team Falcons, and 3-1 again against Team Falcons. Now Team Falcons will be the third place of this tournament, but they will still be making it to the Mobile Masters. And with that, Papara Supermassive is now moving forward to face up against Incendio Supremacy in the next series. It does seem like Papara Supermassive never got a chance to meet up with Birthright.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, we didn't get to see Birthright and Papara Supermassive, but I guess for Team Falcons, at least they get to move on to the Mobile Masters. So hey, job was accomplished
I'm here.
at the end of the day. But full Turkish Grand Finals, UA.
I mean, if
Hell,
you're not
let's go play a
believer
few
of
games
Papara
if you want.
Supermassive, you definitely should consider or become one, because these hooters have definitely proven us that they have came a long way since, you know, the Turkish league. They were kind of like the mid-tier teams, but this time around they took that massive step and proven that Turkey is extremely deep. It's not just about Fireflux, it's not just about Incendio Supremacy. We are here to
Nice
perform as
bet,
well.
girl.
I mean,
That's
Turkey has
insane.
always proved itself to be a rising star in the Mobile Legend arena. One of the regions other than APAC that's making a
Okay.
presence in
They
the
go
world
play,
stage.
Kyle?
S2G unfortunately wasn't able to make
Nah.
it, but they did indeed race up against.
I have
Papara
time for
Supermassive
one
on the
game.
First day, where Papara
That was a
actually
grand
won
final
against
start.
S2G. So it does show that Papara has what it takes
Expecto
to be up
Patrono.
at the highest
are
caliber.
you?
And now they will face up against their home team, and I think it's going to show us a little bit of how they're
Kura,
perform
do you play?
up against
Kura.
this team and now up
Fidelis
against
Kura.
some stronger teams in APAC. So yeah, it's going to be exciting. I think we're all wondering how they're gonna do up against.
Here is a fun
up
idea.
against
Post a
Incendio
photo of
Supremacy.
only builds.
Will they continue to repeat
And
history
let
like
subs
yesterday?
guess which hero
Or
is this
are
for.
they going to take that 5-game
This
game
is a
7
fun idea. This is
and,
just a good
take the
idea.
victory against Incendio Supremacy? We'll find out.
Please
with the
kidding
short
me. Nice name. Okay, eat. Yeah, 9 minutes. We have 9 minutes. Just for one game. Can I bet on this? Yeah, you can bet. You can bet on Mobile Legends if you didn't know. Bro, Allo gameplay, please. We'll see. I try to pick junglers that is good in some draft. If Allo will be good, I'll play Allo. No problem. No. Let's go get some bronzes, Monix. I'm ready, I don't know what about you. Accept the game. Oh, free tokens? Oh, it's because Kyle donated to me. Yeah, what?
Sunshine dripping off your skin. I just wanna take it in. Magic shimmers in your eyes. Can't look away.
Team Flash or Liquid ID, I'll bet. I mean, Liquid ID are 100% stronger. But the company where are you betting also knows this. They also know Team Liquid is stronger, so they all make a coefficient
It's better with you.
lower a lot than for Team Flash.
hero.
to really understand what team can win a game, you need to watch whole tournament. Like for example, if I just go and see, I just enter this tournament, Snapdragon for Europe, and I see Team Falcons versus Papara SuperMassive, I'll think something like, Team Falcons are a really good team, maybe they'll win, yeah? Why do we ban all this stuff? But if I will watch whole tournament, I will see that Papara SuperMassive is literally destroying everyone. They have really good rotations, they have really good draft and fight, and I'll bet on Papara. Like, you really need to watch all tournaments from the start to understand what team is, like, in favor right now. What team is more likely to win.
Team is picking.
Onic, Philippines or Bigetron Alpha? Obviously Philippines, Onic. Joy, Hayabusa, Badang open. No Badang. What is Badang? What? Damn. Damn, stupid fucking monkeys.
Please pick a hero.
Chainsaw Fellow. I'll go Hayabusa. No, I forgot this is Monix. Oh my god. I thought who is this random?
The enemy is picking.
I can't learn to play Roger. Can you tell me something? Yeah, Roger is bullshit. Don't learn how to play Roger. He's really bad in this meta. Nice legs, Gwyn. Oh, joy. Oh.
Your team is picking.
Why? The Roger was nerfed a lot. He can't tank any damage, he's not dealing any damage. It's really hard to deal some damage. He's not marksman, not assassin, not fighter. He's bullshit assassin, bullshit marksman, bullshit fighter.
The enemy is picking.
Nice, Florian. Very useful hero, bro, thank you. Ghidorah, Badong. Damn these rank drafts. If you want assassin, pick Fanny, pick Hayabusa, pick Suyo, pick Joy. If you want fighter, pick Alpha, pick Bane. No. If you want marksman, pick Irritel, pick Granger, pick Harris. If you want just a damage dealer, I don't know, pick Yisan Shin in jungle, pick Cyclops in jungle. Oh! I didn't ban Alice. And I didn't ban Alice. I know this banner. Oh, 70 MS. Thank you, Monix. Fuck you. Fuck you. I hate you. We don't play anymore together. I'm tired of this. No. I need to rehost lobby when I play with Monix. It's crazy. Why I should play 70 MS? I don't know. This is Monix Spanish Adventures, I swear. Well played. Whole team will pressure me today. I need to change my name in game because they all know I'm Dazai. I need to change this name. Oh wait. Ah! Why?
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought
This
to you by
fucking monkey watching my
Snapdragon
stream.
Elite
Ah!
DHL.
Ult is ready.
Are you guys ready? The last series of the day, the final showdown between Incendio Supremacy versus Papara SuperMassive. I'm your host, Liz, joined alongside by Steph Weezy and Private Dancer.
Yeah, definitely gonna be a pleasure to see, UA.
Nice,
finish
but
very well and joined by Private Dancer for the
Not
grand
watching
finals
my stream at all.
of the
Not
challenge
watching my
finals
stream
for
at all.
Snapdragon
Not
Pro
watching
Series.
my
And this
stream
is
at
gonna
all.
be a full Turkish throwdown.
Retards.
Yes, a journey that started almost 4 months ago for these teams, where they initially met, and now coming to a headway here at the grand finals. Both these teams already secured themselves a great spot at the Mobile Masters, but here they're about to throw down to see who is going to reign supreme in the region.
And I hope you guys paid attention to the stream carefully because we will be dropping a free code, so make sure to watch and tune in. Now, Incendio Supremacy versus Papara SuperMassive. I love how every single time we get to see Xiao's death stare, the man who sees it all. Very exciting matchup. Some would say this is the main event of the day. It does seem like Incendio Supremacy has one game ahead.
No jungle at all!
Best of
No
7 series,
creeps!
So they're gonna walk in with a 1-0.
Eat us in every
And
bush.
Papara SuperMassive have 6
What the
games
fuck?
to turn the tides into their favor.
Yeah, it's the credits of reigning
They can
supreme
save you,
in the
game.
upper bracket and not falling, right? To be able to have that one game advantage up against Papara SuperMassive is going to give them a little bit of a handicap. But Papara SuperMassive, right? We've seen them rise to the occasion time and time again. Just when we thought they were out in the lower bracket, they were able to claw their way back into the situation as a grand finalist.
Yeah, and sometimes you even have to ask, is that really an advantage being in the upper bracket? Because you are facing a team like Papara SuperMassive that have the momentum rolling, right? Heels hot right after a victory now going back up to the upper brackets to knock some heads around.
And I mean, this is the second rematch in the challenge finals, and God knows how many rematch up against one another in their own Turkish league. But this time, does Papara SuperMassive have what it takes after one night's sleep and some recouping to take that 7-game series up against Incendio Supremacy? Now, a very full lineup.
What should I do? What should I do?
Your observations of yesterday's games, I want to know private. What do you think Papara needs to do to make that full series and take the final lead up against Incendio?
Well, what we've been seeing from a lot of these teams is just how important that marksman lane has been, securing that, and sans of the marksman lane, it's been about making sure that you have that assurance in your lane. Do you have these great picks that you kind of succeed in your lane to get those rotations? I've seen a lot of teams really kind of ignore the fact that they actually need to have those team fights in the early game where they need to get these objectives, and then the ball just gets rolling to
Still in my jungle, what is that? It's not fair!
the picks
Go
and
play
picks
normal
are
game.
teams.
Stop watching my stream, monkeys.
Yeah, I want to break it down for us, Weezy. Looking at the headsets, it does seem like Incendio has a lead, but it's not a huge difference.
Yeah, it's not too far of a lead, but it definitely is scaling
Our
more in their
turret has
favor,
been
averaging
destroyed.
more
What
kills,
is that?
17 over the 12, more damage dealt as a collective, and also
Your
gold
team
per
destroyed
minute
the
being on
turret.
their side. So on paper, Incendio Supremacy technically should be the team that kind of pushes through, but I don't feel like this is too much of a surprise, right? You're talking about Incendio Supremacy. Not only are they one of the teams with the most synergy in Mobile Legends in general, I mean, you're talking about a team who was stuck together, different name changes, but still the same players, and maybe that's why we're seeing the stats kind of lean more toward their side.
And one last time while I sit in this series, Private Dancer danced us into the final series of the Challenge Finals.
All right, boys and girls, this is what it is all for. Breaking it down into the grand finals here. Two Turkish teams facing off against each other. Incendio Supremacy, Papara SuperMassive, and I'm wondering if we have the possibility of maybe seeing something a little spicy. We saw I want to say yesterday, we did see a very interesting Hellcurt gold lane that was actually successful the first time that Papara SuperMassive used it, and maybe that's just leaning on the genius of Zhao. However, I talked about it on the cast, dipped our hands into that well one too many times, and it wasn't as successful because we didn't have the outliers that made it successful in the next game and ended up having a pretty bad showing the next time.
Yeah, it's kind of like when you have something in your bag like that, a secret weapon, and you pull it out. Hey, it was effective. You took the victory. But and when you pull it out the second time back to back, I mean, they gotta know how to work against it now. That element of surprise is gone. So I think one of those situations, they should have took what they got and didn't try and climb in more on that double down on that.
I didn't even get the 6 for this badong.
Supremacy is known for some interesting pickups on their side as well, as they did pick up that Akai. They didn't pull out the victory.
How is this fair? How the fuck it is fair? Gameplay. How?
Papara SuperMassive pulled that out of Incendio Supremacy's book to go up against Team Falcons with the Akai.
I have 70 MS and these fucking monkeys are in my jungle from the first minute.
Sunshine and Zhao, the two gold laners for both teams. Sunshine has just been such a steady and consistent.
I have fucking Darius and Flurry.
I want to say, Zhao. What can we say about Zhao? He has seen the end, and it was glorious. Just those eyes staring deep into your soul. But he's such a flashy. I want to say, for me, he's been like such a flashy marksman out there in that gold lane. But what I want to see him do is maybe us start prioritizing Zhao. I know he's a skilled player. I know he can handle his lane. However, the enemy knows that too. So you have to start realizing that they're gonna start ganging up on his lane. They're gonna start doubling up there. The ganks are gonna start coming, and maybe it's time for us to start prioritizing him like that as well. Understanding that this is probably the player that is going to make or break our success in these games.
We've been building up to this moment for a while in the Challenge Finals for Snapdragon Pro Series. You see Zhao, #1 in the MVP leaderboard. It's funny when we saw the head-to-head from Zhao and Sunshine, because just even looking at their photos alone and their names too, it's kind of like night and day. It's also like when you see Sunshine, it's like the start of your shift when you go into work, and then you look at Zhao, it's like when you just finished your shift. It's just a very funny thing that I kind of wanted you guys to see as well. Hopefully y'all can kind of tell what we're talking about. But nonetheless, Incendio Supremacy and Papara SuperMassive. Private, we got a little bit of a talk before we went live on the stream, and you mentioned that these teams, they fought in the open finals before getting to here, and then you got the pleasure of casting them yesterday for the upper bracket finals, and to see them fight it out for a third time is definitely going to be a treat. But alongside that, we have the top 5 kill leaderboard.
Yeah, which is crazy. The gap when it
Lord?
comes to
With
kills
what? With my dick?
for these teams. And
I feel farm as much as Florin, bro.
kills kind of come into play when it's like that much, because as we've talked about it, as we've seen here, especially when it comes to the top 4 teams, the upper and lower brackets, it's not always just about kills, especially when those kills are super early in the game. It's about making sure that we can transition those into objectives, into turtle fights. into correct pushes for our team. However, just the fact that a team like Incendio Supremacy has the top 2 spots means that they are continually creating these opportunities.
Oh my god, Hayabusa didn't threaten when Idora flickered in his face. And Benedetta is 4 levels ahead. What the fucking knob? Oh my god. Oh my god.
To pretty much take this one.
Oh my god, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm Spanish with one IQ. Oh my god.
But this time around, Incendio Supremacy does have that one match in their favor to work on. But there's a lot of momentum riding on the side for Papara SuperMassive, considering they just won 3 games in a row to shut down Team Falcons.
Yeah, not just that. We have, you just mentioned it. We had a full 5-game series when these guys last left. It was a full series when they met back in the open qualifiers to get here. I'm expecting this to be a full series here as well. Sans, of course, that one game that Incendio Supremacy have right now because of their dominance in the upper bracket. So Papara SuperMassive does start at a little bit of a -1 here in this game. We're going to see if they can maybe match that up and reply in kind. One other thing that I've kind of noticed as well is there used to be a shift where I want to say starting off with the first pick used to kind of almost be like a death sentence. You'd get that first pick, and then you'd allow these next 2 picks that would counter, and it really felt like red side had an advantage when it came to the draft. That has completely shifted now to where that first pick has become so important, especially with how the bans have always been shaping up, especially with those really strong picks right now, like the Granger, the Hayabusa, Matilda, if they're still open and stuff like that. So it's been very interesting to watch that.
What? Why Snapdragon stream ended? Nice one.
Look this guy, look this professional.
Was able to find their advantage. So maybe doing something off the wall, unorthodox, something that they have planned here. As that was what really kind of helped them in those victories up against Incendio.
What is this ad during stream?
Supermassive don't feel like they have to pick up that countering Harith or that countering
I predict Penny is banned
they are comfortable
because Incendio played Penny.
back in the draft and prioritize other things. However, what we've seen is that it's not just that the Granger you're going to be dealing with. It's not just that you have Zao with a one-on-one. You're having a flood in that gold lane to where you're trying to overload Zao, where you're trying to keep him from farm, where you're trying to keep that consistent pressure on him. So I'm wondering if maybe we're going to prioritize that here before we move on to the second banning phase. Maybe give him a little bit of a leg up for the pressure that I'm sure is going to still be coming.
Speaking of pressure, I was going to ask the Liu Yi, do we see that walk? We know it's a special when it comes to Incendio Supremacy in Rosa's hands. And there you go. There goes the Liu Yi. And this time it's paired up with the Joy. The Joy, I feel like, is really good here, considering Papara SuperMassive kind of showed their hands a little early with this CEO, right? I mean, now they don't have the jungler to be able to counter this Joy, which means you're going to have to really put that into the hands of Hoppy the Hylos to make a difference there. Even though Eric is going to have a little bit of a struggle catching that Joy. So I feel like it's going to be a little bit of an easier rotation from the side of Incendio Supremacy so far.
What? Dyrus just used second skill on creep? What? You can't use second skill on creep.
More textbook back and forth gold layers that we've been seeing as we progress through the challenge season.
Yeah, I mean, it's the top 3. It's that love triangle of Granger, Harith, and Irithel. However, I want to say Irithel kind of dropped off a bit, that if you don't have those 2 available, we lean even more into other picks like the Beatrix. Here, Harith, I do like that we're prioritizing the Harith for Zhao. It's going to be something that's going to be able to hopefully still be able to kind of hold his own in that lane. However, like I said, I want to start seeing some prioritization on that mid lane, have the Roman mid rotating early, making sure that they can still go get to that gold lane, still continue that support up there, so that Incendio Supremacy isn't just overloading Zhao, who, like I said, I want to say, a great respect to every single player on this team, because they all fill a great role in each of these victories. But we've seen time and time again that Zhao has been this
Even Rose Gold didn't save me.
staple for Papara SuperMassive, and if Zhao does bad, then your team's gonna have trouble because you don't have that assurance in the late game. If Zhao's allowed to get farmed, your team's gonna still have some type of assurance, some type of way to be carried, even at the latest and under the most dire circumstances.
Yeah, definitely need to find Zhao. I mean, ADC, he's been a threat. Even at that pocket pick with the Helker that you don't really get to see too often on an ADC be able to pull off and be victorious. Now, I'm looking at also Rosa on this Lu Yi, right? You have the element of surprise. You are going to be seeing the Valentina still available. The mid laner has not been picked up for Papara SuperMassive. Do they lean in on that, right? Do they take this ultimate and use it against Incendio Supremacy? Could be a wise decision. Also, the Cho has been banned out from Incendio Supremacy, which is a little bit of a shocker to me. I would have expected Incendio Supremacy possibly themselves to be the one to take up the Cho. But looks like they have a different game plan.
Excellent work.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Cho is going to be the obvious answer for trying to kind of nail down some of those backliners like the Great.
No!
This was a problem
Damn.
these guys faced before. When you have this combination of the Granger and the Joy, having the Hylos is not
Well
enough
played.
to be able to kind of
Good
chase them
game.
down. Even with a glorious pathway laid down, they are still so slippery. So many abilities to be able to kind of get out of harm's way, to be able to kite backwards and still lay on a bunch of damage. I do like the Akai pick up here as well, because now we can start, instead of worrying about where everybody is on the map, we can hold on to this Lord, we can hold on to this Turtle, and we just have a heavy spin when it's time to get that retribution, and we don't really have to worry about them kind of bursting in there. It's just a nice tanky front line to hopefully be able to negate the damage, especially the suppressifier that's going to be coming out from Sunshine on this Granger.
It's going to be interesting though,
Bro.
because when the Bellerin gets pulled out.
I was watching Lord.
The Lucas. Okay,
I was watching Lord.
Two side by side, but hey, and now you have the rest of the Dryad, you have that Sacred Beast, a little bit range of the shockwave working in their favor. But the response back there was Valentina to be able to have that diversion play, to be able to use that against Incendio Supremacy. So now both drafts are locked in. You know what's funny here though is to see the
whole game is just a big stream snipe.
Team that we first saw debut it in the Challenge Finals.
Yeah, and especially here, one thing I would like to see, the big thing for Incendio Supremacy that's going to make or break this composition is how well Rosa's going to be able to use that Lu Yi. We've seen before where Lu Yi can actually get held back. She's not going to be able to use that diversion all the way.
Improve that base professionals.
That's where the compositions usually shine. Right after a Lord, right after a Turtle, out comes a diversion to capture an escaping enemy. They've done that so many times, but then there's been times where they've been held down, where they're not ahead and they don't, and they're kind
I mean,
of
at least Monex is bronze, and I'm not the bronze here.
They use it, and it ends up wiping their team. But,
What is this guy even doing on Spanish server?
the very first game of the grand finals, Incendio Supremacy taking on Papara SuperMassive.
And bow 2 is the key part. So we are going to have a little bit of a technical pause, a little bit of a brief intermission.
Thank you for good luck. You're late with your good luck.
The Akai, right? It can definitely be aggressive. But I also got to look at this Lu Yi pickup from Rosa. I mean, you mentioned the diversion plays can be crucial. And there's typically two types of Lu Yi players that we see, right? We see Lu Yi players that are aggressive with the diversion plays. They look for every single kill they can get on the map and force, the other team to react. Then we also see players that play Lu Yi and they're very passive with it, right? They don't really use it every single time it's available. They just try and wait for those high key moments. And that also goes to the Valentina. I mean, if the Valentina does take up this diversion, are they going to use it as an aggressive type of mage, or are they going to be more passive with it? And
I think that's also going to be something that makes the difference between both of these teams before we jump into game number 1 on their game plans.
Well, and the one thing too is when we've seen
They can't even play a game because stream snipers are everywhere.
Times I've seen the Lu Yi actually get dominated. It was because there was an enemy veil on the team that just had such a huge
Jungle diff, the mid was perfect. Okay.
With his wind blades, with
fucking jungle diff.
That once the diversion came out, they just threw down that CC, and the entire team pretty much got wiped off the slate there. So here, I'm wondering what the plan is when the diversion comes out. Are we going to be able to burst them down, or is it just going to be heavy spin time to kind of keep the team safe?
Yeah, this is going to be a treat to watch, and something interesting that's kind of
we didn't stream snipe. Yeah, you just stay in my jungle. It's the same.
By Rosa, right? It's going to have those non-ultimate skills having a higher CDR.
And this be 100% watching the stream. 100%. 1000%.
Kind of work out as we jump through this game.
Oh man, and look at the damage already. Bloodspot taken down to about 10% already. Incendio Supremacy showing themselves in enemy territory.
A piece of monkey.
Game has been a big core for Incendio Supremacy, trying to get in there. Apex 47 has to use the Revitalize to pop his way out, and that's going to be one that they're not going to have for this first turtle.
Looks like they're trying to test their aggression levels, right? Incendio Supremacy is trying to find an opportunity super early in this game, but almost was punished right there. Rosa now needing to go back to the base. But yeah, like I said, that tempo rain on Rosa is going to be an interesting one. It's going to allow him to be very crucial on these setups, not to mention he's diving in against a couple of frontline heroes.
Yeah, interesting. Already had that electrifying beats on to Blotsvet. He's going to go ahead and back up, giving his team a little bit of time to start on this first turtle. After Dark at the mid L bush right now, keeping Rosa and Apex 47.
Akai just took buff.
A clean and first turtle take for Papara SuperMassive. And as I say that, Blotsvet gets taken out trying to rotate top. And I'm wondering if that was kind of a mistake in play, because you knew your whole team was down at the bottom and you had no support with that rotation.
Yeah, and even with Incendio Supremacy losing that first turtle, they're still ahead in terms of gold. A little bit of that definitely from Blotsvet being taken down right there. A little bit of a miscalculated play.
Ooh, and able to return the favor. We do have a glorious pathway laid on to the ground. Some damage comes out, but no worse for wear. Tied at 1-1 apiece.
Yeah, tied at 1-1, lead still in Incendio Supremacy's favor. Right now, Incendio Supremacy, they're doing their best on the blue side swing, which you typically see be a little bit more successful when it comes to these series, and it's already leading the way, making a little bit of a slight difference.
Yeah, Blotsvet goes ahead, starts on the enemy jungle, leading up for Mohi to be able to take it. Now for members of Incendio Supremacy.
I'll back later for carry. Back later. Oh, okay, okay.
10% and taken down by Rosa. There on the other side.
When's the tournament gonna end? You're gonna play more. Maybe I'll start one more stream and I'll play.
While his lane is being cut.
Yeah, just got trapped right there, not able to get out to safety, and another kill.
And not only is this Badunk stream sniping, not only is this Rossi focusing my ass all the game,
and they still have only, you know,
there is also 70 MS.
Showcasing that they're able to pick up these kills to make the difference, and these are kills that could be.
I just can't play with it.
By Papara SuperMassive, they're just, you know, stepping in the wrong places.
Yeah, and they're kind of getting caught. We're trying to. I feel like we just need to kind of take a breath and regain our composure for what we need to do. Blotsvet kind of rotating without his team, getting caught. Us trying to invade Incendio Supremacy's jungle without, there really wasn't a need for that, but it ends up getting them caught. 4 members of Incendio Supremacy close in around them, and I feel like we have a composition here that's going to be scaling a little bit more toward the late game, where we're actually going to be able to win some of these fights, but not if we keep on taking deaths. Glorious pathway has been laid out there. Rosa takes a heap of damage, getting bursted down by After Dark, who claims himself a soul, tying the kills to 2-2. Now Alien on the opposite side in a bad way, in between 4 members of Papara SuperMassive, does elect to go with that bestial form. TNZ on the opposite side with electrifying beats out there with the Wrath of Dryad. Bilal, or actually Sunshine, finds himself himself a cure as Mohi finds the turtle, and we are scrapping it out at the turtle pit. Mohi finds himself a double while Wasa able to take down Apex 47.
Alien falling, TNZ as well. 3 members down to 1 for the side of Papara SuperMassive. Papara able to get this turtle as well, and now will take the lead in the economy in their hands now, leading and also taking the turret on the bot side. That was a great trade.
By the way, I just noticed that Incendio already have 1 win. It's because they proceeded to grand final first, and they have 1 winner.
It's becoming very effective on the Sakai.
Yeah,
you mean one more sleep stream? No, I'll not sleep. I'm well rested today. I want to play.
Down TNZ right now. We're just gonna stop him from getting into there. His entire team will just we just sit Blotsfet on that fat panda at the entranceway, heavy spinning his way around while it allows time for Mohi to pick up the retribution on there. As we take a look at some of the item builds.
Yeah, some of the items on the way. Both sides trying to get some damage. You're gonna see the Sky Piercer alongside the
imaginary friend of yours. Hello. Nice words.
Yeah, it does trap Sunshine, but they're not able to get the kill.
I like it.
Setting up Zhao, who has to lay down the Zaman Force to try to find himself an escape, laying down damage onto Alien, who decides.
But you don't look well rested. It doesn't matter how I look. It matters how I feel.
He's gonna disengage. Neither will fall in that engagement, but they're definitely not afraid to take the fight. We did see the Starlame side picked up over there by Zhao as well, so he's going to have those enhanced basic attacks and some magic power alongside the hybrid lifesteal to work in his favor. But Incendio Supremacy, they're struggling against
Hello bro, feeling corny?
These
okay.
spins, it's just disrupting their team fights and objective pushes.
I'm feeling corny for game, I don't know.
What you were talking about is like this is a pick that they usually like to utilize, and I guess they're trying to a battle against it. This is why it's been so strong, especially when it comes to a lot of these dashing heroes. If you can't fight them, if you don't want to chase them, then just make sure that they don't have any type of options when it comes to these engagements or these objectives here. Rosa putting a lot of damage on the Wasa. Mohi's still able to pick up the turtle as Wasa comes in. Glorious pathway. Rosa with the flicker out of harm's way. Wasa no worse for wear just yet. Alien with the bestial form actually gets out. A lot of damage coming out of the
what is this fight? Kester can't even cast this fight.
Looking to be able to disengage here. No worse for wear. I can't believe nobody died there, but that's just telling you how good and well versed both of these teams are when it comes to the damn. Oh, a little bit of a sneakiness. Blotsfet might be in trouble. He does get caught heavy. Spin is still available, so he's still able to find himself and escape. Mohi on the backside.
What is this level diff?
Support for his roam as he disengages. And off-screen, Wasa finds himself a kill. TNZ able to reply.
Oh, by the way, you can see that TNZ is keeping up with level with Mohi. There is no level diff.
TNZ with response back to find Wasa, but still a 6-4 lead for Papara SuperMassive with 3 turtles on their side. Not to mention the turret.
Can I master bet right now? Yeah, you can master bet.
On the bot side as well, so they are starting to find a couple of answers. Both sides very aggressive though.
Yeah, and they're actually on trying to take down Apex 47.
Black will be good for me because I'm black.
Waits before he even uses that revitalize. TNZ uses an opportunity, dive into the back line, takes down Mohi. Blotsfet in trouble. The diversion on the back end has a huge push surprise for Papara SuperMassive as they tie things up and look to take down this top tower.
Oh, and After Dark takes some hits as well. Rhapsody does connect, and Desanata alongside it, but he is going to be able to get back to safety. 7-7 now. The kills are even, but Incendio Supremacy has skyrocketed in the lead. 2,700 gold above. Look at the difference in the gold laners. Malali well ahead, 2,000 lead up against Zhao in climbing. They're just doing such a great job. Even when they were behind, they play as if they're ahead.
Well, and that's kind of the value. Like you said, it doesn't matter about their kills, but they're able to get objectives. It's not even objectives, I want to say. They've lost the objectives. They've been losing kills, but they've still remained ahead on the gold because they're catching people. They're catching these rotations from Blotsfet. They're catching these people in their jungle, making mistakes. And that is what has kept their gold up, despite like the score looking like it should be otherwise.
But here comes Blotsfet, the tank, the heavy spin on the way, waiting for the denial play. Rosa able to find Mohi off screen with the assistance of TNZ.
Oh man, and that is going to cost Papara Supermassive. Incendio Supremacy know that the jungler is down. They're going to go ahead and start blitzing the damage onto this Lord. That's going to be a first one going to Incendio Supremacy, and there's not much that Papara Supermassive can do.
You know, and this match is very important considering Incendio Supremacy started with one victory on their side. By default, just from being the upper bracket finalists, they get that advantage in this series. And if they're able to secure game number 2, which is technically our first game watching these two fight it out, it's going to be massive diversion play. And they ain't even caught the cameraman by surprise.
Yeah, I keep seeing the end of these diversions, and I have to like hurry up and try to look at the minimap. Like, where'd they go? But yeah, they're just doing such a great job. This is what I was talking about. It's starting to get to the point where every single time that diversion is off cooldown, they're immediately using it, immediately finding themselves some ground, creating these opportunities to either take towers, take buffs away from Papara, and now it's beginning to be a little bit too much. Alien actually does get caught, a little bit of a stun there, but Sunshine on the back providing that suppressive fire as he disengages.
And now the siege for the tier 2 turret in the mid lane. Lord on the top side. Tier 2 has been bursted down for the top and bottom, stripped down to their inhibitors for Papara Supermassive.
Oh, the glorious pathway comes out, but just to kind of
Oh,
slow
Monkey can
the
die.
enemy team from getting to the top lane.
Almost.
It's not a Luminous Lord. Oh, we actually kind of hop into the side.
Nice ulti from a guy, but Boleric fall countered it.
But are not able to. That is 2 down for Papara Supermassive. A double kill for Sunshine. The rest of Papara Supermassive.
It's gonna be like 12 minutes game or what?
I'm not sure if Incendio, if this is a smart decision for them to keep on pushing here, but they decide to continue with it. Lord ahead of them, bracing for the impact. Rose
Is he savage?
Flickers out of the way and gets caught as Mohi takes him down with that evil color.
Hey, that's a trade I'll take any day, though. Very aggressive style from Incendio Supremacy, but they know how to play at their finest when there's a lot of pressure on the line, and you got to see that right there in that high key moment. And now the base crystal took even a little bit of damage right there, and that was just the first Lord. And so to be able to see that work in Incendio Supremacy's favor, it's an 8,000 gold lead right now for them in climbing. This is the biggest gold lead we have seen today. And right now, with this lead in their favor, Papara Supermassive, they got to switch up their strategy. Having Blatchfett rush in and try and get these setups, he's now going to be bursted down by Balali. I'm sure he's gotten some more of those physical damage. I'm pretty sure he has the Demon Hunter sword as well. But you are see the fight on the way.
Oh yeah, a little bit of a disengage there from Blatchfett using that heavy spin to try to get the team away from their marksman. Now running for the hills. We do have the Revitalize out there. You see Alien charging in right now, trying to use that combo to close the distance. Is going to put some CC onto Wasau. They do back up to the core. They have some minions there trying to put the damage on right now. Down goes Zhao as the rest of the team trying to reimburse here, trying to reclaim some positioning here. Out comes some damage from After Dark. More minions at the core. Out comes the Wrath of Dryad. Alien finds a kill onto After Dark, and Blotsvet goes down. This is going to be the game 2 going to Incendio Supremacy.
Just
Supremacy
GG's.
is what we just seen with that flawless execution to close this game.
Fireflag still the strongest team.
Mark. Domination for what we would say is the household favorites. They treat these minions pushes as if it's a Luminous Lord with how well they're able to rotate around and find that opportunity. And that's what you have to do to stay ahead of your competition. And now leading the way 2-0 up against Papara Supermassive. A great start for the grand finals.
Yeah, and especially we talked about it earlier. They get that one game because they were the winners of the upper brackets. They started off this series with 1 victory. This now gives them 2-0 right now. And if Papara Supermassive isn't careful, this could be a clean sweep for Incendio Supremacy, who seem to have their number when it comes to these picks. Sunshine, of course, MVP, 9 kills for him and 80% kill participation there. Also TNZ and Rosa with 87 kill participation.
I mean, you're talking about a team that has possibly one of the best synergies in all of Mobile Legends in general across every single region. And that's Incendio Supremacy, which has been here time and time again. The team that we've seen shut down so many regions, even in M6 through the wild cards, but under a different name. And now to see them here again in the grand finalist position and undefeated in the upper bracket, it's no mistake that they are definitely built different. And Incendio Supremacy is going to have to switch up their strategy for game number 3.
Yeah, we saw that earlier was a bad rotation coming out from the roam after his team was able to get the objective. He kind of rotated up top, no help with there, and then cost his team a death. More of these great objective fights coming from the side of Papara SuperMassive, but the issue is after that, it cost them a decent amount of kills. And I mean, all these objectives went over there, all these kills went over to Papara SuperMassive. However, Incendio Supremacy, their discipline, their ability to continue farming, to find out and punish their enemy teams for these sloppy rotations or hanging out in their jungle too long. It was just amazing to be losing in kills, be losing objectives, and still have the gold lead on your opponents.
Exactly, right? They lost the first few turtles, and still it didn't even phase them. Even just a kill made the difference for them to be able to find their rhythm and get going. And as soon as they found or got that ticket for the train, they never jumped off. They just stampeded through to the base crystal, and they were able to find that victory. And not even with the Luminous Lord, that's the first Luminous Lord of the game. They're not even focused on it. They're just going for the kills and being aggressive. And that is what we see when Incendio Supremacy steps into the scene in the land of Dawn.
Was they taking Assassin Emblem? While on M6 they were taking Fighter Emblem.
Yeah, I feel like
hello,
we have
Smetana.
two
Hello.
problems, or two great
hello.
pillars right now in
Inscribe,
Incendio Supremacy. It's Sunshine on this Granger and Rosa on the Lu Yi. Right now, we have to have an answer for at least one of them. If there is a hope
Show me
for
that there is
anybody to beat
no
this
golden meteor in his
team,
build.
we cannot allow them to have both of these and
Show me
expect to be
build.
successful in these clashes.
Yeah, it was just a bloodbath between both sides. I feel like as soon as we started that game, they were fighting it out just from the first second, and that's what you love to see. A lot of aggressive highlights and definitely some stuff to watch out for on the Snapdragon Pro Series YouTube channel.
It's gonna be fun if Incendio gonna end this with 4-0.
It was a fast finish, right? Now we got to look at how did they claim that victory in such a dominant way. For Papara SuperMassive, I feel like things were working in their
Why
favor.
Private is crying?
Objectives. They had Blatchfett on this Akai. He rushed
Private, why you
times. He
crying?
got some great looks. He was getting the zonage,
What
but it just
happened?
wasn't enough.
Yeah, and that's kind of the crazy thing to me, because I was kind of remarking on how the Akai pick was working, was zoning them out. They were doing what they needed to. I feel like, from what I saw, it was just the tiny bits of mistakes started stacking up, started adding up. Eventually, you had a point where what I had talked about had come to fruition. You had
Bro, enough watching. You play now?
using that diversion
I'll play
on
after this
cooldown,
series will end.
continually keeping the pressure on them. Once they got ahead, once they were pushed back into the base, boom, it's basically the entire map belonged to Incendio Supremacy. Those little mistakes cost them so much, because you got the
Let me
objective, but
check
we weren't
my
able to push on towers. We weren't able to kind of get some of the kills that way as well. Like I said, I'm still baffled, like I said, and I'm going to keep bringing this up. It's just that you had the kills on your side, you had the objectives on your side, but the enemy team Incendio was still able to out-farm you.
And all that really tells me is that, I mean, because that means Incendio Supremacy was winning on poke alone, right? They were just poking, waiting for the team to poke back, and then they'd poke again. And when one side made the mistake, it normally would be Papara SuperMassive, and that's when they were able to kind of create that gap and make the economy work more in their favor. As we are now seeing some of those stats, draft picks, win rate for both sides. Blue side working way more in Papara SuperMassive's favor than the red side. But this is kind of textbook of what we've been seeing overall for our teams in the challenge finals.
Yeah, coming up with the drafting phase, I'm wondering if we're going to have an answer in the form of either that Granger being picked up by the side of Papara SuperMassive, or a Granger Lu Yi. There needs to be answers. It needs to be addressed by the team. We can't just allow it out there. I know Zhao is a great gold laner, but I'm gonna say the last few times I've seen him on Harith, it has left a bit to be desired right now, and maybe that's just because of, like I said, the overwhelming that they get into that gold lane, the overwhelming that you have from a skilled player like Sunshine, and then trying to deal with Rosa at the same time. It'll be very interesting to see where we go from here as we continue the drafts. Basic draft, I want to say bans out there: Matilda, Badang, followed by the Fanny and Zuxin.
Yeah, respect to Lu Yi, but if they do ban it out, it opens up the table for something else to walk in the first phase of the draft. So it's definitely something they want to be a little bit wary on before dialing in on it. But I do agree with you. You got to respect Rosa. And I think that their answer for game number one, they said, okay, we have the Valentina, so technically we have the Lu Yi as well, but we just didn't really see some high-key diversion plays that we were looking for. And I feel like it wasn't really even the diversion that was making the difference. It was just a crowd control aspect with the Temple Rain emblem that really helped Rosa get those setups to group members together.
Say some low tier god stuff.
With the follow through, the punish of the
I don't know, I'm about to cut my
so now jumping
vines.
into game number 3.
In best
Incendio
case,
Supremacy is gonna have blue
it's
side.
your
which
choice.
means we've seen the stats. Typically,
World is
on
beautiful.
paper,
You can choose
teams
even Z
are
to do.
more likely to win when they're on the blue side.
Yeah, and I've seen, I want to say Incendio Supremacy actually, yeah, more likely to win. When it came, we just saw the stats for Papara SuperMassive. They're actually split right down the middle with their
Yeah, you
wins
better
and
go
victories
kill
on
yourself
both
right
sides.
now.
So they're about 50-50, which kind of tells why they like this, the red side here, because they can answer back with 2. Granger picked up by Incendio Supremacy immediately, and they're going to match that up with Hilda.
They got Brody and Akai
Hilda pickup to try to ward off, I'm going to assume, to try to ward off those assassin-like jungler picks that we've seen from Incendio Supremacy. So look for a very quick, a very explosive early game coming out from Papara SuperMassive.
And they're going to pair it up with the Eve as well. I like both of these options. Take the Eve away from Incendio Supremacy. We know Rosa is really effective on that as well. And they took out
Oh,
this,
Inscribe, you can go kill yourself
so like
on your
it's a
special
double
military
direct
operation.
comp against Rosa.
And I will not
So
even
we'll
be
have to see
set.
what the
You can go
response is
die.
going to be there. Maybe the Valentina may possibly come out here just so that Rosa can have the RWM at her disposal as well, but we'll have to see. The Hilda is going to be
We're gonna
effective to
celebrate
deny
it.
these assassin play styles. I don't know if they want to lean in on going for something like the Hayabusa, or if they want to go for something a little bit safer, like maybe
I don't know, I
Fredrin,
have a
maybe
guy
something
from
like
Russia
an
that is
Alpha,
right now
to be
on
able
a
to shut
special
down this,
military
Hilda when they
operation.
decide to go and engage, and there goes the Alpha
I
pickup.
wish him a
We're
special
looking forward
military
to be
desk.
able to get a little bit more of that denial.
Oh, nice. And they patch, so they ward off the assassin pickups from Incendio and then pick up the assassin themselves. I pretty much read the Hylos pickup there, because you definitely don't want to have a Hylos and an Eve on the same team, because then you're
No hate in my
entire
chat,
team's
guys.
just walking through mud, trying to get away from some of these engagements. I'm wondering if maybe we go with a Gatakacha, something else that can help kind of have that setting potential to add on to the RWM as well here. We're going into the second banning phase. Does look like we're going to take one off the field there.
Is this serious for Europe? Yeah, this is for Europe, MENA, and Turkey.
Can definitely stop this. This
Short,
Hilda's
it's
Joy.
EMEA.
I mean, I feel like they're okay
Snapdragon.
against the Joy now because they have the Alpha alongside the Hylos. Now the Gatot is something that should possibly be banned out from the side of Papara SuperMassive. Maybe just because if Incendio Supremacy does pick that up, then it's going to be easily able to get to the back line and shut down a hero such as that Eve. So it's going to be something you don't want to take lightly. The Cho is still walking on the board as well, and I feel like it could be just as effective to reach into the back lines.
Yeah, I'm expecting Cho to possibly, I was going to say Cho may be banned out by Papara SuperMassive unless they want to try to pick it up, just because, like, yeah, that's going to be one of those things that you're going to try to lock on to the Joy, get that way of the Dragon kick up there, and to be able to kind of lock her down.
What just happened?
Also does a good job of trying to stifle the aggression that you see from Hilda sometimes, but the Hylos, is it going to be, that would mean we're putting a Hylos into the XP lane, which isn't awful. It's not a bad thing too. The only thing I don't like about Hylos in the XP lane is it always kind of feels like it's not doing, you're basically just holding the XP lane at a standstill. Like, you're not actually being aggressive, you're not rotating with the team, you're just trying to hold that other XP laner and keep him busy until your team can try to come by. And just like that, they do pick up the Cho on Papara SuperMassive.
Okay, so they pick up the Cho. So this is gonna be interesting. Maybe the CC will slip over onto the side of Incendio
I
Supremacy.
communicate through a translator,
Pick it up
so I
they
can't
can deny
understand what
Incendio
the
Supremacy
streamer
from
is
using
saying.
it against them.
That's
That could be a
fine.
wise decision. It's kind of
You
similar to
don't
what we
need to
saw
understand.
with the E first pick as well for the side of Papara SuperMassive. So we'll see how this plays out. We'll have to look at the response. Also, mid laners have yet to be solidified. Maybe the Valentina does walk here. It's a good counter response to not only the Hilda, who's going to be rushing in. You have a lot of that Terrify to be able to stop those aggressive play styles, but then you also still that real world manipulation to work in your favor as well. But no, they're going to match artillery with artillery.
No, guys,
Oh man,
you're talking about
actually
phones?
very interesting
I
here,
was
too, because
like
now
2
you've
days
got,
ago in a mall,
especially because I believe Farja actually
and I saw they are
outranges Eve,
selling toilets,
with that feathered airstrike there,
and
then
literally
you're
a
gonna
good
get
toilet costs
on
4
this
times
Lucas,
less
he's
than
gonna be
my
able to
phone.
kind of, use that flash step,
And I
use
thought
that
like
transformation to try to get to the back line to try to punish Eve.
toilet is more
It's gonna be
important
very
than phone,
interesting
so
because the composition on the side of Papara SuperMassive is set
I
up.
can
You've
buy
got a
like 4
decent
toilets
amount of peel
with the
and
price of my
protection
phone.
for the Eve, especially
Which is
since you've got the
incredible.
Cho. You're gonna have the Hilda.
Yeah,
later
we're
on
talking
trying to,
about
get to your
toilets.
back line as well. It's gonna be very interesting, and I feel like this is gonna be mostly on to the execution.
And execution is what we typically see sometimes make the difference. Most of the times make a difference. Even when you have a great draft on paper, you gotta be able to meet those conditions.
Can you
within the
play
game to
Mobile
make that draft
Legends with a
effective.
toilet?
And in the last game, I mean, the draft looked great. The objectives were taken, but it was just a lot of the traps that Papara SuperMassive was falling in when it came to the 5v5 skirmishes, where they were just pretty much giving the advantage right back.
Good
over to
toilet
Incendio
is already
Supremacy.
half of the work.
And so with this next
After
matchup,
playing
it's definitely
Mobile
something they
Legends,
wanna
you
keep
need
a
to
close
take
eye
a
on.
good
It's
shit.
now, this is 2 wins for the side of Incendio. 1 that came by default for them just winning the upper bracket, so they already get a bypass for game number 1. Game number 2 was a fancy finish at that 13-minute mark and a dominant performance.
Here, I want to talk about that last pick there, the Claude picked up for Zhao. Even though it doesn't win against Granger, even though I think it's a losing lane against Granger, I like this pick because they know it's a losing lane, which means that Papara SuperMassive already know that they're going to need to support Zhao. They're going to need to send the constant rotations up there, and this might help him to kind of get to the point he needs to be. because
What
he
is there?
amazing
Claude
once he
versus
does
who?
get fed.
It's a bird, it's a plane. Oh, wait a second. It's game number 3 of the grand
I don't
finals, the
see.
Snapdragon Pro Series. Incendio Supremacy up against Papara SuperMassive.
It's game number 2. Sorry.
Leading the way 2-0 and possibly putting them in a pinch with another win if they claim
Claude
this.
versus
It's one of the
Granger, it's
hardest
not
things
that
to come
bad.
back from in esports when you're down 3 wins in a best of 7.
Yeah, it's grand finals, Leo.
Skirmish happening here as both Alien and Wassaw looking to rotate for this Litho Wander. Apex 47 taking a lot of damage. Big pop-up comes onto him, but Alien and TNZ
But you can
are right there
you can
for
buy
the
4
backup.
toilets
That
if you
Litho
sell your
Wander
phone.
actually
4
went over to
toilets.
Papara SuperMassive.
You can
Yeah, able to take
shit
the Lethal
with
Wonder
all
on
your
Papara's
family
side.
instead
We've
of
got a couple
phone.
of the emblems. Lethal Ignition picked up by Rosa. Whoa!
Blotsfed. I do like the juggling he's doing back there. I was a little
4
worried
good toilets.
because I mean we saw him in the last game.
This
He
is
kind of
4
bit
good
off
toilets.
A little bit more than he can chew a lot in the early game and cost some early deaths on the side of Papara SuperMassive. But here he's kind of juggling back and forth, still putting on the damage, but still has a huge toolkit for escapes.
Yeah, and they have 2 great heroes to be able to get to the backline from Papara. You have the Hilda alongside the Cho. So Incendio Supremacy is going to need to be careful. Definitely focusing in on Rosa, which means positioning is going to be pivotal to making the difference in these skirmishes.
Yeah, and I'm just kind of wondering, though, I mean, I guess we do have, it depends on how this Feathered Airstrike goes, where Blotsfed is on the map, where Wassaw is on the map to really be able to punish Rosa once this level 4 kicks in, once you have the threat of those artillery strikes and the Feathered Airstrike on the backside. We do have an Alpha Charge out there. I'm not sure if Mohi was able to get that. He was not. Big pop-up there. This is exactly what I was talking about. Feathered Airstrike comes out, and Blotsfed is right there with the pop-up. Wassaw comes in for the backup, forcing out the flicker from Rosa, and this is what I was talking about. It was going to be an explosive early game, but doesn't look like Papara SuperMassive are in a good position to be able to counter this first turtle take.
The idea is there, the opportunity as well,
but they're not able to hit the mark they are looking for. The turtle is going to go to the side of Incendio Supremacy. Neither side has found a casualty, but a lot of focus on trying to catch Rosa out of position, and we just got to look at Rosa. She's able to evade a lot of these dives and holding on to
guys, donate Dazai so I can get a phone as gift from him.
Now, speaking of last second pause, a brief intermission, and a slight lead.
You're gonna be my slave if I buy you a good phone.
Yeah, that was amazing. I thought for sure Rosa was a goner. Dodge, I want to say three characters coming at her. Even the Hilda running through the tower to try to get to her, able to dodge that with a flicker into the tower. So Rosa's pretty slippery. So I mean, you're absolutely right. The opportunity is there. They have shown the game plan of what they want to do, especially when it comes to these feathered airstrikes. They want to be able to kind of just blitz onto Rosa, but they're going to have to be pretty careful because even with what we just saw, he's very slippery, and he knows his way around this hero, and he's not putting himself in harm's way just yet from a lot of these feathered airstrikes. He knows where he is on the map, where safety is immediately.
And the thing is, like, I don't really mind what Papara SuperMassive is trying, right? I mean, they haven't found anybody falling, and these are risks that I feel like they have to take. If they can catch Rosa out of position, they can really change the entire dynamic of the early game. So not losing a member, but not winning the objective, that's okay. You can take that trade. But overall, if it starts to become a problem where they're just not able to get Rosa, then maybe they
good night, Dazai. Fuck you.
Area. Maybe they try and go in for the
last part is odd
instead.
But good night.
Nonetheless, yeah, with the wings by wings, with the flicker combination, it's very hard to catch a Farza, and now we're starting to see just exactly why that was picked up.
Quite extra last part.
I just love the reaction that came out so early from Incendio Supremacy. You had the Joy in the back trying to steal the purple buff that immediately triggered for their mage to go ahead, go for the feathered airstrike, which triggered for the Cho to try to come in, which triggered for Hilda to try to come out as well. It just it's showing that both of these teams are thinking many
as a slave, what I do? Anything but bedroom services. You're gonna do all my household chores.
Now jumping back in the game though, a little bit more excitement. Big push in the mid lane.
Yeah, and
washing toilets,
nice little trio. I like this rotation,
tidying up my rooms, keeping kitchen clean,
and a jungle. It's a pretty typical rotation that you see
buying food, making food.
Very helpful for the side lanes. Rosa putting some damage on there. Blotsfed in a little bit of trouble, has a little pop-up wave. The dragon is out there too to try to take down Apex.
You're gonna do everything.
Is able to find the kill and a blazing duet onto the back line. Zhao almost finds himself a kill.
Yeah, Mohi able to take down TNT as well. 3 members falling for the side of Incendio Supremacy, all in favor for them to be able to get this turtle, but was it worth the trade? And now Papara SuperMassive now leading the way by 8,000 gold off of that skirmish.
By the way, I have one question. What question?
Alien as well. Gonna have to watch out for that slow, and gonna have to watch out for those pushes. But there was a smart placement from the G Kondo way the dragon onto Apex 47 to separate him from the team.
I haven't seen any help in the gold lane, and Zhao is still doing a decent job against a Granger in that lane, to the point that he's even able to help out his team during some of these skirmishes, which is amazing. I almost feel like Zhao plays better when the odds aren't in his favor or when he has a losing lane, because I feel like he probably respects it a little bit more. Rosa! Oh, a nice flicker from Rosa. Changes the trajectory of that way of the dragon kick. So Rosa actually got kicked into her tower there. Blotsfed in a little bit of trouble there. You have to use that Jikuto to get out of that way. We do have a Revitalize out there, followed by the feathered airstrike. Eve laying down the real world manipulation. Wasau in trouble, getting taken down very low. The glorious pathway has been laid down. Wasau running for the hills, able to make it to the safety of the bush as the fight. Oh, as I say that, gets taken down. Alpha charge him right to his face, and that is going to be Wasau.
Now, you should be banned anyway.
1-3 right now. Big pop-up.
Rosa is losing Aloy to good.
With the pickup there.
Yeah, some great placement from Blastfed to be able to get these.
Who's in charge of this Nightbot?
Time and time again, and now
Me?
the pressure on the way for the battle in the turtle pit.
Yeah, it's a 3-on-3 right now. Mohi is going to look for those electrifying beats, tries to get the stun and the dashes onto Alien. Using the electrifying beats right now, Alien taking very low. TNZ allowed the opportunity to get the turtle, and this might be it. Do have the bestial form coming out. Wasau gets taken down. TNZ with another kill onto the XP laner.
And that's the thing, when Papara Supermassive starts to get a massive advantage, it just goes right back into Incendio Supremacy's favor. Even though they're down in kills, they're able to pick up that second turtle and also able to get some kills as well to find Wasa. Wait a second, was that a Grand Theft Purple?
Yeah, he just came in, retreat, and electrifying beats his way out of there. Bloodshot in trouble, takes the whole front of a feathered airstrike, and it looks like Incendio Supremacy trying to return the favor at the enemy purple buff as well, and it does look like TNZ was able to grab it.
Hey, tomato, tomato. It don't matter where the purple buff's at. My side, your side. I'm gonna get it one way or the other. That's what's going on for TNZ. And yeah, just another kill for the side of Incendio Supremacy. Now 3-4, slowly starting to equalize this game, and now leading the way in the economy. It's been such a match of tug of war. But you're going to see the turret on the top side, tier 3 fall, or bottom side, and the top side is going to fall as well to match it up.
Yeah, so, I mean, we're kind of tied up when it comes to the macro of the base right now. The one thing, though, is I kind of like, as much as I'm leaning right now to Incendio Supremacy through the laning phase here, I do kind of like Papara SuperMassive and what they have set up when it comes to, like, team fighting ability and when these objectives start finally coming in. We'll just see if they're going to be able to execute it as well, especially with Zao. Is he going to be able to
I was not betting any money. I didn't lose any money.
That blazing duet to
I'm not betting on Mobile Legends.
Okay, I was about to say it's like very suddenly might have been a close game for Mohi there, but senses something in that bush and decides against going down there.
Yeah, just his spidey senses are tingling right there. As you are going to go ahead and see Incendio Supremacy still maintaining a slight lead and doing some great rotations across the map. But the battle on the way, Wasa doing some hits on Alien.
Yeah, they're trying to kind of keep this, the Lord, or trying to keep the turtle, trying to keep the stacks up on Zao right now. As we go ahead, Alien on the backside gets popped up. 3 members there. Feather Airstrike is out as well. Alpha charge into the back line. Alien finds a kill onto Blotzet. Out comes that bestial form. Zao finds himself a double kill, and one of those are on TNZ, which is going to open up this turtle for Papara Supermassive.
All right, here we go. Papara SuperMassive found that window again, able to take this turtle. Mohi will be the one to secure it, and now they have the gold in their favor. Now, can they maintain this momentum? As that's been the thing in question this entire game. Who is actually leading this match? Is it Papara or is it Incendio?
Yeah, and this is about as tied of a game as it can get. A 500 gold lead that is not even a gold lead here right now. However, I do want to say Papara Supermassive, when you start breaking down these mid towers, that's where the game really starts rolling into your favor. So whichever team can start making those first hits, those first takedowns onto those mid towers, I feel like that's going to be a huge advantage for the team.
Yeah, and that's going to be what makes the difference here. But again, if we look at Incendio Supremacy, when it comes to the all 5v5
I'll be right back.
Their poke potential is just a little bit better. Those little micro mechanics tend to overwhelm Papara Supermassive, so they need to be careful.
What's happening here?
They choose to engage on. When you have this advantage,
I guess Incendio are gonna come back again because they're just a good at team playing.
Entire control of the map. But you're already seeing some recon from Papara Supermassive.
Just a matter of time.
Trying to set up so they can take this top tower, and a great rotation there. We have the Feathered Airstrike coming down, raining down damage. Actually wards them off, so they're actually gonna be able to protect this. Mohi takes a heap of damage. Alien in trouble as Wasau trying to secure the escape of his brethren there. Still some damage out there. Alien still with the poke there. Apex does find himself a stun onto Blotzman, who's going to use that Jikudo to get himself out of harm's way. Some great rotations from both teams, who both seem to have the same thing in mind. They were pushing the side lane, hoping to get the rotation from the enemy team there. They met them. Both of them did the exact same thing, met each other on the opposite lanes, cleared them out, and then we begin this tango all over again.
Yeah, it's definitely the most even match we've had so far, but Alien!
Yeah, very far into enemy territory there. There's two men knocked up their glorious pathway down. Sunshine running for the hills as Wausau looking for some protection on the back line. We do have Zhao putting on the damage onto Rosa. Feathered airstrike is out again, but Zhao uses the BMI, comes back into the hands of three Incendio Supremacy members and gets taken out.
Ooh, now gonna try and take the turret in the mid lane, try and make the most out of the situation. Okay, we can't get the turret. Do we shift focus over to this Lord? TNZ still 16 seconds until he spawns in, which does buy them a little bit of time for this objective, but the punish may be on the way from Incendio.
Wausau just sitting here. He just is, his only goal here is to be a distraction, trying to take some of this damage and take damage he does. Sunshine with the kill there. Mohi finds a kill onto Alien there. That is a double for him, and they decide to reset this Lord.
It's going to be a little bit of a challenge, though. 2 members shy for the side of Incendio, 1 member shy for Papara SuperMassive. Papara still having the advantage to be able to take this objective, but their time is limited. TNZ, he's not even going to go for it. He's going to rotate over to his purple buff instead. So this is going to be a free Lord over to the side of Papara SuperMassive, which should get them the advantage they were looking for to be able to push through the mid lane.
Yeah, I do like that there's still effort from Incendio Supremacy. Still had a Sunshine. He's like, I realize we're not going to be able to get this Lord, but you know, I'm going to throw some pot shots out there just in case. You never know. Get a little steal out there. He does not succeed there. TNZ on the back line finds After Dark, but is met by the entirety of Papara Supermassive. And down goes Mohi on the back end as well. 8-11 right now. Lord on the side of Papara Supermassive, but advantage on the side of Incendio Supremacy?
That's the $1 million question. They do have a Lord on the top side, but Incendio Supremacy is going to go ahead and push the mid turret, and now going to go ahead and patch the bleeding from this objective and may catch Blotsfet for a 2-for-1 combo.
Oh, yeah, and I mean, he's dancing back and forth. I think he's just trying to create some time there. Right now, he's back and forth. Does get the pop-up onto the Sunshine, and the Way of the Dragon is... Zhao comes in from out of nowhere and takes down Sunshine, BMIs his way right back out of the fight.
The counter from Papara Supermassive. He bought them the time. Blotsfet, a genius. He was waiting for Papara to wrap around and punish. They will. Glorious Pathway trying to go to safety.
Ooh, and some damage coming out to Zhao. Lord beginning to make its way to the high grounds of Incendio Supremacy. Meanwhile, at mid, oh, we do have an electrifying beats. TNZ's going to take a heap of damage. Does not ward him away from that fight. They are still trying to clean up this Lord. Zhao finds himself the high ground tower at top as Papara Supermassive now begin the cleanup of the enemy jungle.
Ooh. Yeah, clean up. Ooh.
Yeah, a big feather airstrike came down there, and then from the side, a big flank coming out from the side of TNZ. Does not find the mark just yet, and right now, Incendio Supremacy basically being turtled into their base.
Yeah, into the base, but they still can't count Incendio Supremacy out of this one just yet. Right now, it's a 3,000 gold lead for Papara Supermassive. They definitely have the advantage to be able to kind of push through. But look at Incendio. They're still holding on to the 2 turrets in their mid lane, their inhibitor. But they have got their inhibitor on the top side, bursted down. Finally getting a little bit of a look at the items. The gold difference is not that far from Zhao compared to Bilali. He does have the Malefic Roar, the Sky Piercer, and the Blade of Despair to be able to work in his favor for some damage alongside the Hunter's Strike as well. But for the side of this Claw, Zhao, right? This man has been a menace with the BMI. He has that Demon Hunter Sword to be able to soak in, especially onto Apex 47, Alien alongside the TNZ combination, and something they want to be wary about.
Yeah, we're going to see how well this kind of push is going here right now. 8-13 right now. Incendio Supremacy, you said it before. It doesn't mean that they're out of it just yet. All they need is just an opportunity. But right now, Papara Supermassive trying to close down a lot of these opportunities. Ooh, Zhao takes a lot of damage, down to about 10% health. That's going to set the tone for this first Lord. As coming in, TNZ gets that alpha charge, and Eve dropping down that real-world manipulation as well. We do have the Blazing Duet already used by Zhao as they are starting to push away Incendio Supremacy from the back end. Alpha Charge finds Wausau on the back end. He has been doing, and the crazy thing is that Wasau's getting caught, but his whole job is to try to distract Incendio Incendio Supremacy so that they can use their abilities on him, giving Papara SuperMassive at least an opportunity to try to get this Lord. Looking for about a 50-50 here right now. Lord at 20%. Both teams doing the dance here. Tianzi right up in their face. Alpha charge into nothing. A tower has been destroyed for the side of Papara SuperMassive. Coming in with the real world manipulation as well. Zhao finds a kill onto TNZ as Blocksfed gets taken down, and the Lord goes to Mohi, and with a nice icing on the cake as they're able to take down Sunshine as well.
Yeah, Sunshine does get the double kill before going out, though. The Lord is going to be working in Papara SuperMassive's favor. Should be pushing in here momentarily. And now Incendio Supremacy forced to defend yet again. Massive damage from that feather airstrike from Rosa. Definitely don't want to take that lightly. But Incendio Supremacy struggling to kind of match the fights when it comes to the micro from the side of Papara SuperMassive. And some great rotations from Wasa, putting on a lot of pressure on this Hilda to be able to wrap around to the back line and force Incendio Supremacy to kind of group together. So it's definitely going to be a little bit of a challenge. Incendio Supremacy, they're on the back foot, and that's no secret. But big stun, Wasa does connect onto Rosa, forces out the wings by wings off the map, while the Luminous Lord is going to be pushing on the top side. Now marching into the base for Incendio Supremacy. Papara SuperMassive, though, they need to be able to close the distance. They're going to go in for these inhibitor turrets, try and go in to possibly find their first victory in this series. They do not want to allow Incendio Supremacy to take 3 wins in a row. When it goes out, but not enough to stop the Lolly on this Rhapsody and Destinata. Xiao will fall. Mohi able to find TNZ. A 1-for-2 trade. Papara SuperMassive have the numbers, they have the Lord, they have the minions. Can they close out this game and find their first victory in this series? For the airstrike dropping down from Rosa for the zone.
They can't close this game. It's only 3k farm diff. What's they talking about?
What a turnaround. 11-17 though. I'm not sure if Incendio Supremacy can afford another mistake. They need to be careful. They need to pick their fights. They need to find an answer to Wasa, wrap it around and finding Rosa. It's going to be a challenge, but the damage is definitely there. I mean, we saw a lot of heavy hits from Rosa. Speaking of Rosa, the queen, we got to see a lot of those damage items start to stack up. The Wishing Lantern, also the Divine Glaive for the pin, and the Arcane Boots, and just picked up that Winter Crown for survivability. And now with the Lord possibly going to be the difference in this one. 40 seconds until it spawns in. Incendio Supremacy starting to inch their way up the map. Papara SuperMassive still leading by 2,800 gold. Gold leaderboard, by the way. Mohi is sitting in that #1 position. Right behind him is Sunshine. It's a little bit staggered back and forth between both members of opposing sides. And Incendio Supremacy, they're still putting on a great fight. I feel like this is the most even match we've seen so far in today's games. And right now, still a great lead for Papara SuperMassive. Both sides are past that 50,000 threshold for gold, so it should be full items for both sides to be able to take this fight. So the difference is going to come down to who makes the first mistake in these engagements. It's going to boil down to who has the overall better micro mechanics, and possibly a little bit of macro with the split pushing could be the difference.
Yeah, and with only one high ground left on the side of Incendio Supremacy, Papara SuperMassive, I mean, they've got an easy road ahead of them to kind of try to take this advantage. Another Lord coming up here right now, and we're going to see if from the back end, what a flank coming from Papara SuperMassive. And
nice flank, really fast flank.
With a blazing duet. Is it going to be enough? Down goes Sunshine.
Damn, they won a game.
And they are continuing to push. They said, screw the Lord, we're going to continue and take down this core. Feathered Airstrike is out trying to clean up the rest of these minions. Out comes the real world manipulation as Papara SuperMassive turn their attention to the last high ground tower. Now the damage going onto the core to 10%.
As they can defend.
And Papara SuperMassive are
insane game. Nah, that flank was really professional.
With that flank to secure,
like they understood that they need some heroes that can jump in with joy, and it was Hilda. It was Hilda in this move.
Inside of Incendio Supremacy's favor, but a surgical procedure toward that bot.
Does I looking sleepy again? Go to sleep now. Stop glaring at us. I'm not sleepy at all. I want to go take a bath, wash my hairs, and play rank a little bit.
baffled right now with how good Zhao has been in that marksman lane and how good he did, despite I didn't really
Last
see a
fight,
lot of
bellissimo.
focus.
Last
I've been
fight was
sitting here
great.
harping
I won't even
Papara
rewatch this last
SuperMassive
fight.
support that goal,
I know
and
they're
this
gonna
time
show a
he
replay
was a
later, but
losing
I wanna
lead.
rewatch it. Just check this flank, guys.
Supremacy, Papara
Check this
SuperMassive,
flank.
got an easy road
Like Joy hiding.
ahead of them to kind of try to
She sees Granger right now.
take this advantage. Another Lord coming
She stacks on creeps
up
there.
here right now.
And in this moment, Hilda sees the Joy is coming, using conceal and attacking Granger, and Granger has like no way to escape. I don't know what will save Granger here. And there Hylos is defending. Why Hylos is defending a base? What the? Hylos is defending base, Granger, and okay, Rosa is sitting here because he has like skill. He has Farsa Force skill, he can escape. But Granger, what is Granger doing here? Okay, just nothing can save Granger. Nothing.
And we're gonna see
Bam! And Rosa is getting damage from Joy as well. Oh my god.
from the back end, what a flank coming from Papara SuperMassive, and they have Zhao coming in with a blazing duet. Is it going to be enough? Down goes Sunshine, down goes...
Hylos wasn't even participating in this fight. He was defending a base.
It just kind of shows the skill level there. And then, as we were talking about, like, just the ability of being able to... Oh, this is where he kind of came back. He came back to his BMI, but there were 3 members waiting for him.
Hylos was chunked by Eve, so he went back.
And it's crazy how close this
Okay.
game was, and it really boiled down to just this mistake from the side of Incendio Supremacy. And let's just talk about, you know, Papara SuperMassive for a second. These are some new faces rising to the occasion, going up against one of the most synergized teams in competitive international tournaments, Incendio Supremacy. And to be able to put on such a challenge is
Rustic,
showcasing
co ty
that
robisz?
Turkey is definitely rising and is as a region you don't want to take lightly when it comes to the competitive international.
Wait, I smell smoke in my house, guys. Wait.
Inside of the Mobile Masters, but there goes
What
that
the
play. That is the $1 million play right there that made the difference to be able to close out this game.
Yeah, they definitely found the answer. I've been harping on having a plan for both the Granger and for both the Lu Yi. This time they were able to ban out the Lu Yi, and then you had Mohi getting those great side plays, those angles that he needed to get to the back line, to take down Sunshine, to take down Rosa before they became a threat in a lot of these fights.
Yeah, and on this Joy, we talked about it time and time again. It's one of those heroes that sometimes you have to give the respect in terms of the counter, or it's going to be very effective against you. And it was one of the most threats that we've seen even in the M series, right? When teams didn't pick up something like the Belleric, something like the Fredrin, or possibly an Alpha, it was just really dominant on being able to get to those back lines and shut down pretty much everybody with the electrifying beats. I think there was a moment in time we saw the Grand Theft Purple come out, right? We just saw the Retry and the electrifying beats to safety.
And another thing that was kind of really aiding in the side of Papara SuperMassive was the mobility of Joy when it came to setting up pressure.
Yeah, everything is good.
Teams were vying around the
Wait,
map,
I
looking
translate
to
this
try
word
to get
because I don't know
people.
even English
You
word for
had,
this.
You had Joy on the side lane, then back to the fight, then into the mid lane, then back into the fight, then onto the other side lane. Alpha was TNZ on the Alpha.
Hubble
was trying
bobble,
his best, but, I mean,
hubbly
we're talking
bob,
about how he
hubbly
doesn't have
bobbly,
that same type of
water
movement
bonk.
speed. He can't cover the same distance as fast.
My brother
as
is
a Joy can on there,
smoking
which really
water
helped in
bonk.
a lot of these fights, because then you had not just a fight coming at you, but minions pushing at your towers as well during these fights.
Danger, hello.
And you know, we got to see Papara SuperMassive's detailed
Water
team statistics, but this time
bong.
we're going to be able to see Incendio Supremacy.
Is this weight?
13 times for the blue side, 10 times for the red, which means they definitely have a
It's
little bit
this
more
huge
advantage.
saying
Not by
where
a
you
big
place
margin, though.
water.
69% compared to 60 when it comes to overall win rates. But
Hard to
still, it's
explain.
over 50%, which means it doesn't matter what side they're on. Statistically, they're just more favored to find the victory. But I mean, this is what happens when you have a synergized team, right? Trial and error, time and time again. Eventually,
No, it's not
perfects the
anything
craft and
illegal,
helps them be
guys.
more
It's not
effective
anything
in these
illegal.
games.
Yeah, we'll see. I have to wonder now, though, if we're going to be kind of
It's,
if we're gonna continue to trade back and forth with Incendio Supremacy getting a win, Papara getting
like
a win.
Kalyan? Yeah, like Kalyan.
One match that Incendio Supremacy was offered for winning the upper bracket. Will coming from the lower bracket possibly cost Papara Supermassive, especially because they opened up this series by taking a loss, which now gave Incendio Supremacy that 2-1 over them.
Water bung.
Yeah, and that's what I'm going to be kind of watching.
Go smoke this shit. Don't miss out.
If you count the upper bracket final score with it being 3-2, technically on paper they're one win ahead of them regardless, even if they got to bypass. But we are now jumping into the drafting phase.
Tobacco.
Game number technically 4 between both of these teams. It's now 2-1, but I may say game 3 on the
So
screen
basically
for us,
it consists of...
I want to air the confusion on that one. But you are going to go ahead and see this Badang as the first ban for Incendio Supremacy.
Yeah, and I'm expecting to still see that Liu Yi out there. The big thing for me is,
so there is a vessel. In this vessel there is water. On top of it there is coal and tobacco.
The game-winning recipe to have something like that on your side.
Yeah, no illegal substances there.
Because there's not much
and you smoke.
You can do to stop it.
And Incendio Supremacy opts in to go back on the blue side again, which means Papara Supermassive will be on the red
Where is
side.
your black tea, Dazai?
There goes the Fanny ban out. Joy has not been banned. The Liu Yi, this was respected from Papara Supermassive when they drafted last game. They took out the Liu Yi. They did not want Rosa to put that at her disposal. But
yeah, like water bonk.
Are they comfortable running against that? I mean, the first time it went out, they tried to pick up the Valentina to counteract it and use the diversion.
Bonk like bonk comes, I don't know.
And there goes the Phobius ban out there. I'm expecting this to be a Louis.
Dazai, do you know MBTI? Yeah, I know.
I'm assuming it's going to be the Granger on Incendio Supremacy. Even
that's not scientifically proven, though.
Strong pick for them. Sunshine. The only problem.
Not scientifically proven thing.
Do a better job of protecting Sunshine on that back line.
Yeah, Sunshine can definitely be a major threat, and I think it's Bilali in game, so everybody's like, who's Bilali? Bilali is definitely Sunshine with a little bit of a name change. They like to get creative on us side of the game, man.
My MBTI is ENTP.
Nonetheless, yes, the Granger, it's very effective. It's one of the most dominant gold laners, if not the most dominant gold laner. You talk about
ENTG.
Inherit alongside it, but it definitely
not ENTP, but ENTP. ENTG. Sorry.
Last time we saw
J.
Match this up with a Farza, but they steal the Cho away from Papara.
Yeah,
sorry. INTJ.
You have the Granger and the Joy on the same team.
Not E, but I.
Oh man, we need to have something to get to that back line, and right now I'm just not seeing it inside of Papara Supermassive.
INTJ.
Go with the Hylos here to help out the real-world manipulation of the Eve.
Hello, Spectre.
I was going to say Gatai, but I do think the Hylos can definitely be effective here. The Belleric still could be picked up because they technically need something for the Joy, right? They need something to be able to shut this Joy down in the tracks, and we'll have to see if that's going to be pulled
You
out.
don't come off as introvert to me. That's your problem.
Every time I'm like, dude, there's such a good answer that a team could pick out that could just counter something hard on the other side. Nope, it's just a Lucas. Just throw Lucas in there, man. This man just fits in any composition. When he does get picked up from Papara.
Well, I mean, he is able to kind of close the distance. So if you use that in combination,
I mean, I talk with people on stream because I feel comfortable here.
He's going to be able to chase down.
It's like every introvert has its friend group or something where he feels comfortable to talk.
Joy doesn't actually really need to be part of the fight.
When I was starting streaming, I was shy.
And can come in with the electrifying beats.
Right now, I am just comfortable with streaming.
To see how this combination works, because I still
fucking gay acting.
Like something like a Lucas
yogurt.
Daddy,
fuck me. Yogurt.
Yeah, it can definitely be a threat, but something, speaking of threats that we've seen work out really well in the previous match
that's gay
was
acting.
the Hilda
in the hands of Wasa. Can we talk about those rotations and how he's able to get to the back line and really disrupt Rosa? There's a lot of times where Rosa was forced to use
I've just played versus Nav.
Be able to engage in the fight because Wasa was just able to.
Classic game, by the way, 100 plus.
Little to no punish. So I'm gonna
keep going. I almost finished.
Still have yet to see
nice one.
what Rosa is going to be slotting up against this Eve as well. The Valentina now being banned off the board. It's looking like they're trying to focus on
not yogurt. You look and talk and act like gay as fuck.
Yeah, and Farza taken off the board here.
Fuck all this
so I'm very
romantic sexual attraction.
With our picks, there's still some great picks.
You look like gay
out there as well. Aurora can possibly stop the engagement coming from a Hilda.
For me, your father looks like gay.
Lucas,
tell him to be careful.
Good, nice counter. It's just the peeling ability. You're really going to lean on the Cho to try to protect the Aurora as they try to close the distance on her.
Vexana could come out here. I mean, it could give you a little bit more survivability. The Sicilian technically could come out here as well. We know just how much of a force that can be when not checked.
I thought you are ENTP. Nah.
They have the capability to get to the back line, right? You kind of said that you wanted something to get to the back line.
I mean, I can switch my introvert extrovert sides.
Department. Now we got to see what are they going to pull inside of the jungle, right? Are we going to see this possible?
It depends more on the situation.
Rise to the occasion again. I mean,
that's why it's not scientifically proven.
To check the assassin.
As well as introvert extrovert thing is not really scientifically proven.
And that's the thing too, is they also have the Hilda on there.
Just the way to describe
a big thorn in the side of
for simple people like us. A way to describe someone.
Especially having a Lucas on the team too.
Because human beings are more complicated than just extrovert or introvert.
Very quickly as well, using the flash step, flash combo, still does a lot of damage, still has a lot of regen. We're gonna go for the we're gonna go to fit Zhao onto this Claude, and potentially, I mean, I like what you talked about.
I want to see Dazai on mushrooms and play Mobile Legends.
Too, because then you're gonna
Valid.
have two avenues of poke damage coming out from the side of Incendio Supremacy.
Valid request.
And I like the Cloud on the other side.
Unfortunately, if we call it mushrooms, I guess YouTube will ban me.
Just the BMI is more massive to be able to deal that damage and then get back.
How many friends you got in real life?
Gets the Joy. He's already going to try and rush in and
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
From Incendio Supremacy. Just the Joy and the
6, 7, 8
is definitely going to be a problem. So. Yes, I think the Sicilian could work out here. Could definitely be able to deal the damage, especially toward the late game.
I know.
For Incendio Supremacy, I wonder
like
if they're
10.
gonna go in for that route, especially with a lot of these mages being focused and target banned. They're gonna go in for something different entirely, though. Looks like they want to go in for this Xavier, and they're gonna pair that up with the Katat. Now the Katat, we said it was something.
That's a lot for introvert.
Checked off with the Cho though.
I was not trying to find them though.
The Xavier pickup.
They found me.
It's interesting. I'm actually kind of not questioning. I don't think it's a bad pick, but I'm kind of wondering why Xavier over the Sicilian, because I feel like there's just more survivability in case they do get to the back line. So if you have Xavier, you have the Clock of Destiny, you have his Bat's Feast to keep him topped up and help him to be able to kind of disengage from there. Xavier doesn't have those same type of tools, but what he does have is a lot of CC on his hands with a decent amount of damage. And then of course you've got the global dawning light that can come out.
Yeah, and it can shoot you from afar, possibly still an objective if
Dimas,
you're not careful, maybe even a buff or two. So now we're looking at Incendio Supremacy 2-1 on the scoreboard. Massive able to find their victory. A really great performance from them in the last match. Not one-sided. I would say it was the closest game we've seen so far, but a step in the right direction.
I don't have much online friends, by the way.
Of evening out this series.
As we take a look, this is going to be game 4.
I mean, Miron is like online and in real life friend at the same time.
Ways to tie things up here against
there are like,
and I'm wondering how well
I guess
I'm not gonna lie, unless I've only really seen the chip with
I don't know,
like amazingly successful to where I was like, oh, that chip pick really paid.
Like really good online friends.
Kind of not seen its
I know a lot of people online, of course.
we've seen in the past.
But France.
Yeah, I mean, during the M series, we got to see the chip be very, very effective with the
Miron Smetana maybe.
in the challenge Snapdragon Pro Series.
Not much.
Really got to see it be as effective.
But I had a lot before.
You know, something else that stands out to me is Rosa picking out this Xavier and then pairing it with
Predictions this game, Dazai. Okay.
To be able to have the cooldown rate on the non-ultimate skills. It seems like that's just the entire goal for Rosa. Did it on the Lu Yi, now she's doing it again on the Xavier.
Yeah, and for some reason we're diving underneath the top. That was a little greedy there. Like a little bit of a pop-ups there on to the mids there. Wasau in
prediction.
Oh, and coming up from the backside, Blotsvet comes in onto 3 members. A little greedy there to go onto the backside, especially because Papara SuperMassive looked like he had the disengage in hand.
Yeah, looked like the disengage was going to be there, but 1 kill will go for Alien, able to shut down Blotsvet, and now
Papara will win this game, my prediction.
Yeah, Mohi's gonna try
after Force Lord. Okay, that's my prediction. What about King Kong? Aren't you friends? Yeah, and King Kong.
From the backside, TNZ able to dash in as well, but the rest of Incendio Supremacy getting zoned.
But King Kong is my online friend.
Purple buff all the way, getting chased all the way to their tower. Here comes a pop-up followed by the dawning light from Rosa, but they're not going to be able to counter that play at the turtle and might actually lose that purple buff.
Growing up, decreasing friends, yeah. Bum. And I am 22 years old, no friends.
Spawned in, and Papara SuperMassive wasting no time to gain control of this objective. We got to see how Incendio Supremacy responds. Are they going to allow this turtle to go with
I will stream the match if Kiri tomorrow. What?
To possibly get a response back. Wait a second.
Yeah, speaking of trade-offs,
please, I don't understand.
TNZ as well. Avatar the Guardian has to be used defensively. Dawning Light with the taunt on the Mohi. Mohi's still able to find himself and escape, and that is the value you get. Down goes Wasau, but the value you get when you're using a Lucas, that man is unbearably
aesthetic. Hello.
For how
the match of Kiri tomorrow on EKD. Oh, no, I will not stream the tournament.
Is he able to find it? He was not able to get the kill, I don't believe.
Penny on, hello.
No, but he didn't fall as well, so I guess overall objective secured.
Yeah, and now After Dark very low. Mohi.
Okay, I will go take a breath of my hookah, water bong, whatever you call it.
All over Incendio's jungle right now. In comes TNZ to put the final touches onto Mohi there after the.
What if hypothetically I was under your bed and touched you inappropriately? Would you allow it?
Incendio Supremacy trying to shift their focus into the mid lane. They're up by about 300 gold.
What the
Still
fuck?
a very close game, similar to the last match that we had.
What is this hypothetically question? No, I wouldn't allow you.
Testing the waters, but not
and I don't care if you're a boy or a girl.
I would say these teams aren't really too far apart when it comes to the micro and the macro. And Incendio Supremacy,
I would punch your face till you die,
they're respecting the capability,
and then throw you out of my house.
They're not taking as many risks.
Of course, it's not gonna happen in real life. It's just a joke.
Comes onto the flank for Apex 47. They do spot them out, and a little bit of a fight happening up at top. Lucas, and it looks like joining the fight is Wasau up there to try to sandwich Incendio Supremacy. Avatar the Guardian comes out, Dawning Light just wide as TNZ goes down, and Alien is trapped against 3 members of Papara SuperMassive. And I was about to say it's lasting a little longer than I thought he would. That's gonna set up this next turtle take while Rosa and Apex are getting zoned.
But what if someone does that to you in real life? Guys, I can't tell I will do this in real life because YouTube will come to my stream and say Dazai is killing people on his stream. You understand? I should always tell that this is not gonna happen in real life.
That are going to be able to seize them on the map. Now the push on the bot side.
Yeah, big portal comes out. All members exude from it. Dawning Light just wide of 2 members. Ooh, nice little kick comes in there. TNZ finds a kill onto After Dark, and Zhao just narrowly gets away with a BMI. Wasau finds a kill onto the enemy mage as Blotsvet running for the hills. Wasau there to secure his escape.
Yeah, Rosa does fall. A mage for a mage as After Dark fell right before that. 5-6 on the scoreboard. 700 gold lead for Papara SuperMassive in the siege on the way for the mid-turret from Blotchfed. And now onto the purple buff.
Oh, yeah, you can see a little bit of problems there for Mo. He tried to take the triple buff, might have been a little bit greedy there. TNZ comes in with the electrifying beats, able to find the kill as well. Blotchfed in trouble under the tower, gets killed as Sunshine with the backup damage as well. Diving underneath the tower, TNZ claims himself a double kill.
A genius push, and Wasa left to go back to safety. TNZ gonna go ahead and let him know, hey, we're here if you try anything shaky.
Dazai, what if it was 130 kilogram buff? Strongman doing it. I don't know. They can knife them.
These dawning lights basically being used.
Draw my gun from under my bed. I don't know.
For a lot of these fights, for what looks like it might be in the favor of Papara SuperMassive.
Or submiss and take it.
Comes in there, chunks their health.
I gotta look at TNZ or Rosa's build on this Xavier, because I mean it's not that strong. The dawning lights aren't, but they're constant, which means that it's the CDR. He has to be going for a full CDR.
I can pretend to be a good boy. I can pretend to be a good boy. And then, in the next morning, I will do breakfast for him and poison him.
Look at that! It's like I didn't even finish my sentence and 3 dawning lights came out.
Yeah, he's just a lot.
You have Insta Dazai? Yeah, I have, but there is no photos there.
The Dragon does come out there. Avatar the Guardian misses wide as Sunshine is able to take down Blotset. A beautiful, blazing duet into the back line. Apex 47 goes down, and the BMI does find himself.
Who is winning from your side? Papara SuperMassive.
Purple buff, while the rest of Papara SuperMassive looking for some position.
This game, at least.
To this turtle, they don't find it as TNZ's trying to chase away.
But before you can prepare breakfast for him, he already touched you. Yes, that's the point. I cannot prevent touching me, but I can poison him after that. Damn, we don't understand this plan.
Down Mohi before he can even come into play. Alien backs him off there. TNZ comes in with a dash, but is not able to find the kill.
Yeah, not able to find the kill, but Incendio Supremacy able to find the turtle for their side, and 10-7 on scoreboard. They're now leading the way in this game. 3,000 gold lead. What a turnaround for them. And that was after a big AOG whiff from Alien. He didn't connect to any members of Papara SuperMassive, but didn't affect them in that skirmish for that objective. And now the punish.
Ooh, yeah, is able to find a way of the Dragon well back into enemy or behind the line, and Sunshine is
so
right
the
there
first alert gonna be in 80 seconds.
Right now, sitting at 4,
I bet that Papara gonna win with
a great
Force Lord.
Play from Sunshine, just dominating time.
So I'm just waiting for it.
Again on this Granger. Nonetheless, one of the strongest marksmen in the current meta.
Bro,
so far.
I feel bad for you hypothetically.
He did pick up this Claude and he had a great
just
performance
take
in
it
the
easy.
game, but I really do think this also boils down to just a lot of the micro and macro mechanics overwhelming for Incendio Supremacy.
Oh my god, what a huge combination.
Wait.
Able to take down Wasa, Way of the Dragon.
I will find a good sentence for this situation.
And then the dawning light to chunk down Wasa. You'd have thought he was a mage, how quickly they were able to burst him down. Now putting the pressure onto the bottom lane and zoning out. The resident Blotsfed eats a dawning light, followed by the CC from the Xavier, and we are starting to push ourselves closer and closer to Papara SuperMassive's core.
And it was a full CDR build. I was wondering what exactly Rosa was building. Wishing Lantern alongside the Enchanted Talisman. I just got to see what boots were on there as well, but I'm pretty sure there's a full CDR build to work in Rosa's favor.
Oh, and After Dark goes down. Sunshine with the following, with the finishing touches there. BMI to get Zhao out of harm's way. They're still charging into the back line.
There are a lot of variations of these idioms.
Connect onto the Granger. He did. He found the Granger, but the rest of his team took.
But it sounds like he who laughs last laughs longest. It's fucking hard to pronounce. He who laughs last laughs longest.
Papara SuperMassive is losing ground very quickly.
If you
Yeah, I mean,
poison him
Rosa's
after
just
he
really
did
there
that
for
to
the
you,
poke damage
you're
and
the
the
winner.
constant crowd control. I mean, that Dawning Light it's just a scratch when it touches somebody, but it's so constant that it can definitely be overwhelming. And sometimes that little bit of damage.
Okay, I will say
can
this
make the difference
word
when it
by
comes to these
word.
skirmishes, but so far, a great
He
game from the
who
Incendio Supremacy to turn
loves
this around.
last loves longest. That's an idiom, what I can't change it. There is also a variation like he loves best who loves last. I don't know. It's different.
Supremacy, he even got kicked out of that as well to set the tone on the backside. TNZ trying to put some damage. And look at the damage coming on to After Dark. Almost gets blown out of the water. The rest of the team on the backside looking for a kill onto Sunshine. Alien is right there to provide some assistance with the avatar of the Guardian.
Yeah, and the Lord now
He
gonna make
loves-
his way on the bot
he loves
side,
best.
and Incendio Supremacy
He
not
loves-
able to
he
find that
loves.
objective. Another
Fuck, it's
Dawning
hard to
Light,
remember
though.
because this
Barely
idiom is
misses
so
members of
stupid.
Papara SuperMassive.
It sounds so
And
stupid
Papara
on
SuperMassive,
English
even though they're behind
language.
in the economy, this Lord could be the difference.
He
to turn
loves
this
best
game
who
back
loves
around in their
last.
favor.
Holy
Yeah,
fuck.
Alien is doing such a great job. Like I was just talking about this. They needed some type of protection for Granger. I mean, the team.
Do you think Gord is an OP mage? No, Gord is bullshit.
Always right there, throws an avatar of the Guardian right onto his teammate to try to stifle the kiting process that they have there. Now starting to put some chunk and chip away at the Lord right now is Incendio Supremacy, Blotsfed and Wasau guarding out of the backside here, trying to look for an angle or an opportunity to come in for members. They are able to take down the Lord, and now resetting on the map is Papara Supermassive.
Yeah, I mean, still, like we said, a massive
Second
lead for
Lord.
Incendio Supremacy in terms of the economy, so they're definitely winning on
Nice.
the optimization portion as well. But Papara SuperMassive, they're starting to find ways
Or
to
it
win
was
these
the first
skirmishes and slowly starting to diminish the values.
Sorry, I don't see.
From this early push
Because
and
of
objective
this
focused
thing.
advantage that Incendio Supremacy had. The Lord alone is going to be the deciding factor on what's going to keep Papara Supermassive to be able to turn this game around. Incendio Supremacy, they're starting to kind of fumble when it comes to these team fights. You're starting to see a lot of pressure from Papara Supermassive overwhelm them. Not to mention, I want to say that's the third Avatar the Guardian I've seen from Alien not connect on anybody.
Oh, it was first load. It was first load.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing too. Is the problem is that it's Avatar the Guardian is not meant to be an initiating tool.
I don't know. Maybe they
It's
took
one of
8
those
minutes,
things that
Lord. I
in the
forgot.
midst of a fight, once like a lot of the flickers, once a lot of those repositioning tools have been used, then you can use the Avatar the Guardian to try to get a handle on
Smile
it.
if you like men. I don't like men.
By Incendio Supremacy to create space
boys.
once Papara Supermassive has like closed the distance on the Rosa. Onto Sunshine. The Avatar of the Guardian comes out to try to back them up from it. And here right now, I mean, it's just a school book right now for Papara Supermassive because Incendio Supremacy still maintaining a 4K gold lead despite, I want to say, losing some of these fights. But as we move later and later, it feels like Papara Supermassive is starting to get their wits about them, starting to learn where the cracks and the crevices are in the armor of Incendio, and they're becoming more and more successful.
Yeah, on the bot side, a little bit of a push. The Lord does spawn in, and let's kind of paint the picture of just the stakes on what both teams are fighting for, right? Incendio Supremacy, if they win this one, they're up 3-1 and only need one more match to push on forward. If Papara Supermassive loses this
Second
one,
Lord.
they gotta win 3 games in a row to close out this series. That's definitely gonna be a challenge. They have an opportunity to tie things up.
After Dark almost got caught. TNZ went and threw the whole load and dove into the back line. Now he's being chased by
TNZ will
3
die.
members before the Lord is taken up. That means now they do not have their jungler. A great bait out there from After Dark. But can see he'll play there. Avatar the Guardian comes out as well, but they find no one. Dawning Light finds no one. On the back end, you can see them lying await. Wasau and Mohi looking for the angle. Wasau takes a lot of damage. In comes Mohi, blazing duet onto the back line,
Zhao
Apex
does.
37, and now Sunshine finds a double kill. Down goes the jungler for Papara Supermassive. Sunshine is on fire, looking for another kill to add to his wall. Wasau goes down. That is a triple for Sunshine.
That may just be game if they're not careful. After Dark has to clear out these minions.
Yeah, now they're gonna go ahead and take down the tower, but it's just Blotfet and After Dark. After Dark just has a real world manipulation, and down goes a Blotfet. Sunshine finds the kill there. Rosa actually gets taken down. After Dark with a nice little surgical damage there, able to take down the enemy.
It was Siv's ultimate.
Saved them a second for that push, but they are
second Lord.
lose this Lord.
My prediction is still not lost.
Man, he overextended. He was trying to get a steal.
What if hypothetically there was 3 2-meter tall men who weighs 130 kilograms touching you inappropriately? I would poison 3 of them or shoot 3 of them hypothetically.
TNZ in that push from falling early in that skirmish, it didn't really stop them from getting what they were looking for. As Papara SuperMassive, they just
I need to Google one more word.
And lost in the skirmishes. Now the Lord pushed through the mid lane, and Papara SuperMassive left to defend.
Ooh, Apex 47 from the side lane there. Wassau locks onto him. In comes Cienzi. Mo, he finds a kill onto Apex. Blazing Duet is out, laying down the damage for the enemy team.
Or use pepper spray on them. Should work.
That's a double. Another double for Sunshine. Then at 13, 1 and 2. Towers, high ground towers from the side of Papara SuperMassive starting to go down as well.
Damn, they're gonna lose right now.
Little bit of a misplay there might have been, but Sunshine turns it around, finds himself a kill. Another double for Sunshine, and this, ladies and gentlemen, is a victory for Incendio Supremacy. And what
my prediction is bullshit.
Sunshine.
Able to dominate yet again. Reigning supreme Incendio Supremacy finding their 3rd victory for this series in the grand finals for the Snapdragon
if only I have an X in my backpack all the time, in case hypothetically there are 3 2-meter men.
Top team out of EMEA before we step into
Kamba,
Global Masters. And Papara SuperMassive, they have to win 3 games in a row to be able to take down Incendio.
I just want to put some attention here on this 16, 1 and 2 on Sunshine here. It almost felt like TNZ was the bait to go into the back line.
Now Incendio need only 1 win.
They didn't even care if he died as long as Sunshine was up. It's no surprise here. MVP going to Sunshine with that 16 kills and a heck of a lot of team damage there. 100k there, as you can take a look at some of these stats. 75%.
By the way, how much money will get the 1st place and how much money will get the 2nd place? What they are fighting for?
Sunshine alone had more kills than the entire team of Papara SuperMassive. They got 16, they only have 14.
I'm just interested.
That's insane. Demand was definitely a problem.
So, 1st place will get,
for the side of Papara
1st place gets $20,000 and 2nd place gets $10,000.
Because he had the Granger, what created?
I mean, $10,000 are worth fighting for.
Well, for me, I kind of felt like at the beginning of the game, the focus seems to be on trying to get to that back line, trying to close the distance onto the Granger. They actually got a decent amount of kills onto him. It's just, I want to say, when the focus, when we got into these team fights, I felt like Granger was kind of an afterthought for a few of these fights. Also, Blotsvet, I didn't really
What is next stage of this tournament prize pool? So the ones that's gonna be in Indonesia. First place will get $80,000. Okay, that's nice.
A little bit of a problem there, but eventually Alien did get
Team Liquid is already there.
Protecting Sunshine on that Granger.
Incendio, Papara, and Team Falcons are also there as well.
Yeah, and just a great performance in
one slot for China, 2 slots for Latin America,
pretty much almost secure,
and 5 slots for Asia Pacific.
As we've seen them have a lot of potential. We've seen a lot of these skirmishes pretty much be 50-50.
Nice, interesting.
This one is just a little bit more of that synergized gameplay that came to fruition from the side of Incendio Supremacy. Even when TNZ would fall, we would think, oh, it's an easy take on this Lord. But then
isn't it
somehow,
20k for 1st place? Yeah, it's 20k for 1st place.
to find
and
the turnaround.
10K for
Sunshine, 16
second
on two
place.
on the Granger.
So basically, if you win, you get 10K more,
Just like the first game,
which is
it felt like
worse
Papara
fighting.
SuperMassive was doing
Worse.
good, getting kills, getting objectives, but Incendio Supremacy
which is
was
worse
still
fighting
on the
for.
boards as far as gold, still farming, still getting those tiny.
What
little
is the
kills
name
that
of
they
this
needed.
game? Mobile
And
Legends Bang Bang.
I feel like their macro is just something to be contended with here, because no matter how much of an advantage
Mr. Hansa,
Papara
hello.
Supermassive get, it still feels like Incendio Supremacy is never they never feel behind in that last game.
Nice
even
joke,
when they were
Playboy.
taking kills,
Now
right,
he will
or
find
losing
something else, not
objectives
Mobile
there. They were
Legends.
still farming up, still getting everything that they needed.
Mobile
on the characters
Legends,
they needed
bang,
to get
bang.
that late game, to get those little steamrolls for Sunshine to get online, for TNZ to get online, and things like that.
And that's the thing about them, right? They're a team, even when behind, they play like they're ahead, right? They don't let that falter them. They don't let it disrupt their synergy. They just keep playing.
Grab a free
Find
code,
the
guys.
needle in
Free
the
code.
haystack, and they
Free
thread
gift
through.
from
So,
Snapdragon. Look
there's
the
a free
code.
on the screen, guys. For
I'm
those
too
who haven't
lazy to
stayed
enter it.
tuned
Enter
through this
it,
entire
guys.
Series. Make sure you guys claim that
HO
while it's available as we are
62S0
progressing through the grand finals.
ONR.
This is an opportunity for Incendio Supremacy to close out and earn the spot as the grand champion for Snapdragon Pro Series EMEA. But Papara
Yeah, I'm also
Supermassive,
lazy to
they
take this
still have a
code.
shot, right? They just need to take things one game at a time.
Yeah, we take a look at the kill leaderboard. TNZ at number 1 with 152, and right behind him, right at his heels, is Sunshine with 151 there. Mohi from Papara Supermassive with 130. The gap is ridiculous. Here is a 20 kill gap there, and then a 30 kill gap from Mohi to Zhao. I have to ask the same question you did. At what point do we address that Granger is possibly a problem here?
Yeah, now panning over to the assist leaderboard as well. Still seeing Incendio Supremacy reign supreme, holding the top 2 spots. This time, though, Apex 47 will be the one in the number 1 spot. Rosa right beside him. So that means everybody pretty much on the team for Incendio Supremacy has a title somewhere in first and
Alien
second
looking
place
like he's from
across the
Kiss
board.
Group.
Blastfet right behind
Kiss
him, though.
Band,
And
sorry.
also After Dark over there at the very bottom. Alien even on the board. So, yeah, just a great time. Be able to see these two teams fighting it out. The Turkish region definitely have a lot to be proud about between their 2 top contenders inside of the challenge season.
He looks like Brook from One Piece when he was alive.
Top 20 bands, 39 picks here, a 57% win rate. I'm not sure. I would love to know what the. I was about to say win
For
rate.
sure,
here
it's
for
just a
Sunshine here.
magic dust.
Actually, not as
No,
high
most
as
likely
I
some
would
skin
assume
trial.
It is on Sunshine, but only 54%. So, I mean, I'm assuming that he's won 6 times out of those 11. So it's. I thought it was going to be a little bit more dominant. Zhao, when he gets that thing, that's pretty much a guarantee. So I'm kind of wondering why don't we prioritize this Granger on him, or at the very least it needs to be taken away. Maybe we flip it out and we start banning Granger instead of Liu Yi. I'm not a coach, I'm not a drafter, so I'm kind of wondering. There needs to be a change though, and I just feel like there's, when you allow Incendio Supremacy, when you allow Sunshine on the Granger, I feel like, just like the stats here, you're starting yourself off at a disadvantage, a huge one that you have to work your way. You're almost kind of tying your hands behind your back. So I'm wondering if maybe we can take that off the board to try to even things out a bit.
You know, I finally figured out what Zhao is looking at. He's looking at Granger. He's looking at a picture of Granger, man. He's like, let that thing walk through the draft. Let me have it. And it's a guaranteed win. But nonetheless, yeah, just definitely something that we got to put some focus on is that Granger. But then again, if you ban it out, you have to allow something else to walk on the table that could create a whole nother problem and be a whole nother hero up on that board that we're having a discussion about. So we'll have to see. But nonetheless, for Incendio Supremacy, it still seems like they are going for taking blue side, at least in those previous matches. They've been blue side heavy, and they're going to be blue side again for this game as well. They're not allowing Papara SuperMassive to take the red side for dear life. And here we go. Possibly the final match of the day for Incendio Supremacy if they close this out. Possible chance to earn the title as grand champion.
I will ban
Or a
Bedank
chance
in
for
rank
Papara
from now
SuperMassive
on.
to push on forward and remain
I
in the series.
I know what I'm gonna do.
want to say, like, one thing that I've kind of noticed about Papara Supermassive is while they are super aggressive, maybe that is the problem here, is that they're spending so much time being aggressive that they're not allowing themselves time to just continually start farming and stuff. They spend a good, let's say you spend like 30-40 seconds trying to engage the enemy in their jungle that the enemy has already cleared out, and you walk away with maybe 1 kill on that. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, they're clearing out your jungle, they're clearing out their jungle, they're continually rotating, they're continually farming. And
now I
remember that's where Papara Supermassive is starting to fall back. If they're going to get these engagements, there needs to be a quick, all right, we got him. Do we got him? Nope, we don't. All right, get back out and start clearing out our jungle again and try to get that farm, because some of these continual fights, some of this time that they're spending on the enemy's side, I feel like is kind of kicking themselves in the butt, because Incendio Supremacy is always still up on gold. This time, Granger on Incendio Supremacy, but Papara Supermassive prioritize the show and the joy.
Interesting questions I have on my Mobile Legends stream. When you masturbate, you finger yourself or rub your penis? Nice question. Ask your father.
The Hylos and the Eve here could be huge for the side of Incendio Supremacy. Now the Hilda.
Gay list, yeah, it's gay hero list. Badank Lucas.
Maybe try and disrupt that. No, they're not. They're gonna go in for the Valentina. Now that's a surprise, because there's not really much here to grab from. I mean, you can use the way of the dragon, I guess, but to force that Valentina this early is definitely a little questionable.
Well, I mean, it's obvious. Like, you have the way of the dragon, you have the counter for the joy out there, and with the Hayabusa out there as well. I was actually going to ask, like, where do we go from here? Do we get the Hilda? Do we get the Eve? Eve actually almost seems like, I don't know if you would want it, because then you're giving Rosa even more options of what she can do with that IMU. A very interesting pick up here.
Oh yeah, Bamba Dank and Lucas.
Both of these teams have kind of strayed away from the Hayabusa picks for the last few games for a while. Hilda, the obvious counter for an assassin composition. We'll see how well it plays into it.
I was gonna say, that's why I thought Incendio Supremacy would have took the Hilda away, though. I'm surprised they're gonna go in for the double counter against the Hayabusa. It's gonna be a little bit of an upset.
Yeah, that is a huge liar.
They don't really have anything.
Maybe he's straight, bro.
The dragon for the joy, but that's gonna put their mage in an awkward situation. As now the mage is gonna be
straight people are like this,
or not invulnerable, but not basically stationary for when the teams decide to engage and use the way of the dragon. So we'll have to see how that kind of plays out for both sides.
Ban Badank and Lucas.
I'm looking at the way these
when I will
have been matched up. We've been seeing the
when I will masturbate,
for the side of Incendio Supremacy. And also
when I will jerk off, I'm gonna see Ben Badank and Lucas.
Right on that. It's not something that's you want to ever allow him to grab.
I'm kind of wondering where we go. Zhao, I mean, he's been showing how dominant he is on the Claude. Is that going to be the last ban on Incendio Supremacy? If that happens, then do we kind of switch gears, maybe going towards...
Ben Badang and Lucas.
Are we going to pick up the Harith? Do we go with the Beatrix, which he was also dominant?
They don't want no parts of that. No parts of that.
That's just very interesting. They kind of... I was wondering, too, especially because they're leaving him at the end, and that's where it was so successful, because it was such a surprise. Especially
it's new memorizing method
lineup so far on the side of Incendio Supremacy, but I almost feel like it's
Ben Badang and Lucas
options than the Helker to use here. Irithel on the board now for the side of Papara Supermassive.
Okay, you asked about the Claude. You got the Hellcurt ban instead, and then I guess they're not going to pick out the Claude. They're going to pick up the Irithel.
I love him, boys. Hello.
The Claude was okay, right? It had a lot of key moments, and I don't normally say that too often. But to be able to see Zhao perform, let's just talk about Zhao as a gold laner in general. Is just very good on being able to find the backliners and deal the damage necessary in these engagements. So having this Irithel, he's going to be very mobile. He's going to be very sustainable, especially against the Hayabusa. Who's
this tournament are interesting for you?
That Incendio Supremacy did ban out that Vexana, though.
After watching this tournament,
you drop down that
I have
Eternal Guard, and then you try
like understanding of what do I want to do in game, what to ban, what to pick, how to rotate, how to team fight. Like instead of just waking up, going to play, you can wake up, watch tournament for 1 hour,
front line coming in from Incendio
Get everything
Supremacy.
back to your memory
And it depends on how these
and go play.
engagements happen. I
And you
know
will
from the side of
perform
Papara
100%
Supermassive, we're
better.
gonna be looking to try to
It
hit
can
them
be
from
this
all
tournament, these two
angles.
teams are strong.
Hilda on one
Or it can
side,
be some in
the
Asian
Joy on
tournament
the other side. They're gonna pick up,
as well. Doesn't even matter.
I'm not sure how well this
Playing
kind of
feels
fits
easier after you
into
watch
it.
tournaments.
Has I mean, there's
That's
a
a
lot of
fact.
CC there. You can potentially upset, I want to say, the Tigreal trying to come in for the implosion. It's one of those like immediate little pop-ups there. We'll see how well this plays in. I do find it interesting how much Vale has kind of come onto the scene in these last few matches, especially these last 2 days.
Yeah, I mean, just today, specifically, Papara SuperMassive pulled it out, and it was very effective. The damage was huge, but I wonder if they're not even going to go for the damage veil, though. They're going to go in for that knock-up on the wind blow instead, because like you mentioned, it's a great counter to the Tigreal when he tries to rush in for those knockups and implosion plays. So maybe that is going to be the game plan. It's definitely a Papara SuperMassive special that we've been seeing them pull out, but even in the M Series, we got to see Incendio Supremacy pull out the veil. But here we are. The curtains have been drawn.
Let's see what they do.
To the land of dawn.
Yeah, one match for Incendio Supremacy.
Okay, Tigreal versus Shu is already hard.
On the finals, Papara Supermassive fighting for their existence here on the Challenge Finals Day 2. Can
Damn.
they answer back to Incendio
What is bro
Supremacy?
sending to me in
Are going to
Discord?
find out.
Yeah, the $1,000,000 question, and we are going to be able to see
A chocolate
Joy
dick.
paired off against this Hayabusa. Both of them,
Nah,
some great heroes.
I'd like
into
to
the
eat some
backline
chocolate
create
right now,
some
so
chaos. But we got to look at the Hilda picked up from the side of Papara SuperMassive.
I want something sweet.
Specifically into the hands of Wasa, who's really great on finding these opponents in the backline and creating that pressure.
Ooh, Blotsvet baits out a little bit of a push there from Apex. Zhao actually steals the gold minion coming out from Tienzi. He's like, this is mine. Excuse me, sir. This is my lane. He just steals that back from the Hayabusa. A little pop-up there lands.
Look, Rose again zoning out enemy mid laner. Every game like that.
Getting dominated in their lane right now, which is going to really kind of hinder some of these rotations to the side lanes.
Yeah, definitely going to have to keep a close eye on it. I like the Tigreal, though, because it is going to pressure this Hilda. It's going to pressure the Cho, possibly. But the Cho can use the way of the Dragon and pretty much disrupt Apex 47 if he's not careful. So it is a little bit of an upscale battle for both sides. When it comes to the emblems, though, double Concussive Blast for the side of Incendio Supremacy, and then also double Concussive Blast on the side of Papara SuperMassive. Nothing really out of the ordinary. I mean, the Quantum Charge on Zhao, we know he's running this Irithel, so he's going to be very mobile, able to sustain himself and get away, especially when TNZ decides to rush in.
Oh, they do put a lot of damage on the Apex 47. A few abilities there. Wasau no worse for wear there. Alien does find Blotsvet, trying to use that Jikunto to get away, looking for the hit onto Rosa on the backside. They might have bit off a little bit more than they can chew. They do have the Revitalize out there. Glorious Pathway. Mohi finds the kill onto Rosa. That's going to be a first blood for Papara Supermassive. TNZ, Apex 47, smell blood in the water, hiding out, looking for an opportunity, looking for an angle. Electrifying beats are out. Big push comes out there. Pop up onto Alien and Apex. Now just trying to clear out the distance and keep the rest of Incendio Supremacy zoned out while Papara Supermassive, while Mohi tries to take this turn.
Nice ultimate.
Shadow kill. TNZ able to find a kill onto Blotsvet. Mohi finds one onto Apex. A double kill for TNZ. 2 kills out of nowhere for Incendio Supremacy, and still trying to look for something onto this turtle. Rosa goes in and gets taken out quickly.
Rosa doesn't know how to play Valentina?
Nobody there to help you. I don't know what he was expecting.
Is Valentina a weak hero for
especially
Rosa?
with the Hilda and the Joy staring you dead in the face, but maybe he expected TNZ to
I wanna say something, but I'd rather not.
Shadow kill, but
You wanna say like, you can eat my...
instead. So now it's gonna be a turtle.
It's also sweet or what?
Supermassive, leading the way by 2 kills, 4-2 on the scoreboard, and 1,000 gold.
Yeah, 1,000 gold still. Finally, when it comes to some of these objectives, they also now have the gold lead as well, which means that they're kind of farming up on over the side of Incendio Supremacy, which is where you want to be. Like I said before, when they were getting these kills, when they were getting these objectives, somehow Incendio Supremacy still had the gold lead. Here is where you want to be. Oh, actually, they're starting to lose that very quickly. As I say that, the lead from 1K
Something
went to like
else.
300 real quick.
Hawes Claws picked up from Zhao. We'll be able to have that sustainability, that regen, and to be able to stay in these fights a little bit longer. Glorious pathway, though, from Alien.
Yeah, locked out and onto the back end, on to After Dark, looking to make something happen there. Oh, Tienzi comes in with that quad channel, does not find a mark. Definitely looking for the mage there on the side as well.
Valentine is good pressuring hero, good attacking hero.
Lane. Zhao probably senses
Heroes that can steal enemy ultimate and carry game.
As well. He's trying to create some distance there from the front. Implosion over, followed by a push. Finds Mohi in the bush, surprise, and takes him down.
Yeah, able to burst him down. No, he did not expect them to be right there in that bush. And a great play from Incendio Supremacy. Now going to proxy the bot lane as well.
Yeah, and you can see up there, Zhao taking a lot of damage, is going to have to back off from that. So Blockset comes in, does find a pop-up, and a Way of the Dragon takes him under the tower. Big damage coming in from the Veil, too. After Dark finds the kill and the cleanup onto Alien, and it looks like it might cause Papara that tower. No, they are able to finally protect it. Zhao comes in to clean up the rest of those minions. 3-5 right now. Still a very tie game, and no towers for either team.
Yeah, Zhao is rocking on that Purify, and that really helped to not get set up by Apex 47, and that's why they're still holding on to that turret on the bottom side. Turtle spawned in. Zhao will be able to pull the aggro from it. Mohi in position for the Retribution play, but not the same for TNZ.
Oh, glorious pathway has been laid out. Alien sitting, guarding the turtle there as Zhao on the back end. Ooh, it does look like Sunshine able to get the turtle. Electrifying beats are out as well. Blotsvik going to dive to the backside of the line to get away, and a lot of damage going on to Zhao, who is still able to find himself and escape from the side. Wasau doing Wasau things, creating that distraction he needed to help his team get that escape.
Yeah, and maybe able to take the turret on the bot side with the separation. Zhao now forced to go to the tier 2 turret. Bilali, Sunshine able to claim the tier 3. Sky Piercer picked up in his kit as well. Has that lethality when those when the HP gets low from Papara SuperMassive, can possibly execute them and will stack over time. So definitely going to be a major threat to deal with.
Yeah, right now I feel like there's just a huge problem when it comes to this Wasau and After Dark combination here at mid lane. They are constantly getting pushed back by Rosa, constantly getting pushed back by Incendio Supremacy, to the point that they're not able to really support some of these side lanes until after. Like, they're basically replying every time because the rotations come out just a lot faster on Rosa. Blotsman in a little bit of trouble there. Is going to have to use that flicker to get away.
Yeah, I mean, that's okay if I'm Incendio Supremacy. You bait out the Cho's Flicker. It's going to stop him from those TikTok plays. But you are going to go ahead and see this high boost on the top side. TNZ proxy these minions.
Skywalker, hello, I skip
tier 3 push. But look at the focus from Papara SuperMassive. Quickly trying to rotate around.
Bro, you're looking like Billie Eilish.
Their wave management.
What the?
Yeah, they're going to have to answer.
I'm not looking like Billie Eilish right now.
Meanwhile, at the bottom, Apex 47 and the rest of Incendio are taking over
exactly how I saw.
Alien from the bush there takes a little bit of damage from Zhao. And right now, unfortunate as it seems, Papara SuperMassive kind of being held at a standstill. It's almost like they're being turtled on their side of the base, even though they're not at the core just yet. They're not really able to find the angles or what they need to make any of these plays right now. They have the consistent threat of a Tigreal in a bush that can get the set and put the damage onto them. Now we're going to see if this kind of comes into play now as we work on this next turtle. Glorious pathway is out. After Dark, just narrowly sitting at the edge there. TNZ finds the turtle and a bit of a stun there on Tawasa, who tanks the damage and lives to fight another day.
Oh, do they spot him in the bush? Oh, he has get spotted out. Mohi!
Yeah, Mohi's in trouble, catches an implosion, a push out there. He's gonna try to look to get out of here. Oh, is he gonna be able to get away? Oh, the flicker. Rosa, quick to get there on the draw, finds the damage, and takes down Mohi.
Yeah, just a little unfortunate. Not only do they get the turtle, but they also get the jungler from Papara SuperMassive, and now it's a 1,700 gold lead for Incendio Supremacy, taking down the tier 3 turret in the top lane. Sunshine will be the one to seize that objective, and now the push for the tier 3 in the mid will be next on the board for Incendio Supremacy.
Yeah, damage coming down. Right now, Zhao just not having a great game on this hero. I don't feel the effectiveness of what he's doing. You can see there he does have, as we come in, another glorious pathway coming down on there. Looking looking for After Dark. They're pushing all the way into the purple buff of Papara SuperMassive. That's going to be another buff refused by
She kicked
Incendio
Hayabusa
Supremacy.
to another dimension.
There goes the push they were looking for into the tier 3 turret, but a lot of members wrapping around. Wassa!
Yeah, big tornado comes in there as well. Shadow kill on to the side of Papara SuperMassive. Does find the kill onto Zhao. That is a big chunk of damage that is down for Papara SuperMassive. They tried to group up.
What about your new nickname in the end?
That shadow kill coming
Nothing.
from TNZ, but
I'll
Zhao
not change it
still
right now.
ate the dust there.
What about nickname Puni Lover?
Quad Shadow.
Bad.
Yeah, and then an glorious pathway up there, and just like that, it feels
Is
like
Tiger
Papara
real
SuperMassive
counter
is
Joy?
starting
Yeah,
to
of course.
fall apart at the seams right now. Sunshine sitting at 0-0-3, so he hasn't really kind of come up when it comes to the kills just yet. But I mean, it's usually when we get to that
He
late
can
game
easily
when
get
he really
Joy.
starts to fire off, and especially now that we're getting to these Lord fights, we're gonna start seeing the team fights and the group ups from both of these teams. Zhao on the side there, good placement from the side of Incendio Supremacy, but look, they're baiting this out. They don't have to take this Lord. They just want a fight because they know that they're ahead of Papara right now.
Yeah, and Papara is still playing like they're ahead when they're behind. Normally we see this from Incendio Supremacy, but now to see things switched up. Can Papara match that momentum that Incendio Supremacy is usually, beating to? But right now, it's 10 minutes in, Lord spawned in, and a lot of pressure into the mid lane as they've lost the tier 3 turrets for the top and bottom. Incendio Supremacy holding on to all of their towers so far.
Yeah, TNZ comes in, and look at the rest of Papara SuperMassive getting backed up there. Mohi looking for an angle to come in here
Oh,
right now.
nice ultimate from Chu. Oh my
TNZ.
god.
Implosion is out there as well. TNZ finds a kill onto Blotsfed. After Dark finds one onto Sunshine. Dwasao is down as TNZ finds himself a double kill. Mohi
Damn, Rosa died.
does take down Rosa, I'm sorry, I'm getting confused with the names here, and finds himself a double kill as well. That is 3 down for the side of Incendio Supremacy. Possible setup for this next Lord. In comes the shadow kill, possibly Mohi. Gets
Nice
taken
shadows
down
from
by
TNZ. He's so good,
4
Hayabusa.
down for the side of Incendio Supremacy, but they do find themselves a little bit of an opportunity. They are going to be able to take this Lord. I mean, actually, I don't even know if they will, because TNZ is going to be able to come in here. He has the quad shadows. He doesn't. Oh, he does have his ultimate too. I guess he just. Honestly, I'm at the point. I'm just like, risk it for the biscuit, man. Just go in there, try to get yourself a shadow kill, and maybe get that retribution as well. But deciding against it, going for the safer play, allows Supermassive to get to that Lord.
I don't know, man. I think I would have went in for it as well, but I guess they get a
Yeah, green
guaranteed
Fanny.
mid-lane push.
Until you
because
go
he
to
still
high
has
ranks and the
shadow, so
Fanny
he's
is in
looking
ban
more for the team
100%.
fight versus trying to go in for that Lord.
You're
He
looking
knows
like
that
white
with this
Lil
Lord, they're not
Nas
really going to
X.
be able to do much for it, but if he has a Ouija Shadow kill
Okay.
in a team fight, it could be very much more effective for
Still
them
not
to
close.
push up even further on the map.
And that's why they're the pro players.
I would have been greedy.
I like Balearic, I suppose. Yeah, I like
I
Balearic.
would have used it probably on the buff.
Hello,
by
Dazai,
accident.
Fredrin for X to bet pick.
TNZ,
Maybe roll?
TNZ
No.
finds another kill on to
Bullshit,
After Dark.
bullshit.
10-9 right now. It's only about
Bullshit
a
X,
1K
bullshit roll.
gold lead right now, but Incendio Supremacy just having such great team fights. The synergy big push comes onto Wasau. Damage coming out from Sunshine as well. Wasau running for the hills, getting slowed up on this as the rest of the team looking to help secure that escape on Wasau.
Still a very safe game for the side of Incendio Supremacy. They're, making sure they're crossing their T's and dotting their I's and everything in between when it comes to pushing up on this map, and they're not making much mistakes. I mean, you could see how safe they're playing, even with that play from TNZ not going in with the Ouija Shadow kill and a guaranteed retribution, even with Mohi not being on board. That's even a risk he's not willing to take, and that just shows you how they understand we got to take things one step at a time. Every inch adds up to a big leap.
Mohi in trouble, gets caught by an implosion. CC is on, big push there, has the Winter Crown, tries to get out, gets kicked for his efforts, able to get away. Blotsfed finds a kill.
What the fuck
onto
up,
TNZ,
guys?
And Rosa is down, 2 down out for the side of Incendio Supremacy. Papara SuperMassive able to answer back quickly. Now going to start their push through the mid lane. From the side, Wasau trying to be the threat that he is on the flank, making Alien and the rest of Incendio
died from Whale.
to protect this tower. And what a turnaround for Incendio Supremacy. Mohi went in for the enemy purple buff, gets it, and almost gets caught. The rest of Papara SuperMassive so quick to respond and are able to turn that fight around.
I want to see later in Masters in Indonesia, when this tournament gonna be in Indonesia. I want to see how Turkish teams will play versus Asian teams.
Now there's not really that much of a major advantage. Both sides are pretty much even in gold, less than 1,000 in difference at the 14-minute mark, and you are going to see the Bloodwings picked up from After Dark on this Veil as well. Malefic Roar picked up from TNZ to have a little bit more of that pin, especially when going
Why
in.
camera angle is better than M6?
Additional pin on the Rose as well. Glorious Pathway dropping down.
Yeah, on the After Dark, he didn't even use his, oh yeah, he didn't have his flicker. From the backside, TNZ comes in with the quad shadows, looking for the flank play. Oh, gets caught by a way of the dragon, and might be taken down using the Ouija shadow kill. Able to take down Blotsfet, but Mohi answers back quickly.
Damn.
But that's massive. There's no retribution for the side of Incendio Supremacy. You lost Blotsfet in the process, but they still have an opportunity to take this fight if they want, but it could be costly. Moki on this Joy. We know how much damage he can dish out, especially on this Joy, and the mobility is definitely there, but they're not going to go in for the punish. Even though they don't have the retro play, it seems that they don't think that they can take this fight.
Well, they've had plenty of opportunities where they take down the jungler, and you still have to worry about the huge amount of damage that comes out from Rosa, that comes out from Sunshine here, plus this huge tanky front line. It's not just about the Lord, not just about the retry. It just can, like I said, like even though they're not that far behind, Supermassive just doesn't have this type of clashing ability that Incendio does to have this 5v5 fights because of this huge front line.
Maybe he's even sleeping there, playing already for 5 hours.
A lot of pressure. Such a close game. Great Dragon Spear does get picked up from Zhao as well for some damage.
After Dark tries to flicker out.
Oh, they will get Sunshine.
Have to turn their attention. Finds a kill onto Sunshine. Way of the Dragon onto Alien. Mohi finds another kill onto Rosa. That's a double kill. In comes the quad shadow. Shadow kill. TNZ finds Zhao onto the back end as well. Able to get out with that quad shadows. And Apex 47 might be in trouble here. Wasau trying to chase him down. Ooh, a lot of damage coming out there. Still has the immortality. Uses the conceal play to run his way back to base.
Yeah, but TNZ need to be careful.
Yeah, Mohi's coming in. Electrifying beats are out there. He's getting juke and dive on the backside. Alien looking for an escape. Gets taken out by Mohi. Blotsfet on the back end. Not able to catch TNZ. Does get hit by a way of the dragon. Why would you go back into a chow?
He went back because he had ultimate. He wanted to ulti you.
Lose their retribution.
Wait, did he have a Ouija shadow kill? That's the only thing I can make sense of. Maybe he thought he could get it off in time.
Yeah, big pop up there lands onto After Dark. Gets taken out by Apex 47.
Buy Rose Gold, Sunshine.
Lord.
Miron just called me and told you to buy Rose Gold Meteor.
It's the amount of CC that they have pushed under the core there. Mohi has the damage going to come in for another dash down.
Smetana.
No, Apex 47 lives to fight another
I'm from Ukraine.
Again.
There's no way that Apex survived that. I'm just like, what? Man, I would have just took a turret hit and rushed in and got one more basic attack and something. But yes, another opportunity for Papara SuperMassive. The cards are just laying out on the table for them right now. And Incendio Supremacy are making some major mistakes. Even Alien, he was in the bush and he
Whale has not bad burst damage and CC.
He was very low himself. He decided to engage and he
If
didn't
enemies
really
don't buy Rose
TNZ.
Gold, you can carry a game with Whale.
Side of Papara SuperMassive's favor, and then they still found TNZ alongside that. So now with the Luminous Lord on the bot side, a push on the way.
Ooh, big shadow kill comes out. Mohi using the ice crown. Ooh,
Mohi dead.
And here comes the implosion and a big push there. Blotsfet using
Blotsfet dead as
well. Zhao gonna have to use the wind chant to get himself to safety. Wasau in trouble, surrounded by the entirety of Incendio Supremacy, gets put down. Luminous Lord at the bottom has to be responded to by Incendio.
They're not even waiting for that Lord to make it to that inhibitor turret. They're taking that fight as soon soon as they see anybody from Papara SuperMassive on site.
Oh, Rosa checked the wrong bush. After Dark just put him down. In comes the way of the dragon onto TNZ. He checked into that bush, got kicked immediately.
Man, control, delete. Rosa.
You can see how well it
has
works.
been shut down. That just shows you the power of this Veil from After Dark with the lethal ignition on his side. Man, this is such a great game. 16-18, both sides pretty even. I mean, it's barely even over 100 when it comes to the gold difference. And speaking of gold, we're past the 50,000 mark threshold, which means everybody is now full build. And you see in TNZ and Mohi fighting for that #1 position, and it keeps flipping back and forth the gold leaderboard between both of them.
Yeah, and this is basically anybody's game. Finally, Papara SuperMassive have kind of come on to a point where they're not afraid of some of these engagements anymore. But I want to say, like, a lot of their success has been due to some pretty blaring mistakes from Incendio Supremacy, getting caught out, deciding to join fights a little bit late when they're not actually going to be able to have an effect. It's almost like the same mistakes that Papara was making in some of the first games, Incendio seems to be doing here in the later game.
Yeah, and the mistakes are very costly, especially as we are getting close to that 20-minute mark. The respawn timers are now about a minute long, so whoever falls will be out for pretty much a couple of skirmishes and a possible Lord as it does spawn in, and now both sides going to have to determine how they engage. It seems like they're trying to control the wave management, right? I mean, it's a little bit of a stalemate through the mid lane, but Papara SuperMassive in a great position. But look at Blotsfed. He's waiting for a backdoor setup.
Yeah, and right
Blotsfed coming for Hayabusa.
Surrounded by from the back end, and we do have a way. The dragon comes out onto TNZ. Is he gonna be able to find a shadow kill on the Blotsfed? Takes him down. Lord at about 50% now.
Okay, good start for Incendio. Wasa will die.
Very low, has to disengage. TNZ finds another kill. Wasa. Papara is in trouble. Double kill, a triple for TNZ right now, and firmly gonna be able to take this Lord. 3 down for Papara SuperMassive.
Team was a little bit too far away from Chu. I don't know why he ulted.
Incendio Supremacy. Can't count him out just yet. Able to find the needle in the haystack and able to take this objective on their side. And this is going to be hard for Papara SuperMassive to put on a defense 20 minutes in with this Luminous Lord marching through. But they do have their inhibitor turrets and a tier 2 to go through. Zhao need to be careful as Apex 47 spots him out.
TNZ sitting at 15-3-1 on his Hayabusa. Why wouldn't he think he could take on a Cho with his ultimate? So, I mean, I guess I get the ego. Not making a mistake this time, though. It did look like Blotsfed tried to come in, tried to land the Way of the Dragon. He actually did land the Way of the Dragon onto TNZ. TNZ still able to use a shadow kill to take down Blotsfed to start things off, start the ball rolling, and the dominoes started to fall into place right after that.
And this is match point for Incendio Supremacy right now. If they claim victory, they'll move on as the grand champions for EMEA Snapdragon Pro Series. Papara SuperMassive putting on a great fight and also a good defense, but they're going to have to put the defense up at the right time to stop this push from Incendio.
Yeah, we have Luminous Lord up at top and the enemy knocking at the door. Out comes the glorious pathway.
Higher made shadows and Zhao.
The enemy team, now they are pushing out into the core. Is that going to be enough? And TNZ finds Blotsfed again. Luminous Lord up at the top. Tower's going down. Another quad shadow. Sunshine taking down the tower as well. 1 down for the side of Papara SuperMassive. Still trying to defend onto the backside. Wasau trying to put the damage onto TNZ. Is not able to find it. Immortality has been proc. Wasau still going for the kill. Immortality is out, but down goes Wasau. Zhao able to answer back. Mohi able to take down Sunshine. Rosa is down. 3 down for the side.
Nice defense.
Supremacy. 2 down for Papara. I'm gonna kind of put that at an even, just because you lost 3 players, but you still took down 2 high ground towers. Papara SuperMassive. So you didn't completely get that turned around on you.
But the defense from Papara SuperMassive to be able to pull that off,
That is
Mohi
something
finger
you don't
must
see
be in
every
fire,
day.
yeah.
Wasa rushing in. His immortality gets procced. He's taking like 3 or 4 members on by himself. He hurries up and sells his immortality and buys the winner crown to buy them even more time. And now,
Damn.
so
use Wind of Nature.
Supremacy on their back end, as they're gonna have to be careful on this next push, and that was supposed to be a game winner. We're now tied 21-21, 23 minutes in.
Mohi is fighting for his $10,000.
So that you guys can get those immortalities, so that your team can get those winter crowns.
Literally fighting
last
for
even
his
longer
salary.
in the fight. The problem is, I want to say right now, the side of Papara SuperMassive, I don't see a lot of immortalities on their side. I'm wondering if they have winter crowns they're maybe lining up first. Oh, Quad Shadows come in. He immediately backs off. He's definitely not trying to get caught by another Way of the Dragon as well. And right now, I mean, it's just a game of stalemate. The next Lord is up, though, waiting for Papara and Incendio to answer.
Yeah, Tienzi's gonna have to chill on those quad shadows, man. He's gonna get hit with the Way of the Dragon, and it's gonna be GG's if he is not careful, especially with the Luminous Lord spawning. I mean, look at Blotsfed. He's been the deciding factor in these engagements. He's gonna wrap around. He has conceal, and he's gonna look for another backdoor play, and that's when you're gonna see Papara SuperMassive start to sandwich in for that punish, and it's up to Incendio Supremacy to sniff him out. But his positioning has been huge on these engagements.
The biggest surprising thing for me has been, especially Sunshine. They're able to shut him down. He's only taken 4 deaths, but they've kind of held him at bay. He's been more the suppressive fire, not able to get as many kills this time around. And I'm wondering if what's been kind of holding him back. It's not exactly a huge tanky front line. I think it's just the angles from Wasa coming in. But he'll conceal play. Blotsfed coming in there. Ooh, it almost looked like he was going to be able to lock onto Rosa. That would have been a game ender right there. Able to take this purple buff. Ooh, nice little pop up there onto Apex. The rest of Papara SuperMassive have started on this Lord. TNZ comes in, finds himself some information. Wasau at the bottom. TNZ comes back in with the quad shadows. Pop up onto Papara SuperMassive, and the fight has started. Wasau uses that. He has the Winter Crown out there as well. In comes TNZ, finds the kill onto Wasau. Comes back in with a shadow kill.
Damn, well got into Lord knockout.
Zhao has to back off TNZ with the
This is GG's. This is GG's.
Mohi. Immortality has been proc, ladies.
Maniac for TNZ. Savage.
In trouble, juking, diving, trying to find himself an escape, leading the team away on that show. Still has immortality. The entire team trying to chase him down, but you have 2 members now at the core. Sunshine is joined by Rosa and Papara's core right now. This, ladies and gentlemen,
Late Savage.
Finals champions, Incendio Supremacy reign supreme.
Able to put on the crown, able to defy
only official MLBB tournaments are in Mobile Legends bets.
Wipeout in a 4-1
Predictions.
in our best of 7. What more could you ask for?
GG's.
Incendio Supremacy.
Give him 1 kebab.
Really going back and forth. You could tell there was history.
They won.
These
GG's.
2 teams here, both from the same region, both from Turkey. But man, what a game played by TNZ. I believe the final score was 22-3-1. 22 kills on the Hayabusa is absolutely insane.
Yeah, it was a long game as well, passing that 25-minute mark, and both sides. You can tell
Europe MENA
the
best
hunger
team.
was there, and I look forward
Fireflux.
to seeing them both inside of Mobile Masters. We have a lot of good teams here from the Challenge Finals of EMEA moving on forward. So, yeah, that was I want to say the longest game we've had today. And the longest one we've had between both of these teams fighting it out. And it was definitely a lot of highlights to kind of take away from that. Nonetheless, though, highest kills in this game.
Damn, Hayabusa sold all his items.
22-3-1.
What is this build? I don't know if he swapped out before the end there. Oh, but man, you can take a look here. MVP deservedly
22
so.
kills.
TNZ, 22 kills for his team. 22. There was only 4 kills that he was not the reason for on his team. That's absolutely insane. 88%.
Miron used to buy Sky Piercer for Sicilian, imagine.
As well.
He was buying Skypiercer for Diggy, so I'm not impressed.
But in the end, they just were not able.
Kanna,
I
hello.
wouldn't have expected Hayabusa's the skill level that TNZ brought out on the Hayabusa. Blotzvet was doing everything right to try to get to him. It just at the end there just wasn't enough.
And Scorpion, hello.
Way of the Dragons. TNZ would still come in with the shadow kill and be able to kind of turn it around on him.
I dare say it, I don't even think Zhao saw that one coming. You're gonna see just a great performance so far from Incendio Supremacy. I mean, they reigned at the top of the ladder inside of the upper bracket and they stayed there, right? They were able to knock down Birthright, they were able to knock down Papara SuperMassive.
Bang!
Lower bracket, and then they get a chance to rematch them again, and it's the same story. It just goes to show that the crown is definitely well-deserved from Rosa and the team, and we look forward to seeing them as they step forward.
TNZ using Hayabusa really great. His shadows are fast, his combos are great. He was training Hayabusa for a long time.
There was so much back and forth down to the wire. We saw immortalities being sold.
But Papara are not low, Papara are not bad team.
And last minute turnarounds to where you never
They were fighting really well as well, but just Incendio are better.
Great plays. I want to say an unsung hero here too as we're watching some of these replays. Rosa able to steal the way of the dragon kick was instrumental in holding down Mohi for their team. A lot of these you could see I was actually getting confused. I'm like, a way of the dragon that just hit Mohi? Wait, what? And then I remembered, yeah, they have balance.
Boom Diddy, hello. When are you playing? I will end this stream right now. I'll go take a shower. And then I will either stream or go sleep 2 hours. So it's like flipping a coin.
The last minute fancy finish with the recall spam.
Nice build, TNZ.
Like we mentioned on this Hayabusa.
We're never gonna know what he was really building.
Full domination with the rapid boots and 4 wind talkers on his side to be able to make that difference to close out the game.
I think that was just a little bit of flashiness to buy that.
Miron cheating on Skypiercer now with Rose Gold. No, imagine he was playing Granger and bought Skypiercer and Rose Gold first items. Don't underestimate him.
How well they did in this tournament as well. Didn't take a loss here, stayed in the upper bracket, and then continued the domination here in through the grand finals as well.
Yep, and now we're gonna have to pan on over to our amazing host Liz, who sneaks up on us. What'd you think about the matches?
Well, I would say Supremacy is their name and is what they deserve. They've demonstrated absolute supremacy throughout the challenge finals, and especially in today's tournament, where they actually cleaned up some of the mistakes that they were making in the very beginning
not bad.
the open finals all the way to the
I go sleep, it's 2 AM. Okay, go sleep, Archie, good night.
They proved that they are indeed the champions of the challenge finals, and
I'll wait till the end of stream.
22-3-1 for a 25-minute game.
Maybe they're gonna do like interview with Fairflux.
Don't usually get to see a lot, but indeed 88% kill participation, meaning that none of his teammates were stealing his kills, which I gotta say pretty impressive. But Wheezy, why don't you break this down for the final recap of our bracket and the ultimate results?
That's right, the challenge finals was full of excitement. It's been a pleasure casting alongside our team to be able to showcase these teams to the world for the EMEA region, starting the upper bracket.
EMEA region.
You got to see Birthright and Incendio fight it out. Incendio push on forward to the upper bracket finals, knocking down Birthright. Falcons
for no Ben Hayabusa.
Supermassive. Papara SuperMassive moving on to the upper bracket finals as well. We got to see this all yesterday.
Hayabusa is hard to play against.
Incendio Supremacy earned their spot as the first grand finalist, and then the battle on the lower bracket really caught
she should have been a counter for Hayabusa, but
Falcons holding on to that title.
Last fights are just insane.
Supermassive, the only other team from Turkey, and losing in that 3-1 finish. Papara SuperMassive getting a chance at revenge from losing to Incendio Supremacy in the upper bracket finals, but not able to find the victory they were looking for. But was one of the most entertaining series that we've had so far inside of the challenge finals, and a final series for the challenge finals for the EMEA region. And
oh, if you don't see, guys, it's gonna be on 7th to 13th April in Jakarta, Indonesia. I'll show you.
Yeah, As you can see here, the first 3
5
teams,
slots for Asia, 3
that
slots
have
for
been,
EMEA,
admitted for
2
the
slots for
Mobile
Latin
Masters,
America,
the
1 slot for
Supremacy,
China.
team
And
Falcons
home
Papara
team
SuperMassive.
is Team
It's gonna
Liquid,
be a
Indonesia.
huge event for Mobile Masters. Like we said, this is a journey that started in October and still keeps getting better and better.
What is the money price exactly?
Yeah, and the Mobile Masters
Right
will
now,
be the
Incendio
ultimate
got
live
$20K
showdown that
for
we're all
first
waiting
place.
for. We get to see all the teams collide
Masters,
from
is that
all
gonna be in
across the
Indonesia and
world.
Jakarta? Price
And
pool
for
is
Papara SuperMassive, we gotta commend
$200,000.
their effort and also their skill that they've demonstrated. And
China
with
gonna
that
slam GG.
time that they
I mean,
have
China are
until
nuts right
the
now in
Mobile
MLBB.
Masters, a lot can happen.
Oh, by the way, Ben Badank and Lucas.
What are
Fuck, I
some
already forgot it.
advice you guys have to give to them, being probably their first world stage experience at the Mobile Masters?
I would say, well, yeah, just for Papara SuperMassive, I think they just got to keep doing what they're doing, right? To be able to go so close the distance with Incendio Supremacy, this is a team that has shaken up the scene since the beginning of the Mobile Legends competitive nature scene, and I think that they have the talent. I think they just got to keep driving forward and play the same way in Mobile Masters, and Turkey will be in good hands.
Still, you have to share it. I mean, yes, they get 20, for example, right now. Incendio got 20,000 for a team. And they have coach, they have substitute player, and they have 5 main players.
To cast these matches again here with Wheezy, with Liz, with Yui.
Also, the organization may take some percentage of their winnings.
And Asadi are able
so most likely it's like
encapsulate here for these
2,000-3,000 for a player.
Yeah, and casting these games really help us understand
like
more
2,000.
of the other regions and how they play and what are the meta and how these individual players
Maybe even
and
less.
characteristics that they've shown on stage. It's all been a blast coming from all of us. Make sure to follow the Snapdragon Pro Series on their social medias.
But players are also paid for playing, so they do not get a big part of a prize, but they get enough money. So no slot to EECA? Bro, EECA only exists for MLBB.
Get to see more teams compete and more stars rise.
For Snapdragon, there is EMEA region, which is Africa, Europe without Russia, and Belarus,
any last words coming in from our
and
casters
Turkey.
to end our journey for the season 6 of the Snapdragon Pro
MLBB
Series.
decided to create EECA region, where there is Georgia, Ukraine, Russia,
but yes, definitely keep an eye on
and
EMEA as they step into the Mobile Masters and going up against some heavy competitors. I'm gonna
So
sign off
personally,
here.
I don't
Thank you
like
so much
this
for tuning in.
EECA
I look
bullshit.
forward to seeing you guys in the
They
next
can
one.
make it Russian MPL and let Ukraine in Europe.
See all of these teams here once again and to see what these regions can offer to us. It's been an absolute blast to cast all of these matches.
Yeah, same goes for me. Absolutely blessed to be with our wonderful casters.
For Snapdragon,
and the
Ukraine
community
is Europe,
throughout this
and I like it.
challenge season as well as the entire tournament. And for you guys watching at home, make sure to follow the social
I
media.
was playing
and
qualifiers
keep
to this tournament.
updated
Unfortunately,
on
we
all
lost
the
to Team
other
Falcons.
regions and all the teams that will be making it.
And
to
right
Mobile
now, Team
Masters.
Falcons
Make
are top
sure
3 team here.
Track the journey of your favorite team to Jakarta, Indonesia, and see the stars born on the world stage. Once again, thank you guys for joining us. We had a blast this season, and hopefully we'll get to see you next time.
So that's all? Damn. Okay, guys, they're not gonna do interview with Steam. I was waiting for it. Yeah. Nyan Benny, hello. I already end stream. If I'll play today, I'll start another stream today. Okay, guys. Bye, good luck in your... Ben Badank and Lucas, don't forget. Bye, good luck in your games. So, see you today if I'll stream, or tomorrow when I'll stream again. Who knows? I'll keep you up in my Telegram and my Discord server. Okay, bye guys.